Morning to all of our viewers from across India and the world. It is a D-Day. It is the day that journalists wait for, that the citizens wait for, the voters wait for. The noise, the rhetoric, the rows over exit polls are now behind us. This has been an extraordinary phase of assembly elections, one that has seen dramatically high voter turnouts in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, arguably the two most politically critical states in terms of how their results might impact national politics. In Tamil Nadu, the big question is whether we will see an NT Rama Rao moment, by which I mean whether Access My India's projection of a debutant rock star entry for Vijay and his TVK will come true. Will his vote share, in fact, convert into seats? There's no doubt about his popularity, but it is that conversion into seats where the big test is. In West Bengal, which is the mother of all battles, it has been perhaps the most ferociously fought election that any of us have seen in recent times. Mamata Banerjee is asserting that she will be able to be Chief Minister of West Bengal for the fourth time. If that actually happens, she is poised to be the face of the opposition on a national stage, no question of it. But if the BJP is able to storm BB's bastion in Bengal, well then, it emboldens an already powerful BJP in a very deep and significant way. It also helps the BJP consolidate in the east, with all polls predicting that the BJP is going to win in Assam, where Himanta Biswa Sarma will then emerge as one of the most influential leaders of the BJP nationally. And that leaves, of course, Kerala and Puducherry. In Puducherry, polls are suggesting that it will be an NDA win, and we will find out soon that one union territory jostling for national attention and space, along with the four major states. Kerala is the one state where the Congress is hoping to be a political player. Will it manage to wrest power from the left front, or will the left front be able to bust the historic pattern of governments that literally change with every election, with Pinarayi Vijayan managed to create history by holding on to power? The polls have suggested an advantage for the Congress, but as we know, there is a lot of difference between exit polls and what actually happens on the ground. I'm Barkha. We thank all our viewers for joining us this morning. We know in the audience stream, I can see people who've joined in from Melbourne today, from the United States of America. Welcome to everybody. And of course, our audience here in India. The first numbers, those will be postal ballots, should start coming in about 25 minutes from now. In the meantime, I want to introduce my colleagues who will help us make sense of everything that is happening through the day. I want to welcome my old friend and colleague, Ketki Angri, a senior journalist who's with us, and also joining us is political analyst Khalid Akhtar. Khalid will be with us to make sense of the numbers, which is really what I think anybody will be caring about in the first 2 hours. So Ketki, let me start with a political overview for you. Of course, everybody is focused on West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Those are the two big ones, and they have national implications. Mamata Banerjee is fighting the fight of her life. And if she does manage to take Bengal, or if she doesn't take Bengal, what are the implications in either situation? Ketki.
Well, thank you, Barkha. This morning, of course, everybody has been tense about how things will go, but they've already been outside those strong rooms in Bengal for days now. And that tells you just how important this election is, not just for TMC, but Mamata Banerjee personally. Now, she is a fighter. She has always been a fighter. The time that she actually wrested control of West Bengal from CPM after a 34-year reign of the CPM, and she came into power, she's now stayed there for 3 terms. She's seeking another term. Like you said in your introduction, if Mamata Banerjee holds on to Bengal, she undoubtedly becomes the face of the opposition. Because remember, all these states that we're seeing, the BJP in that sense has very little at stake in terms of losing. They have everything to gain. Whether it's West Bengal, last time they saw 77 seats In fact, Shubhendu Adhikari also defeated Mamta in Nandigram. Now he's contesting from 2 seats, Nandigram and Bhawanipur. So they've got the battle to Mamta Banerjee in her own constituency. And that's always the BJP's gamble. They take the fight to their biggest candidates, to the stars of the other side. And very often they've actually seen victory. So the BJP always in challenging mode here in West Bengal. And that will also decide, I mean, not so much what will happen nationally, but it changed the tone of who will lead the opposition, because we've seen the opposition party actually not do so well in other states where there has been a direct contest. We've also seen in the last few days, we've seen the AAP lose so many of its MPs, and we're going to go into Punjab for another crucial election, soon. So we're looking at a party that is consolidating. Let's take Kerala, for example. It's always been UDF, LDF, LDF, UDF, and that has alternated. This time, the BJP actually is.
Data science and analytics are not the trends of the future. They're happening right now. So having the skills to work with data is not only valuable, it is essential now as data becomes increasingly important for industries around the world. To help you get these essentials in place, Scalar is conducting a free class for professionals from any background who wish to learn data science and analytics. Whether you're looking to switch to a data-focused career or you just want to learn more about this growing field, this live class is perfect for you. Click on the link below to register.
Originally from the BJP, he's an import from the Congress. He's not got the RSS background. And yet, he has become the tallest leader of the BJP in the Northeast. And many actually say that in the Northeast, particularly in Assam, it's actually a Congress's fight for existence and survival, because the BJP seems to be home, at least as per what the exit polls are saying. Barkha?
Okay, requesting my producers, because they're trying to talk to me and I can barely hear them this morning. So technical snafus are part and parcel of live election programming, as many of us know who have done this. So Shirali and Ria, I cannot hear you. Do fix your audio to me. Khalid, let's bring you in at this point. It is said that for someone like you who looks at numbers, there are going to be particular phases or particular sort of belts that could determine the elections, particularly in 2 states like West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. In West Bengal, for example, it's long been argued that the first phase of elections were the seats that were more powerful for the BJP, and therefore for the BJP to dream of reaching the 100 or getting even within sort of numbers where it can take on the Trinamool Congress, it needed to have done spectacularly well in the first phase, but also much better than it did in the seats of the second phase. So how are you looking at Bengal? What are going to be the tipping points? Khalid, just unmute yourself Khalid, you're muted. Yeah.
In West Bengal, in the first phase, 152 seats went to the polls. And of the 77 seats that the BJP had won in the last assembly elections, 59 seats it had won from the seats which had gone to polls in the first phase. So it was being considered that BJP was already strong. Of all the seats that it had won maximum number of seats in the seats that went to first phase. So, and even during the elections, it was being seen that it is likely to gain in these seats in this area, which went to the polls in the first phase. So main battle for the West Bengal elections is being seen in the seats which went to the polls in the second phase, 142 seats, which is being considered as the stronghold of the Mamta Banerjee, because she had won maximum number of seats from the 142 seats of this second phase, and BJP had won only 18 seats. But in the course of the elections, between April 23rd and the phase 2 on April 29th, what we saw is a major, BJP putting into major part of its energy into the second phase. And there was a kind of narrative that we had been seeing is that BJP is gaining. But it was being seen in the last assembly elections also, 2021. What I feel was that BJP fought even more aggressively in the 2021 elections, and a lot of exit polls and opinion polls was showing the clear majority to BJP last time also. This time also we have seen that the majority of the exit polls have shown BJP gaining a clear majority or even a bumper majority this time. But there are certain exit polls or survey agencies which have come out with the numbers in favor of the BJP. So the second phase is more crucial for the BJP, that we see if it gains in the second phase, then it will cross 100, or what the other polls might touch the majority mark also. But as per our estimate, what we had in our data that we had released, last data in April before the election process started for these 4 states, what we had shown is that till that time we were saying that the BJP needs at least 3 to 5% of the swing, as per our reading at that point of time, to defeat the TMC, because till that time what we were seeing is that the TMC was having an edge in this competitive electoral contest, and it had an edge of around 5% vote share. So it needed a swing of around 3 to 5% to defeat TMC. Yeah.
Let me ask you very quickly the toughest question that I think nobody has a clear answer to. Is SIR going to be a big factor? We're talking, of course, about the special intensive revision of rolls. Up to 12% of voters found their names not on the list in West Bengal. But Khalid, here's the interesting thing, and then I'll come to Ketki. The interesting thing is that there are BJP supporters and strategists who have said to me, some privately, some on record, that they believe that SIR might in the end be a political advantage for Mamata Banerjee because it created a kind of sympathy around her. There were people who felt that, this was an unfair way to challenge her. This is despite the fact that anti-incumbency against the Trinamool Congress after 15 years is very real, despite the fact that many MLAs, local MLAs of the TMC are very unpopular, accused of corruption, accused of a lack of access. I want to ask you, do we have any sense of how the SIR is going to play out as a political issue in Bengal? How much is it going to swing the result, if at all? Can we unmute Khalid? Yeah, Khalid, you're back. Yeah.
So for the impact of the SIR, we need to have the clear-cut data of the names deletion in every constituency, which is not there in the public domain. We have seen different websites working on it, but that is not official data. There have been the name deletions, but in which constituency, how many names have been deleted from which communities, because it's a kind of like this SIR impact is also being seen as the how many names of the Muslims being deleted, how many names of the Matwas being deleted, or the other communities. So this SIR impact is yet to be seen, because we don't have a clear-cut data of the constituency-wise names deletions of the different communities. Yes, what we can see is that because of this SIR exercise, there has been a kind of like polarization also. Like if you look at the voters in this Murshidabad, Malda, Uttar Dinajpur belt, where you have significant number of the Muslim voters. So ultimately, it is being said that there has been large number of deletion. It is not being said. It has taken place. There is that a large number of deletion of the Muslim voters has taken place in those assembly constituencies. For those who are seeing this deletion as impacting TMC in an adverse way, let me tell you, like in most of the constituencies in Murshidabad, Malda, and Uttar Dinajpur, like I can tell you the constituencies like Sujapur, where this Mausam Noor, the MP, was a Lok Sabha MP, was earlier an MLA. Now she is contesting from Maltipur. These are the constituencies where even if you delete 10-15,000 Muslim voters, BJP is not going to come in the main contest, because it has around 70%, 80% of the voters as Muslim voters. And on top of that, we don't have the exact data of the like constituency-wise deletion of the names from the different constituencies. I spoke to a lot of journalists, local journalists. What they say that what the data where we have got, like the electoral rolls, and in the electoral rolls, people are saying that my name has been deleted, but that data has not been collated in a certain way to understand its impact on the electoral exercise, like which community, how many voters have been deleted in different constituencies. So one thing is that, and like there are reports that majority, like more than Muslim names, Hindu names have been deleted. Like, and then when we see the name of the Matwas being deleted, which were promised citizenship by the BJP, like then we can read now who is going to get impacted by this SIR deletion. But one thing what I feel is that this SIR exercise is also responsible for this very high voter turnout, because there was also a sense in a lot of voters that if you don't go to vote, then the central government might come up with the CA NRC exercise, and you might lose your citizenship, you might lose the government benefits. There were several kind of rumors which also contributed to this high voter turnout. And the impact of the high voter turnout and the SIR we'll see in some time soon now.
So, well, as I said, it's 7:50 in the morning. In about 10 minutes, we should start getting the first lead. Usually, from all my experience of elections, at 8 a.m., the postal ballots, of course, get counted first. And by 8 a.m., you start having that thrilling, even after three decades plus in journalism, when you see the first lead on your screen, it does give you goosebumps. I just want to, before I come to Ketki, play out, Pradeep Gupta has been headlining this election, both for what he's been saying and for what he's not been saying. So he made a dramatic forecast for Tamil Nadu, Ketki and Khalid, as you know, projecting a possible win by himself for the new entrant, Vijay, Sinistar turned politician of the TVK. We already hear that the BJP is reaching out to the TVK. There's another theory that actually Vijay will hurt the AIADMK and the BJP because he's actually taking away the anti-incumbency vote, but let's see. But then Pradeep Gupta, after making this dramatic forecast for Tamil Nadu, chose not to do an exit poll for Bengal, saying that the quality of data that he got, he didn't trust, that people weren't willing to speak even, and so on. So the one interesting thing is, of course, everybody knows that Pradeep has said this, including to us. But when I asked him whether he bought the theory of a neck-and-neck election in Bengal, he actually rubbished it, which is quite interesting. Like, he believes that this neck-and-neck, too close to call, he thinks that that's a pollster's challenge and not what's actually happening on the ground. Let's take a quick look before we start getting in the first leads.
I'm sure जो एजेंसीज अपने नंबर डालती हैं वो अपना सैंपल साइज और मेथोडोलॉजी जरूर बताती होंगी, तो इसलिए कुछ कह पाना ठीक नहीं होगा, लेकिन इतना मैं जरूर कह रहा हूं कि बाइपोलर इलेक्शन में जनरली आज के जमाने में क्लियर वर्डिक्ट आ जाता है जनरली.
तो that means you are not a big believer in this neck and neck scenario जो average निकाल के poll of polls में निकल रहा है. You believe it will be a decisive verdict.
Yes, मैंने पोल ऑफ पोल को तो आप कभी उसको एक अपने चर्चा
मजे के लिए करते हैं,
बट वो कोई साइंटिफिक तरीका नहीं है हम किसी नतीजे पे पहुंचने के लिए.
अच्छा, व्हाट इज योर गट? कौन जीत रहा है बंगाल?
मुझे कुछ नहीं पता, मैं बढ़िया इस बार ताली बजाऊंगा जो भी जीतेगा उसके लिए.
तो मैं इस बार ताली बजाऊंगा जो भी जीतेगा इसके लिए. Ketki, how unusual is it in all your experience as a journalist for a major pollster to do a dramatic forecast for one state and simply sit out the other state? And also the question is, if he couldn't get people in Bengal to speak to him, does that mean other pollsters could? Does that mean they went with much smaller sample sizes? There's been a huge focus, not for the first time, on the efficacy, the credibility of exit polls. And this is very unusual, what's happened with Pradeep, to say we'll do one state, we won't do the other.
Well, in fact, Barkha, exit pollsters have got their numbers wrong so many times in the past that it's great that they are choosing to err on the side of caution. It's, he's taken the call not to go into Bengal at all. Now, when I've been speaking to journalists who have covered the Bengal election on the ground, they have said that this time around, people were not as forthcoming with who they're voting for. They talked broadly about the issues that matter. SIR was really top of mind. The other thing that the TMC tried to put into the public domain was this whole politics over culture and fish. This is the first time we've seen fish become such a big political election prop. We've seen the BJP also roam around with those fish. We've seen the TMC with one katla fish. So fish and Bengal, the connection, everyone knows about it. We saw BJP leaders talk about how they enjoyed a meal of fish and rice. So we're looking at Bengal, which is very happy to talk about their politics, but this time around was not so open with their decision on which side they wanted to vote. Everybody's playing safe, but like even Khalid pointed out, the SIR part of it, journalists are also saying now that one of the reasons we've seen such a high turnout, over 90%, is primarily because a lot of people felt that if they did not vote this time around, that would mean that they will never be able to vote again. And which is why we've also seen a lot of people who also work in cities like Delhi and Mumbai make their way back to West Bengal to vote in this election. And if, when you talk to friends, they talk about how even their domestic helps have said that if we don't go this time around, we're losing our vote, we will lose all the benefits that come with it. And that's why we need to head back. If you need to cut my salary, you need to cut the money, that's fine. I need to go and do this. So we have seen that play out in the Bengal election. What we've also seen is jhalmuri politics, fish, and that coming and taking center stage in an election like this. So yes, when Pradeep Gupta talks about, I'll congratulate whoever is the winner, it's also because it has become so difficult to make that shift from what is an expected vote share, which will convert into seats. And that's really always been the problem with exit polls.
Yeah. Let me welcome now Rahul Verma, senior political analyst, psephologist. Good morning, Rahul. We have Ketki and Khalid here with us as well. And my God, Rahul, assembly elections have never quite felt this ferocious. I think I've covered many, many state elections. And while there's always a lot of noise, there's never felt like there's so much riding on an election. What feels different to you, before we get into numbers and regions, what feels different, if anything, to you about this election, Rahul?
So I think the reason they seem ferocious is because this time their ability to have long-term impact on national politics is much more. So it's not about the immediate or short term. All the temptation is going to be after the results, what will happen at the national level. See, because for the BJP, in some ways, West Bengal has been a project long in making. And given that there is so much debate happening on the question of delimitation, both these states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, remain at the forefront of opposition on that delimitation. Then I think SIR process, which started with Bihar this time, and now I think the controversy in West Bengal has taken a very different shape and dimension. So given all of these factors coming together, I think it has a possibility of having a serious impact on medium to long-term national politics.
Can we talk a little bit about what that impact might be, right? So you have, of course, Mamata Banerjee hoping for a fourth term as chief minister, which will make her, in a way, the indisputable political queen of the opposition, Rahul, if that were to work out for her. If the BJP were to take Bengal, it will be a moment of great deflation for the opposition in general. If Vijay were to do an NT Rama Rao and storm to Fort St. George on his debut, that would be extraordinary. That would be another knock for the opposition. I'm just trying to play out all of the national implications.
So
how do you see it?
Yeah. So it's Assam, most likely BJP is going to come back to power. But what does Assam indicate? Assam indicate that BJP is basically coming back to power there for the third time. In some ways, it will establish BJP as a dominant player in state of Assam that affects entire Northeast politics. And it also indicates Congress, which was in power for 15 years, has become organizationally so weak that it cannot challenge BJP in Northeast until BJP remains in power at the central level, right? So that's the implication of Assam. And in some ways, the way delimitation in Assam happened, it is going to a signal, I think that's the fear which opposition has, that the Assam model of delimitation might be extended in other parts of the country. Now, coming to the Kerala, these are also states will have serious national implication, right? Like in Kerala, if left doesn't manage to come back, then this would be the first time in 50 years that left does not have any state to hold over, right? Before that, at least in one state, even that small period, 16 to 18, left was in power, or 14 to 16 or 11 to 16, left was in power in Tripura, right? So this would be the first time that left goes out of power from any state. Congress at least will have one state among these four to remain in contention. But if Congress doesn't come back, then it basically is a very, very serious sort of implication for Congress's ability to lead the national opposition. The third one is Tamil Nadu. No matter what happens by 1 p.m., the Dravidian duopoly in Tamil Nadu is going to change. And as one senior politician put, this may be the last election of the old era or the first election of a new era. So Tamil Nadu politics, as it was for 50 years, will change. Whether TVK gets 15% or 35% is another matter, right? Like if it's 35%, then we have a history in making, because before this, only 2 or 3 times we have seen a debutant party coming close to power. So that will have a serious, and then finally West Bengal, as you rightly pointed out, if Mamta wins this time, then she will become like much more indispensable to the opposition coalition. And the last 2 chief ministers who basically won the 4th term in big state, Naveen Patnaik and Jyoti Basu, their parties also then get a statistical probability of winning the 5th term. I'm just joking this, but it will solidify her rule that despite everything put together, she was still able to make a comeback. And if BJP comes to power in Bengal, and for me, the Bengal, political earthquake in Bengal begins BJP just reaching 135, 140. Anything beyond that is just bonus number of seats. And this is their, part of the ideological project. Jan Sangh and Shyama Prasad Mukherjee has good base to build on Bengal. All conditions were present. It was a partition state. There were partition riots. So all conditions were present for BJP or its earlier avatar, Jan Sangh, to have a foothold, but it didn't happen. And so 75 years later, if they manage to get close to power in Bengal, then it will have a serious implication for national politics. So all these 4 states in some ways are going to shape the trajectory of Indian democracy.
Let me welcome Gautam Sage to the program. I actually not sure if Suvajit's line is with us right now, but we'll bring him in just as soon as we can. Gautam, good morning. What's at stake according to you for the Congress? And so, and in Assam, all the exit polls predict that it's going to be, BJP all the way. So what's at stake for you here, Gautam?
You see, Barkha, it's a day of results. So we are all looking forward that the results should be in our favor. And so is the other political parties hoping. But what I saw through these elections was, because I was myself in Kerala handling the media and communications for the elections, Kerala certainly is going to give a very decisive output. The mood was clear. People were looking for a change. The Congress certainly is going to come back to power after almost 10 years and going to form government in Kerala, because the anti-incumbency against Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan was very high. With Bengal, I feel that the exit polls were giving different directions. If you look at the exit polls done by the national pollsters, they were all towards the Bharatiya Janata Party. And if you look at the exit polls done by the local people and the regional players of Bengal in the media, they were largely, tilted towards the TMC. So my sense certainly says that TMC will be coming back to power in Bengal, and that is what is expected out of Bengal today. Assam was a close contest.
I lost you, Gautam, there. Suddenly, mid-sentence, I can't hear you. Gautam, can you hear me?
Now?
Yeah, you just went away for a moment, but let me pick up before we come back to Assam, because I know Suvajit is clear to talk to us today. Good morning, Suvajit. Suvajit Bakshi, senior journalist, is with us. Gautam made this assertion as we wait for the first lead, Suvajit, that he believes TMC will take Bengal. Bengal has been very fiercely contested this time on the ground, but even between pollsters, you have most of the national pollsters leaning towards the BJP in terms of their forecast, but many of the Bengal-based pollsters predicting a victory for the TMC. What everybody who's been on the ground, and you can elaborate on this, seems to agree on is that the TMC has battled anti-incumbency, but Mamata Banerjee remains personally popular. Do you agree with, I think Rahul Verma just said, that the magic number for the BJP is actually 135? If the BJP reaches about 135, the game changes. So you don't actually have to be looking for numbers higher than that. How are you seeing it this morning, Shubhajit?
Actually, I have been saying that the magic number for BJP is 125, not 135.
And explain that. Why is the magic number 125?
Yeah, because then, I mean, most likely Trinamool Congress will come down to 155. And this gap, as you know, a gap of 30 people, which actually you need 15 or maybe 15 or 17 of the MLAs in that case. And the rest will start coming in. I mean, it won't be very difficult for the BJP if they can manage 125 and Trinamool is around 150, because it is expected, as it has been projected, that the Congress is going to do well this time, especially in the middle Bengal, which is Malda and Murshidabad, because of SIR, because of other reasons. And of course, there's the big factor, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary contesting in the Vidhan Sabha election. So altogether, if BJP can manage somewhere around 125, 130, I think it will be very, very tricky. And as we have seen in the last few days, some of the very big, very powerful TMC leaders have been called by the ED. Now, there's a lot of discussion in the state that why these Trinamool leaders have been called while the election is on, has been called by the ED. And I mean, of course, all kinds of conjectures going on. So altogether, Trinamool, well, I won't say they are not confident. They are confident, but they're also little. I mean, when I talk to their cadres, the low level, then I find that they are little, kind of very worried. I mean, they were not this worried last time. Little worried, and one reason is what I think that Mamata Banerjee, as you know, a few days back, she came out very late at night to check the EVMs, check the strong room and all that. So that has created some kind of, ripples. It had a ripple effect that people started talking why she had to come out. I mean, maybe everything is not under control. Then they went to the High Court and the Supreme Court for the election officials. What happened? So altogether, there is some form of nervousness. Of course, it is at the back of the thing that they know that this is the fourth time. I mean, there's a huge 15-year anti-incumbency against them. There's no doubt about it. So that is another factor. So
can I ask you though, this number, and I want Rahul to react to this, but very quickly, your 125, when you say the magic number for the BJP is 125, what happens with this number?
No, what happens means, I mean, of course.
I mean, the BJP can't form a government on 125. So why is 125 the magic number?
Because as you know, in many states, the party has split, I mean, a section of the opposition.
So you're saying the TMC would be vulnerable if the BJP hits 125?
TMC will be very, very vulnerable. As you have seen, a very, very important leader, Sujit Bose, has been called by the ED, and that has created this. BJP has been, even in the last election also, BJP is a party which manages to create, gives an impression of winnability. They can project winnability in a very big way, because in the last few months, the way they have come in with their kind of muscle, their money and everything, last time also they did that. It has, now everybody has started talking about it. Maybe, end of, when everything comes out and by the midday, you would know Trinamool is well ahead. And as we have seen that since 1971, Bengal has always voted very decisively. I mean, if you look at the gap between the two main parties, then in Bengal, it has always been 70 plus, like it has been 72, I think 120, 130, first between CPIM and Congress, or Left Front and Congress, and then between. I'm
sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because we have the first lead of the morning, and I was saying no matter how many decades you spend in journalism, when the first lead comes on your screen, you still feel this palpable excitement. It is for the TVK in Tamil Nadu. So that's the first figure we have. Shubhajit, I'll let you continue your point. I want Rahul, Ketki, Khalid, and Gautam to react also to what you're saying, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Shubhajit, go ahead. Complete your point.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So, so there has always been a huge gap. People in Bengal voted decisively. So when they talk about this, neck and neck contest in these exit polls, I mean, I'm not sure if it happens, then it would be a record of sorts in 55 years. And the other thing is, never a party has won in Bengal in defeating the main party, which is Congress in 1967. Then Congress again in 1977, and then CPIM-led Left Front in 2011, when it was one party fighting against the main party at the ruling party. It has always been a coalition of parties. There have been many parties together against one party. It has always been an alliance, a jot, which has defeated the main party.
So basically, I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little impolite this morning because the leads are now starting to come in. So I'm going to have to just punctuate all of you. Quickly on your screen, there are two leads coming in from Kerala where the UDF is ahead in two. If we quickly change, we can see Tamil Nadu. You have one from Tamil Nadu where the TVK, that's Vijay's party, is ahead. So Gautam, I want you to quickly respond also, Rahul, Khalid, Ketki. Rahul, do you agree with, you said 135, Shubhajit is being even more conservative there, saying if the BJP reaches 125, the Trinamool Congress becomes vulnerable. I want responses, quick responses from all of you. Rahul, I'll start with you. Rahul, can you hear me?
Barkha, am I audible?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So 2 points. I think, see, the numbers don't matter, 125, 135. I think I largely agree with Sojit's sort of like argument there, right? It basically opens up a door of possibility now. I don't know what kind of instruments are available to basically make 125 work or 135 work. I just like, the broader point I was trying to make is that they just have to get close to majority mark. They don't have to cross to be in contention, as Subhajit was pointing out. 2, I think I would just like to sort of like add to his point, which is, yes, in previous Bengal elections, you saw one party basically gaining massive victory. And so like a close contest is not likely possible this time. See, the thing is different this time is that BJP is in contention. When Left or TMC was contesting, then the Muslim votes, which is 30% of the population, used to get divided. Now, when BJP contests, it's unlikely to get even 5 or 7% of that, which means TMC is going to start with that block, right? And so BJP has to get 65% of Hindu vote. 65% of 70 actually brings them around 42, 43%. And TMC will also be around that number, 43, 44, right? So the reason why you will get a closer contest is because of this demographic composition. It's like voters can't decide themselves, oh, we are going to go one way. Everyone doesn't talk to everyone, right? It's just the simple arithmetic of any election, which tells whether the elections are going to go one way or it will be closer, right? And because of that, you will see a closer election. And my final point, BJP can lead in seat tally even if it trails in vote share.
That is an interesting point, and I'll get Shubhajit to come in on that. But let's just get quick responses. Gautam, this idea that the BJP doesn't actually have to reach majority on its own, it has to actually breach the psychological 100 mark to start with. It was at 77 the last time. 125, 130 makes the Trinamool Congress vulnerable. After all, Suvendu Adhikari, fighting against Mamata Banerjee, defeated her last time in Nandigram, is a former TMC leader. So, you have that living example there. Got a quick response also, on the fact that the Congress leader, Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, has been actually steadfastly attacking Mamata Banerjee. I'm not saying that's going to change outcomes on the ground, but in terms of rhetoric, is it awkward? I can't hear Gautam. I'm so sorry. I can't hear Gautam. Yeah. Hey, Gautam, I'm so sorry. There seems to be some problem with your connection. Let me get Khalid and Ketki to come in. Ketki, just a quick thought. This idea that you don't actually have to reach a specific number, it also changes the way we look at elections today. Your thoughts, Khalid's thoughts, and then we'll come back to Shubhajit. And I can see Anurag Naidu with us. Good morning, Anurag. Ketki, go ahead. Yeah.
That's right, and this is something that is being talked about, that the BJP doesn't really need to come to the halfway mark. And we've seen that happen in elections in the past, in different states. We have seen that happen. Now, what is interesting, and I would also like to check with Shobhajit if this is something that he's noticed, what is the impact of the almost 9-day no liquor ban, in a sense that there was even all shops were shut. That has an impact. You're also having an impact on the state, because it's almost 1/3 of the month that your revenues suffer, and we're already in a difficult state. There was that bike ban that suddenly came in, and have you seen fish play such an important role in election campaigning during state elections in the past?
Yeah, it's a great question about fish as a metaphor for identity. I think the Trinamool Congress has certainly tried to position this fight as a fight between outsiders and insiders. And I'll get you to come in just on that. Khalid, just a quick comment, because the numbers are coming and I want you to focus very much now on the leads. But just a quick comment there. You can see the numbers of Kerala on your screen as well. The UDF leading in 4 to the LDF in 2. If we switch to Tamil Nadu, I don't think we have leads for Bengal, Assam yet. Could you switch to Tamil Nadu there? Just that one for the TVK. Khalid, quickly before we let you go and look at the numbers.
Yeah, these are very initial leads, and these are on the lines that we all have been, we as posters had been saying, like TVK is going to get good number of vote shares. Let's see like how much of this vote share is going to get converted into the seats. And as for the Kerala also, what we are seeing on the screen, even in the initial leads, it is on the lines what we had been saying, that UDF is likely to come to the power this time. Now coming back to the Bengal and BJP not even reaching even if it doesn't reach the halfway mark, or it doesn't need to reach the halfway mark to come to the power. See, in the past few days, the kind of politics, aggressive politics for which BJP is known, has also a lot to do for this kind of concept, this kind of thoughts being played out now. Out of 10 Rajya Sabha MPs, it has got the 7 of Rajya Sabha MPs from the Aam Aadmi Party. Otherwise, also in the past, what we have been seeing is that the kind of ferocious electioneering that the BJP does. So basically, the subtext of the statement given by Mr. Rahul Verma is that the BJP will use all the Sam, Dam, Dand Bhed. Even if it crosses the 125 or 120 marks, it will, from that mark, it will be just the number of days for which the TMC will remain in power. This is a general discussion that has been going on in the journalistic circles, is that even if BJP crosses the mark of 120, then it is just a matter of time. We will have to see that for how many days TMC will remain in power. So basically, what is being discussed is that BJP will use all instruments to throw TMC out of power and capture power in the West Bengal. But other than that, another thing that which Rahul Verma said, that TMC is supposed to start with the 30%, and BJP is supposed to get 70% of the rest of the 70% to reach the majority mark. I agree with that. But in the rest of the 70%, we need to see that there's a class of voter which are women voters, which have been the backbone of the support for the TMC. In this election, what we have been seeing is that there has been an opposition to the Mamata Banerjee from the women also, but that has been majorly from the urban women. If you look at the rural women voters, they largely have been backing the TMC because of the benefits that they have been getting from the Mamata government. We have been seeing that they are just simply backing the TMC. And here, what in the past few elections, what we have been seeing is that because of the welfare schemes for the women, incumbent governments have been benefiting from those schemes. So we don't see that why TMC not benefiting from it. But then another thing, that for the BJP, it's a tougher battle as compared to the TMC, despite all the anti-incumbency thing with the TMC's MLAs have been facing. Because
so let me add Khalid to Surajit. I'm going to request Khalid and Ketki to maybe hop off now and look at the numbers. Do please keep coming back on air as soon as you have significant updates. Surajit, I know we have only you for a limited time, so let me come to you. Anurag Naidu is with us, political analyst. Gautam Sheth is with us. Vita Gupta, senior journalist, is with us. Surajit, I want to come to you. We have no leads for Bengal right now. Our leads are primarily right now for Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Rahul, if you're paying attention to the leads in Kerala, by the way, 6 for the UDF, 3 for the LDF, 1 for the BJP, 1 for others. And in Tamil Nadu, at last count, we had 1 each. We had 1 each for the DMK and the TVK. Could you rotate the numbers quicker, please? So Shivajit, I'm going to let you come in on what you're going to be looking out for. Is it phase wise? Is it region wise? What's going to be where your energy is focused?
See, the thing is, BJP, as it has been discussed, the percentage of poll, the BJP in 2019 in the Lok Sabha poll. Now we have seen in Lok Sabha poll the percentage of vote for the BJP is going up, and it is coming down in the Vidhan Sabha, in the assembly. Like in Lok Sabha, it went up. I mean, the Hindu vote consolidation was 57% in 2019, and in 2021 it came down sharply. So now, if they have to, it is around 50% now, maybe 48 to 50% according to the last polls. And then if they have to go up to 65%, the Hindu vote consolidation 65%, then it has to really jump it's a big jump. Not just that. I mean, if you look at in the first phase, there were 152 seats. BJP got 59 last time. They expected about 100 and 110 in the first phase out of these 152, where they got 59 in 2021. Now, my information says that their assessment, they are not getting close to 100. It will increase. It will go up from 59 to, let's say, 70, 75. Now, even if they get 75 in the first phase, and we accept what Mr. Verma said, that around 135 they need, then still it is a big leap. It is 60, 65 they have to get. Because in the second phase, which is in South Bengal, out of 142, BJP got 18 seats, only 18 seats. They 13% seats. Trinamool got 87%. So go up from 18 to 65. Now that is 4 times a leap, or maybe 3.5 times. Now that is very, very challenging, especially in that South Bengal. So I think for BJP, it is the second phase is very challenging. First phase too, but first phase they are doing well. First phase they are not doing too badly. The second phase we are unsure. What will happen? What will be the impact of SIR? That is a very critical question, because a lot of people have been dropped. What would be the counting scenario? Because counting, people have been, Trinamool is little. This is one area where, they are a little unsure about these EVMs, how it works and all that. So that is what they have been saying, is that one black hole of which they do not understand much, really. Or maybe they understand, but there is some gap there, as you have seen day before, there has been a big meeting when there's a video conferencing between the top leadership and those people who would be inside the counting center. So altogether, but it's a challenging situation for both. BJP has obviously, they're pulling no punches.
I should say that on our leads, there are BJP leading in 3 seats. Again, these are postal ballots right now, Shivajit. But we have the first leads in for West Bengal, and they've changed as I'm speaking. The BJP is leading in 5, the Trinamool Congress in 1. So those are the images that the numbers that we have on our screen. If you want quick responses, I know we have Shivajit for another 10 minutes, but let me get quick responses in from everybody else. Anurag, any early thoughts? This is a kind of do or die battle for both sides. It has, as Rahul was saying, the reason it feels so different, it has massive, massive national implications. The Bengal leads have started.
Yeah, Barkha, good morning. Thank you for having me on the show. Barkha, all the analysts, all the pollsters will speak about the numbers, 18 to 60% or whatever percentage, South versus North Bengal divide. But Barkha, I think not often the elections are decided on the numbers or the mathematics. They're more about the sentiments and the emotions and the way. What I see is, if you go by the numbers, yes, you will always feel TMC on the heavier side. But, this election, in my view, it's not about the numbers and arithmetics. Yes, I do believe that where BJP holds is about 40% of the seats in overall the states, which is basically on the north side. But the southern Bengal holds the key. There's no rocket science here. We know that. But the point is, you also understand BJP has not been working for this, getting through the South Bengal for last few months only. They've been working hard for the last 15 years. So they have certain equations, some things that we see and some things we don't see. And there are undercurrents in the people, BJP's mechanism we don't see, but I'm sure that they have a formula and they are looking confident. There is something, and the results, Barkha, I have a feeling will surprise everyone. Because I don't think, I've seen BJP for the last 20 years. They prepare inch by inch, step by step. So it is not pure arithmetic. Pure arithmetic, you'll always feel.
By the way, the numbers have changed as we're speaking. It's 13 for the BJP and 9 for the Trinamool Congress. In all our excitement over West Bengal, we cannot forget that there are 3 other states and 1 union territory also to look at. But 16 and 10 now, changing very, very quickly.
Very early.
Okay, I want just quick responses. Smita, if you can give me 2 more minutes, because both Rahul and Shivajit have to just hop off, and I know we have you with a little bit of more time for us. Shivajit, I'm not going to ask you to draw any conclusions from these numbers. This is very early in the morning, but they've, 16 to 10. Pradeep Gupta was saying to me earlier, he doesn't buy this idea of a neck-and-neck battle. He believes it's going to be a very decisive win. Do you agree with that, or do you think it will in fact be a neck-and-neck battle?
Well, as he said, that in Bengal, there has never, in the last 55 years, there never been a neck-and-neck fight. So we all believe that it will be very decisive. And so let us see. It just started. I don't see many of these local channels and networks are giving these numbers. They are not giving anything, in fact, at this point. So it's an interesting situation. Let us see how it moves.
Okay, Rahul, any thoughts? In Assam, by the way, Gautam, Smita, Anurag, it's right now Himanta all the way in the early leads. It's 17 for the BJP, 1 for the Congress. If we can quickly look at Kerala and Tamil Nadu, if it's possible, or go back to one of the other states. But I need to see Bengal on my screen, please. Also, okay, so the TVK and DMK in 1 each in Tamil Nadu. And if we can go back to either Bengal or Kerala, Kerala is 6 for the UDF, 3 for the LDF, 1 for the BJP. Okay, and West Bengal is wrong. Please update your figures. It's showing, there it is, 22 to 11. 22 for the BJP, 11 leads for the TMC in very early morning counting of postal ballots. Rahul?
So my first reaction would be to not draw any conclusions from these till at least 10:30 a.m. It's hazardous to make any predictions based on early leads. 10:30 a.m. is when leads will start settling in. You and I or anyone can believe anything. Arithmetic doesn't work on beliefs. I gave you the arithmetic. My vote shares are.
So before both of you go, your magic number is 135, Rahul?
No, I don't have any magic number. I'm saying my analysis basically tells me that in this election, BJP has a narrow corridor available for itself to power in West Bengal.
Okay.
That's where I will leave it.
And Shubhajit, would you agree with that? Sorry, Rahul, you say BJP has a narrow corridor available for power?
This election, yes.
Is that a description you agree with?
But yes, BJP, if they manage to get 125, it would be difficult for Trinamool Congress. That's what I believe at this stage. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say thank you to both Shubhajit.
Tamil Nadu.
Sorry, Rahul. Rahul, say that again. Can we switch to Tamil Nadu for a second while Rahul is talking about Tamil Nadu? Yeah, go ahead. Rahul.
More fascinating election in this time is Tamil Nadu. See, I think Bengal, by its nature in last 15 years, the gap between TMC and BJP was 10 percentage point, but you just need a 5%, 6 percentage points swing to change things, which can happen. But because in Tamil Nadu, you have an unknown factor who can end up at 10%, 20%, 30%, right? It just changes politics.
But I should say, Rahul, that the DMK in the last 2 minutes, there are 11 leads now for the DMK compared to the 1 each that we were looking at just 5 minutes ago.
I'm not saying like how many seats they are going to get. All I'm saying is because of that unknown factor of TVK and where it will end up, there will remain a lot of uncertainty even when the polls results come out, not in terms of government formation, but in terms of how this will shape up in next 3 to 4 years, right? whether TVK stays, whether TVK grows, whether TVK joins an alliance. So Tamil Nadu will remain in flux for many more months and years to come compared to Bengal. Bengal would be settled most likely by evening, if not in next few months.
Okay, most likely settled by evening, if not in the next few months. It seems to be a suggestion there, Shivajit, that if it isn't a very decisive mandate for either side, both parties will be vulnerable, perhaps the TMC more than the BJP. Just a very quick last thought, then I'm going to come to Anurag, Smita and Gautam. Shivajit?
I think the counting would be a little slow this time because I think both sides have decided that whenever the other side moves a little ahead, they will go for the recounting. This is a decision. This is a decision on part of both sides. So if they keep on asking for recounting till they go towards the end part of when it is decided, and if they continue to have it for the first 10 rounds, then I think it will be very slow, very, very slow.
Okay, I'm going to say thank you to Shivajit and Rahul. I know that both of you have to hop off. We hope to see you later in the day. Let's open this up. Anurag, I know you sent a message that you can't hear me. Can you hear me, Anurag? Anurag, can you hear me? Okay, Anurag can't hear me. Let's bring in Gautam and Smita. Gautam, early thoughts on, I need to do a rotation of all of the states. Assam right now is very clearly tilted, as the exit polls have suggested, towards the BJP. But again, no conclusions in this early hour of counting on any state. 23 leads for the BJP, 2 for the Congress, none for the others. Could I see some other states, please? West Bengal has become tighter in the last few minutes. It's 32 leads for the BJP, 27 for the Trinamool Congress. Could we pull up Kerala and Tamil Nadu? We have 11 there in the lead for the DMK, 1 for the AIADMK, 3 for the TVK, that's Vijay's party. And if we could possibly look at Kerala, that would be great as well. Okay, Kerala's coming in 2 minutes. Let's get responses to this. Gautam, could we just go back to Bengal for a second, please? The latest figures we have. So Bengal right now is 34 to 28, at least in the early stages of counting. It is neck and neck, even if Access by India's Pradeep Gupta says in the end it will be a decisive victory. You heard Shivajit and Rahul saying that actually for the BJP, they don't need a majority of their own in Bengal to make the Trinamool Congress vulnerable. 125 to 130 seats could do the job, could do the trick. Do you agree with that, Gautam? What do you say?
You see, Barkha, can you hear me now?
I can in fact hear you.
Yeah, so it's so sad that on a day when we should be celebrating the democratic ethos of the country, we are discussing that 125 or 130 seats are enough. And even before results are out, MLA poaching is what is being openly talked about. And that is what the BJP has brought down the discourse of the country to. It is not the journalists to be blamed. It is how the BJP has operated. And that is very, very sad. The Congress does not stand for such values. The Congress believes that the mandate given by the people should be respected. And the mandate should be fair. And the elections should be fair. That is what the Congress stands for. And let me tell you, it's going to be a very sad day for the Bharatiya Janata Party today. Apart from Assam, where they have a slight chance in a tightly contested election.
Well, the Trinamool is just inched ahead in the leads. It's at 40 to the BJP's 37. Sorry, Gautam, complete your point.
Yeah, so I was just saying it's going to be a very sad day for the Bharatiya Janata Party because apart from Assam, where they have a thin chance of winning because of a tightly contested election, all other states are going to go to the Congress or the India Alliance partners. It is going to be the day of India Alliance and not of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is for sure a writing written on the wall, Barkha.
Okay, I want to welcome Venkat S, who has been doing data crunching on the TVK specifically, and we look at Tamil Nadu in just a moment. Welcome to the program. Smita Gupta, senior journalist, Anurag Naidu, political analyst, is with us. Anurag, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Yeah, okay. So we have the Trinamool Congress, 43 leads to the BJP's 38. I was just saying Pradeep Gupta may say it's not neck and neck, but the way the early leads are going in Bengal, it is neck and neck. Anurag and Smita, quick responses on Bengal, and then we'll turn our attention to the south and to Assam, of course. Anurag.
Yeah, like I said, Barkha, I think it's going to be tight, as everyone says. But you know, from a BJP's point of view, it will be a substantial gain. I clearly see a simple majority. Like I said, I'll repeat. I clearly see a simple majority for BJP. They will cross the halfway mark.
What gives you that confidence, Anurag? Because I don't know, you joined us a bit late, but we had our experts, Shubhajit Bakshi from Bengal, saying that actually he didn't think the BJP even needed to reach the simple majority. He felt that if the BJP reached about 125 to 135, the TMC would be vulnerable. Gautam Seth of the Congress says that this is terrible. You're actually talking about splitting parties even before the numbers are in. What do you say to that, Anurag?
It's not going to be easy, Barkha. Even if they get 125, it's not going to be overnight game. That's what I can tell you. Even if it is 125 BJP, Mamta will still get sworn in as a chief minister, and there'll be a fight. And there'll be Mamta is a fighter. You know that. I mean, TMC will be on the roads. Mamta will fight it out. All the poaching and everything. So it's not going to be easy. But let's say today's situation. Let's say if they get 125, I don't see BJP forming the government or making a chief minister in place, putting a chief minister in place. But their only game would be when they get a clear majority. Maybe 4 or 5 here and there, but I think close to 150 is for sure. Otherwise, I think they'll stay away for some time.
You're saying if the BJP doesn't hit 150, you think it will stay away. I want Ketki, you want to just take us through the 4 states, the numbers we have, and then I'll get Smita and Venkat for comments. Let's start with Bengal. Guys, we need to rotate those numbers quickly, but let's start with Bengal. Ketki, it's over to you.
All right. In West Bengal, TMC now leading with 53 seats, with the BJP just a little behind at 41. Assam, as exit polls had suggested, Himanta Biswa Sarma ahead in Assam on 29 seats. INC, that's the Congress, on 7 seats ahead in Assam. Now, Assam was always going to be this battle where all exit polls had said that it was going to be a return for Himanta Biswa Sarma. That itself is a big deal because remember, this used to be a Congress bastion till the BJP took over, and Himanta Biswa Sarma is actually an import into the BJP from the Congress party. Let's move on to the next state now. And next after Assam,
let's move on. Please give her the next state. Give Ketki the next state, guys. Give her the next state.
Let's look at, West Bengal. Let's quickly recap that. 53, TMC in the lead, 41, BJP in the lead. Let's go to the states in the south now. And Kerala, LDF, 4 for the LDF and 9 for the UDF. Now this is
look at the BJP figure. Look at the BJP figure.
Absolutely. Yes. BJP is, and this is the interesting part in Kerala this time around. It's always been left in, left out, Congress in, or UDF in, UDF out. This is the first time we're seeing now this actually shaping up to be a 3-way contest with the BJP ahead on 5 seats in Kerala and 1 for the others. Tamil Nadu, DMK ahead, 23 seats, AIADMK 3 seats, and TVK again. That has made this contest very interesting because again, Tamil Nadu for decades has been about DMK, AIADMK. And now TVK, Vijay making not just his political debut, but will he be a kingmaker? Will he end up becoming king? That is also something that Tamil Nadu is talking about. Barkha?
Yeah, Kirti, I'm told the Kerala numbers have changed as we were speaking. They don't seem to have changed, but guys, they look exactly the same. But the BJP leading in 5 seats, we're going to watch that space very carefully. That is certainly an interesting sort of development there. But again, we are in very early stages. We can't make conclusions from any state right now. I want to come to Smita Gupta. Could we just go back? Kirti, I want to let you hop off, maybe come back when you have more numbers for us. Smita, let's go to West Bengal. The numbers there are really moving quite fast. We can take Kirti to the back end and get her back for more numbers. Smita, we have, I was waiting for something there to come, but let the numbers just come up in a second. We have leads on West Bengal, 66 for the Trinamool Congress to 50 for the BJP. Anurag Naidu, Smita says that if the BJP doesn't hit at least 150 on their own, they would want to stay away from government formation. Very unlike our other commentators who said that for the BJP, the magic figure is somewhere between 125 to 135. Assam, very clear lead right now in the early hours for the BJP, 30 to the Congress's 9 in Assam. Could we switch to Kerala and Tamil Nadu, please? Do we have those numbers? Okay. No, so then go back to West Bengal and let me get Smita's responses. Yes, Smita, go ahead. Sorry. I'll let you fix that and get Venkat in the meantime, but I'll need the Tamil. Are you able to hear me, Smita?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we were discussing West Bengal.
Yeah.
I first wanted to begin with something a senior West Bengal bureaucrat, I mean, a retired bureaucrat, but deeply involved and interested in politics, told me. He said that either the TMC will win or the BJP will not be able to rule. You know, which suggests that there will be, if the results are close, then there will be a lot of violence in Bengal. And we can see already that the BJP has said, I mean, the Home Minister said that for the next 6 weeks after the election results, that there'll be a lot of armed forces there on the ground. So that is the one thing I want to say. But I think the main thing in this election in Bengal is what role has, will this revision of the electoral rolls, what role will that play in the final result? Who has been disenfranchised? Because it was actually these elections should not have been held at all. Till either you should go by the old rolls, or you should actually have adjudicated on all those who have been asked, who have become victims of that logical discrepancy. So that is a very big factor. Who has been disenfranchised? Is it equal? I mean, is it that, the Matuas and Rajbangshis who have been, whom the BJP was relying on, they are equal in number to the, the Muslims who have been disenfranchised, or is it skewed? We don't know. So I think that is really the main factor in this election, because the other issues of anti-incumbency, I mean, can be seen in the in the like cities like Calcutta among the upper middle class. They have been talking about anti-incumbency, not having clean roads and all. But for the vast majority in the rural areas, Mamta still remains the key figure. And Mamta, by using the IPAC as a kind of parallel machinery to her own workers, her own cadres, has been able to keep a distance from the anti-incumbency. Somehow that anti-incumbency doesn't touch Mamta's own.
So let's just look at the Bengal figures, if we can lurch back to the east, and then I want to come to Venkat, Anurag, Gautam, also on what's happening in the other states. At this moment, it's what, 8:40 in the morning. We have Trinamool Congress leading in 65 to the BJP leading in 51. So, at least going by the early hours of counting, if you try to say something to me, you'll have to be a little clearer, because, okay, it's changed again. Yes, 63 to 59. This is what happens in early hours. The numbers change very, very quickly. So it's 63 for the Trinamool Congress to 59 for the BJP. Could we look at the next state, please? Assam is 33 for the BJP, 10 leads for the Congress. Now the next, please, Kerala. I really would like to know some more information. This is very interesting because you have 10 for the UDF, 4 for the LDF, but you have 5 leads for the BJP. Again, early morning, but it would be interesting to explore this development. And now we come to Tamil Nadu. Venkat, good morning, and I want your first responses. We had Access by India projecting highest vote share, or at least as high as the DMK for the TVK. But the big question was whether that vote share would translate into seats. At the moment, Venkat, what we're looking at is 28 leads for the DMK, 3 for the AIADMK and allies. I need to go back to Tamil Nadu, guys. I was looking at Tamil Nadu, and 7 for the TVK. Venkat, any thoughts on these early leads? I know you've been doing the numbers yourself on Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. See, I would say that within 2 hours, we know how the things were projecting, like how the numbers were going on for TN. So that would have been a right way to look at it. But if you ask me where
we will keep looking at it as they keep changing. That's the nature of the business. Yes.
No, the thing is, I would say that minimum TVK can get up to 75 seats and close to the vote share of 32% vote share. So that's the minimum thing I'm looking at it. There are high chances it can go up to 95 seats, close to that.
So you actually believe? No. So here's the question for you, Venkat, very quickly, and we can get you in later when we have more data from Tamil Nadu. But are you saying that you believe that the TVK. Okay, I'm coming to Bengal in just a second, where the BJP is inched ahead of the Trinamool Congress 71 to 65. But just one comment on Tamil Nadu, if I can go back very quickly to Tamil Nadu. Venkat, the big question is, Access My India gave 35% each to the TVK and to the DMK. But the conversion into seats is the big question. And
अरे मैडम कैसे गाड़ी चलाते हो? चालान कटेगा। चलिए बारी। डायलेक्ट डैश कैम। जिसकी गाड़ी में ये चलता है, उसका स्कैम नहीं चलता। स्कैम। सड़कों पे स्कैम करने वाले विलेंस तो बहुत मिलेंगे, लेकिन हीरो सिर्फ डायलेक्ट डैश कैम। तो आप क्या चूज करोगे? स्कैम या डैश कैम?
But you do concede, and let's wait for more numbers to come in,
Yes.
that while the TVK will do well at vote share, whether that conversion takes place into seats is a big question. Now, before we come back to Bengal, Anurag, you wanted to come in? You wanted to come in?
Barkha, yes. Barkha, take it from me. TVK will put up a stellar performance. Not anywhere close to the majority. I still feel DMK would form the government comfortably, and I'll tell you two quick reasons. One of the things which is very surprising for me, or I mean, not as much as others might have felt, but I feel that the people of Tamil Nadu has already chosen TVK to be their party number 2, the opposition. The space which was earlier supposed to be taken by the AIADMK and in the leadership of the party, I don't think they have created enough confidence in the voters that they are there to, they are forced to reckon with. So that vote has shifted to BJP. Now, I see an important shift, Barkha. Although the Chennai and the rural pocket is the only belt where DMK and TVK are on a fight, and TVK might just give a tough contest and take away some seats in the Chennai, all 16 seats of the Chennai region. But the delta is still very strongly, I get a sense that will still continue to be with DMK, where they already, in the last election, they had about 40-45,000 on an average, lead. The place where they are getting hit is the South. South is where AIADMK is getting a big hit. The Gounders who are giving almost 97% seats in the Coimbatore and the Western Belt doesn't look to be going the way of AIADMK. If the Gounders are not sticking to Edapadi, it's very difficult for him to stay at the leadership position, because what he gets as a value from his side is the Gounder votes. And the Tevars, who were almost 50% of them always backing the AIADMK, are also shifting. So South and West is where a major erosion can be seen, and where the substantial vote share and also a bit of numbers is where Vijay will put out. So I clearly see Vijay getting a very handsome number.
Right, we'll have to wait a bit for Tamil Nadu. I want to welcome Dr. Sanjay Baru to the program as well. Khalid, okay, West Bengal at the moment, the BJP is leading in 84 to the Trinamool Congress's 70 seats. Let's go through all of the states. Khalid, in Tamil Nadu, the DMK right now is very comfortably in the lead in 42 seats to the TVK's 9. And that is the point that Venkat was making right now, that the TVK's vote share, he expects to be much better than the conversion of that vote share into seats. Anurag disagrees with that. Khalid, you want to tell us what's happening in Kerala? I have updates from my colleague Ketki saying that the BJP Sobha Surendran is leading in the Palakkad postal votes. These are all postal votes that are coming in and so on. But in these postal ballots, the BJP is leading in 6, the UDF in 14, and the LDF in 4. Khalid, a quick update.
These are very initial leads, so we'll have to wait and see where does it go from here. But one thing is for sure, that we are seeing an opening for the BJP this time, a good opening for the BJP in Kerala. And even in the last elections, it had won 1 seat and more than 16% of the vote share. Even in the last assembly elections, if we look at the vote share, it had got a good number of vote shares, around 11%. But though it had not won the seat, so it has been growing consistently in the vote share. So this time we'll be seeing Kerala BJP winning some seats in Kerala. So, but the number of seats that it would be winning won't be the deciding factor in who is going to form the government. But definitely it will create a space in terms of the numbers of seats that it will win this time. It will not be like the previous 2021 elections. It is definitely going to win some number of seats in the Kerala this time. Yes.
Okay, Khalid, I'm going to let you hop off. You and Ketki should just jump on anytime you have significant leads. Don't wait for us to ask you. Just come on and give us those updates. Yeah, Ketki, you have any quick update? You want to take us through all the states and then we'll open up for reactions. Ketki, over to you.
All right, like you pointed out, let's start with Kerala, LDF.
I just can't see Ketki. Where did Ketki go? Yeah, there she is.
All right.
Yeah.
Kerala, 5, LDF trailing, as in right now we did expect that, the UDF will do better. So 15 seats, UDF leading. BJP, that number from 5 has now gone to 6. We've also seen that, like you mentioned, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's in Trivandrum, there are reports and things are moving really fast. So, initially he was trailing, now there's a lead coming in for him. So again, very early numbers, postal ballots still being counted. In Palakkad, so Shobha Surendran, she's also from the BJP, she's also leading. And the 6 seats, we're also going to get you those in a short while from now. But let's move on to Tamil Nadu. DMK, 43 seats, leading on those for AIADMK. That big number coming in from TVK, 12, leading on 12 seats. Very interesting campaign run by TVK. That actually, a lot of it driven by youngsters on social media. Is that the impact of just Vijay and the charisma that he brings, but also the fact that TVK managed to run a very successful campaign as well, even though Vijay himself did not campaign everywhere as much as perhaps he would have wanted to. Let's move on to the next stage now. Assam. Pretty much in expected lines, Himanta Biswa Sarma comfortably ahead, BJP leading on 50 seats and Congress on 11. This is an interesting battle because there'll be questions raised on the Congress leadership. This was a state the Congress had for 15 years. The BJP now looking so comfortable. And also Himanta Biswa Sarma as a leader, not just of the BJP, but of the Northeast, emerging as a big leader there. Let's move on from Assam now to the next state, the big state of West Bengal. TMC now ahead on 87 seats, but look at that number.
No, TMC not ahead. BJP ahead of TMC.
TMC ahead on 87 seats?
Yes,
but
yes.
BJP ahead on 93. That number is going to be something that everyone is going to keep their eyes peeled out for.
Okay, yeah, Kitty, we'll let you hop off. Mr. Venkat, I'm going to bring you back in a little while when we have more data on Tamil Nadu, but so we hope to see you shortly as well. Let's open this up. I want to go back. So Kerala, we're trying to get a little more data on the 6 seats that the BJP is leading in. Anurag, you wanting to come in? Then I'll bring in Dr. Baru for first comments. Yes, Anurag.
Yeah, just quickly on Kerala, Barkha, what will be interesting to see is which way does the BJP go? Meaning, what kind of votes the BJP is getting? If they are successful in creating a dent in the LDF vote bank, then BJP is the party to bet on for the future. The UD eating into a lot of UDF votes will be very temporary. They will not stay. But the Hindu majority, the Iruvas and the Nayars, they need to stick strongly. So the core base of LDF, if BJP is able to make inroads there, I think they have a future.
Okay, I want to just take you through all of the numbers. I was told that the BJP was leading in about 99 seats in Bengal. We're waiting for that graphic to be updated on our screen. In Tamil Nadu, in the meantime, the DMK is leading in. Okay, the BJP just touched the 100 mark in Bengal. Now, that is an important number. But again, it is early in the morning. So we're all going to be having to hold all of our horses before drawing any conclusions from any state. It is a fierce contest, and you can see it in the numbers. The BJP is leading in 100 seats in Bengal to the Trinamool's 91. If we can quickly look at the other states, I know you're still updating them, but 61 for the DMK in Tamil Nadu, 14 for the AIADMK and allies, and the TVK catching up there. The TVK is now ahead. Anurag, you might want to look at that. The TVK is now ahead of the AIADMK, BJP and other allies in Tamil Nadu, at least in early leads to 14 for the AIADMK. The UDF, the BJP maintaining its lead in 6 seats. We're awaiting more details in that. The UDF leading comfortably ahead of the LDF in 18 to the LDF is 6. Gotham, the numbers, again, I'm not asking you to draw any conclusions yet. Assam is very, very distinct, the lead. I want you to talk about the fact that, You know, they say when a party loses a state 3 times, it's very difficult for that party to come back in that state. The Congress has experienced that in states like Gujarat. You could be looking at that in Assam. Meanwhile, the big news coming is that the BJP has breached, as of now, this is leads change all the time. These are health warnings, but the BJP has crossed the 100 mark in Bengal to the Trinamool Congress's 92. Gautam, state of the Congress, your responses, please.
I think it's more or less postal ballots being counted as of now. The rounds of counting are yet to begin. What is very shocking for me to see is 6 leads for the BJP in Kerala. Let me be honest, I don't think they are winning more than 1 or 2 seats in and around Trivandrum. That is where we were seeing that they are in contest. Apart from that, the BJP wasn't in contest at all. It wasn't a factor in Kerala at all. And I think by the evening today, we should be talking about the failure of Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah in states like Kerala, in states like Tamil Nadu. In Assam, as I told you, they might have a clear edge. But when it comes to Bengal also, Trinamool Congress is going to be performing well. And the Congress also this time is going to be leading in a few seats there. And we are going to take our tally to better than what it was before. And that will be visible to you.
Okay, I can't argue this with you right now because we just don't have enough data points. We all have to wait. Dr. Baru, good morning. The TVK, by the way, in the last few minutes has really caught up in the leads. It's leading in 32, very distinctly ahead. Could I just go back to Tamil Nadu for half a second? Yes, very distinctly ahead of the AIADMK, the BJP and its allies, 66 for the DMK. Let's quickly look now at the other states. If you could change, West Bengal is 102 leads for the BJP to 95 for the Trinamool Congress. Certainly a neck and neck in the early counting. Let's go on now to Kerala. We do need more information on which these 6 seats are that the BJP is leading in. Could I request our producers to come on air and do tell us which 6 seats the BJP is leading in Kerala? But that's a big piece of news this morning. The UDF leading in 18, the LDF leading in 6, and Assam, a very comfortable lead this morning for Himanta Biswa Sarma in 50 to the Congress's 11. Sanjay Baru, I was just speaking earlier to Rahul Verma and I said, why does this assembly election feel different? And he said, perhaps because it has great capacity to impact national politics. Whichever way this goes, the TMC has now inched ahead of the BJP. It's changing with every round. The BJP has now fallen below 100 to 98. The TMC has now breached the 100 mark. This yo-yo will continue. Dr. Baru, your first thoughts.
Well, Barkha, the only reason I'm on this show is because you asked me to be on it. Otherwise, at this time in the morning, I would not spend much time speculating. But I think the 2 interesting things which I'll comment on. One is that in Tamil Nadu, we see a return of a film actor into the political space after a long time. The last film star who made it big in Tamil politics was M.G. Ramachandran. And after that, we've had a period in which we have had non-film politicians. And now with this young boy coming in, I think it's an interesting. I mean, he probably end up as leader of the opposition, but nevertheless, for Tamil politics, where after all, cinema and politics began with Tamil Nadu. It was Tamil Nadu that brought film stars into politics, followed by my state of Andhra Pradesh, where N.T. Ramarao came in. So I think that's an interesting development, that the AIADMK is virtually unimportant, which I'm not surprised about. And that this Vijay has emerged as the kind of focus of the non-DMK vote. That's, to me, the most interesting data point till now this morning. The second thing, of course, is in the case of Bengal, we don't know what exactly is being counted, because I keep hearing people saying it's only postal ballots. I don't know if you're moved away from postal ballots. But you see, Bengal election is fundamentally different from all the other state elections. Because in Bengal, it is really about the future leadership of the opposition. And I'm not surprised that the BJP has gone all guns blazing into Bengal. Mamata Banerjee is a most important credible opposition leader in India today. And defeating her in Bengal was a priority number 1. In fact, I've heard analysis saying that if the margins are narrow, the BJP would do in Bengal what it did in Maharashtra, which is to simply have crossovers and form a government or break up the...
Well, I should say we actually had a very senior journalist from Bengal a few moments ago, and he said if the BJP hits, according to him, 125 seats, he believes that Trinamool Congress would be vulnerable.
Exactly. So, unless the gap is large enough, I think TMC would be vulnerable. So, Bengal was where the entire firepower was focused on, because it is not just about winning in Bengal. It was more than that. But Kerala is Tweedledum, Tweedledee all the time. The left and LDF. The left had held for a longer time than normal, but not surprisingly, the Congress is back. So that's my wisdom at this point of time in the morning. I think really the most important result for the country is Bengal. For the individual states, of course, whatever happens is important for them. But from a national point of view, I think it's the Bengal result which will make a huge difference to national politics.
And we'll get into, what either scenario might mean. Like, I think you're absolutely right that if Mamata Banerjee does manage to retain Bengal, that she is the undisputed face of the national opposition. But it would depend on the margins, frankly, whichever way it ends. If it's too close for comfort, she may want to manage the state. At the moment, both parties have breached the 100 mark in Bengal. It's 110 leads for the BJP to 100 in Bengal. As we keep looking at Bengal, I want quick updates from Khalid and Ketki. Ketki, do you want to take Tamil Nadu? And Khalid, I'm going to request you to take Kerala, because we have a very interesting 6 leads for the BJP there. So Ketki, quickly, Ketki on Tamil Nadu.
All right. Actually, Barkha, let me just quickly tell you which those seats are where.
Okay, then let's do Kerala with Ketki. Yeah.
Right. Palakkad is one of those where we talked about BJP's candidate, a female candidate, leading on that. Shobha Surendran is leading on that, and she is up against actually a TV personality, Ramesh Pisharori. So she's leading against him. In Aluva is the second constituency. Malappuram, Nimom is the other one as well. Now, these are the ones where the BJP is currently leading in Kerala. And those numbers are also changing rather rapidly. So these are, of course, early leads. So we're getting in those numbers. And in Kerala, Palakkad, that lead she's maintained pretty well. And we're seeing more seats also get added to it now. That is an interesting number in Kerala. And in Aluva, as I said, M.A. Brahmaraj of the BJP is leading in Aluva right now.
Okay, Ketki, we're going to let you hop off. Do hop back on. Just don't wait for us. Just, turn your camera on and give us a significant update whenever you have it. Khalid, you want to add to what's happening? I want to welcome Dr. JS from the BJP in Tamil Nadu. Dr. JS, can you hear me? Good morning. Just say something because your signal looks a bit patchy. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you very clearly.
I'm so sorry.
Can you hear me?
Could you reconnect? The signal's really bad. I'd request you. Yeah, it's really patchy. Request you to reconnect. Smita, let's bring you in. I think Dr. Baru says, and would you agree with that the election of West Bengal is the one that impacts national politics the most? We have, though, in Kerala, a very interesting situation happening right now where the BJP is leading in 8 seats, 30 for the UDF, 10 for the LDF. Could you give me another state, please? I would like to look at the other states. In the meantime, I want to welcome Ashwini Shahi of the BJP to the program. And Assam, the BJP is leading in 55 to the Congress's 12. I also want to welcome Malika Roy Chaudhary, a TMC supporter and lawyer. Good morning, Malika. And we have Tamil Nadu, 39 now for the TVK, 19 for the AIADMK and allies, and 74 for the DMK. Ashwini ji, namaskar. Malika, hi, good morning, namaskar. Smita, let's bring you in. Tamil Nadu is interesting but ambivalent. Kerala has a very intriguing 8 leads for the BJP. West Bengal, the one that everybody is actually watching very closely, is 113 leads for the BJP to 100 for the Trinamool Congress. Smita Gupta, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Sanjay that, West Bengal is the key election in this, and that it will have a major impact on national politics, whichever way the result goes eventually. And that Mamata will definitely, if she manages to retain her chief ministership, will emerge as the most I don't know, undisputed, I don't know, but certainly the most credible face of the opposition. Somebody who has really provided that kind of leadership and taken the BJP on frontally in a way that none of the other parties has done. As far as the elections in Tamil Nadu and Kerala are concerned, one factor that I would be interested in knowing how much it played, the delimitation question. You know, because that was something we saw when the BJP tried to bring it in parliament, the entire South voted against it. Now, for the Anna DMK, which is an alliance with the BJP, was that a negative factor? But simultaneously, we are seeing in Kerala that the BJP is doing well. So, you know, it's difficult to read, you know, what the reasons are, what was playing out, and how much this question of delimitation impacted, will impact the elections in the 3 southern states. As far as Assam is concerned, yes, I feel that, you know, I mean, I don't think there is much doubt that the BJP will win a 3rd victory, and that is really bad news for the Congress party. For the Congress, therefore, that victory in Kerala is extremely important. And if they lose Assam again, you know, the question will be asked, is now the Congress a party confined to the south? If it wins Kerala, it has Karnataka and it has Telangana. So what about, you know, the entire north?
So yeah, I think that's a great question. Before I get Ashwini and Malika to come in on what's happening in Bengal, Sanjay, I think what's at stake for the Congress is a critical question that is raised by Smita, that if you take a scenario where the Congress loses Assam, it's actually a non-player in Tamil Nadu, where Rahul Gandhi actually didn't even campaign with Stalin, and you had Congress leaders openly calling, some Congress leaders openly calling for an alliance with the TVK, which is now, by the way, leading in 41 to the DMK's 73. And if it loses Assam for the 3rd consecutive time, you know, it is a situation where Kerala is literally its only hope, but then people may start calling it a party of the South.
Yes, I mean, look, I mean, for Rahul Gandhi, there were 2 options, right, going into this election. One option is to make sure that he remains the leader of the opposition. So if Mamta losing in Bengal doesn't make a difference, you know, he will, with Mamta losing Bengal, she is out of the game. And in 2029, it will be Modi versus Rahul Gandhi. That's one scenario for him. The second scenario would have been to work with Mamta, work with Stalin to ensure their victories, so that the India alliance remains big enough. It seems he's opted for the earlier strategy of, you know, basically ensuring that he remains relevant in national politics, and his focus is on 2029. So Mamta being defeated in Bengal doesn't hurt him. Stalin not doing that well in Tamil Nadu doesn't hurt him, and his not doing that well anywhere else doesn't hurt him now, because the focus is on 2029. That's what it seems to be. Otherwise, I would have expected the Congress to work with Mamata Banerjee in Bengal, to work with Stalin in Tamil Nadu, to strengthen the India alliance, rather than look at the elections purely from a Congress point of view.
Okay, a lot to talk about. Khalid, I know you have some information on the 8 seats that the BJP is leading in Kerala, but I want to bring in Malika and Ashwini on what's happening in Bengal. Malika Roy Chaudhary, you're a lawyer, but you're also a supporter of the Trinamool Congress. Could we just have the Bengal numbers? The BJP is right now leading in 116 to the 102 for the Trinamool Congress. I know it's still early in the day, but are you nervous? Malika, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? Malika, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. No, Malika, I can't hear you. अश्विनी जी, अगर आप इन आंकड़ों पे कुछ कहना चाहें, अब एक सवाल पूछते बदल गए, सवाल पूछते आंकड़े बदल गए. 122 leads for the BJP to 105 for the Trinamool Congress. ये तो मानना पड़ेगा कि टक्कर की लड़ाई तो है. प्रदीप गुप्ता ने कहा था कि नेक एंड नेक नहीं होगा, टक्कर की लड़ाई नहीं होगी, लेकिन लग तो यही रहा है. अच्छा, मलिका जी को भी अब आवाज शायद आ रही थी. मलिका, मैं पूछ रही थी, are you nervous?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
No, not feeling any nervous, because now actually अभी तो postal ballot में हो रहा है, तो पोस्टल बैलेट में ऐसा ही ट्रेंडिंग होता ही है अगेंस्ट गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से, लेकिन अभी पता चल जाएगा और ममता बनर्जी को कोई हरा नहीं पाएगा ममता बनर्जी को। तो ये हम लोग का बहुत 100% या 200% कॉन्फिडेंस है। और अभी पोस्टल बैलेट में ऐसा ही होता है हर टाइम में, हर 2021 में भी ऐसे ही ट्रेंड थे, बीजेपी आगे चले जा रहे थे, लेकिन बाद में अगर आफ्टर 10 AM हम लोग पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगा।
अच्छा, 10 बजे के बाद आपको लगता है कि हाँ
100 जब पब्लिक का वोटिंग आएगा ना, जब पब्लिक का वोटिंग आएगा, ममता बनर्जी ग्राउंड लेवल से स्टार्ट करके बहुत सारी ईच एंड एवरी पीपल के लिए ममता बनर्जी थे और है और रहेगा अभी। तो इसलिए माय कॉन्फिडेंस इज 200% इंक्रीज। सो दैट्स व्हाई ये दिस टाइम इज पोस्टल बैलेट इज काउंटिंग, तो इसमें कोई मायने नहीं रखेंगे।
मुझे बताइए मल्लिका जी, बिफोर अश्विनी जी कम्स इन, क्या आपको लगता है कि ये ममता बनर्जी का सबसे कठिन, जिसको कहते हैं ना बिगेस्ट फाइट ऑफ हर लाइफ, जिंदगी की सबसे बड़ी चुनौती, क्या वो है? क्योंकि इस पे भी दो राय है कि SIR उनके लिए फायदेमंद रहेगा एज अ पॉलिटिकल इशू की नुकसान देगा, ये जो SIR को लेकर सारी लड़ाई हुई।
एकदम नहीं, SIR एक इशू है, लेकिन SIR हम लोग के लिए कोई इशू नहीं है, वो बुमेरंग हो गया बीजेपी का, क्योंकि बहुत सारी हिंदू मुस्लिम बहुत सारी कम्युनिटी का नेम ऑलरेडी रिमूव हो चुका है। तो और ममता जी का, हम लोग दीदी का, वो हर ईयर ईच एंड एवरी डे वो पब्लिक के साथ रहता है। तो दैट्स व्हाई उसके लिए कोई टफ इलेक्शन ये नहीं है। लेकिन हाँ, अभी जो बीजेपी कर रहे हैं, जो करप्शन कर रहे हैं, उसके अगेंस्ट में हम लोग का लड़ाई है, बट पब्लिक विद अस, ये 100%। तो SIR इज नॉट इशू, बिकॉज SIR ऑलरेडी बूमेरंग हो गया फॉर बीजेपी के लिए, ये हम लोग कह सकते हैं।
अच्छा, आप कह रहे हैं कि SIR बूमरैंग हो गया। अश्विनी जी, इस पे मैं आपका भी रिस्पांस चाहूंगी। बहुत से बीजेपी के अपने सपोर्टर्स हैं, उन्होंने भी मुझे ये कहा कि SIR ने एक सिंपैथी क्रिएट की ममता बनर्जी के लिए, एक मुस्लिम वोटर का कंसोलिडेशन क्रिएट किया। इस पे आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? बंगाल के जो आंकड़े हैं लेकिन अभी बीजेपी के लिए आगे हैं, 120 सीट में बीजेपी आगे है टू 107 फॉर द तृणमूल कांग्रेस। अश्विनी जी।
बरखा जी, अभी एक आध घंटे हम आपके साथ हैं और आंकड़े बहुत बदलेंगे। अभी वाकई पोस्टल बैलेट है, लेकिन पोस्टल बैलेट में जनता का रुझान पता चल गया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है। ये चुनाव जनता बनाम ममता का है, ये चुनाव भाजपा और TMC का नहीं है। जनता बदलाव चाहती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कड़ी मेहनत, वहां से भय को दूर करना, आधी आबादी का उस भयग्रस्त माहौल से एक ये कहिए कि जो है निकलना बाहर घर से, जो कंपनियां CRPF की लगी हैं वहां, इन लोगों का डर बता रहा है। आपने तो पूरा चुनाव कवर किया, आप बताइए पहले के पिछले चुनाव में जो हिंसा हुई थी, उस हिंसा के मुकाबले इस बार 0 हिंसा थी। तो ये भयमुक्त माहौल जो है बनाया हुआ था, उसको हम लोग मतलब CRPF के द्वारा जो बनाया गया भयमुक्त माहौल, जो भययुक्त माहौल से बाहर निकालकर महिलाओं को ले आया है, वोटिंग परसेंटेज बढ़ा है। और आज के दिन में कहीं भी आप देखिए, आसाम में शानदार हम लोग आगे चल रहे हैं, पश्चिम बंगाल, चलिए नेक टू नेक फाइट इसमें दिखा रहा है, लेकिन अभी 2 घंटे के बाद सारी चीजें क्लियर हो जाएंगी। ममता बनर्जी जी के साथ SIR का मामला आपने कहा, मैंने तो वो भी दिन देखा जब SIR शुरू हुआ तो वो बांग्लादेश की तरफ जाने वाली सारी ट्रेनें फुल हो गई थी। कौन थे वो लोग जिसको कांग्रेसियों ने कई दशकों से बसाया था? पासपोर्ट बनवा दिया, वहां का नागरिक बनवा दिया, जमीन खरीदवा दिया, सब कुछ बना दिया। तो उसके बावजूद भी मुर्दे वोट नहीं डाल पाए इस बार, यह स्पष्ट है। जो बाहर लोग थे मैक्सिमम लोग आकर वोट डाले, जो वहां के थे वो लोग वहीं पर अपना रह गए, क्योंकि यहाँ के वोटर नहीं है। तो कुल मिलाकर एक बढ़िया चुनाव हुआ है। जी,
बढ़िया चुनाव हुआ है। आपने कहा विदाउट पोल वायलेंस हुआ है, बिना हत्या के हुआ है। मल्लिका वांट्स टू रिस्पॉन्ड, लेकिन उससे पहले खालिद, very quickly, because you should hop off and get us fresh numbers. If we turn our attention to Kerala for just half a second, could I have the Kerala numbers on the screen? We have the BJP leading in 8 seats, and there's a lot of curiosity over what these 8 seats are. We also have Dr. JS of the BJP from Tamil Nadu joining us. But Khalid, do we have details of these 8 seats?
This I can't say, but what I can say is that the BJP will be doing good not only just in Trivandrum, but some other districts like Kasargod. It will do good on some seats in Thrissur and Palakkad. In 2024 also, it had won the Thrissur Lok Sabha election. So it is definitely going to do well on 8 to 10 seats, but on how many seats it will register victory, it's yet to be seen. But these are the districts.
But you know, it's leading right now in 10 seats in Kerala. The BJP is leading in 10. Could we please have a list of these seats, Khalid? Could you just do that for us? Could you go and get us the 10 seats? Yeah, and we'll have you back there. Could I have Ketki? I think she has the list also in the meantime. And in the meantime, Dr. JS, I want your first reactions on what's happening in Tamil Nadu. The TVK is leading in 53, the AIADMK and allies, that's your party, in 33, and the DMK in 72. Now, when you were last talking to me about Tamil Nadu, you said that the AIADMK should start reaching out to the TVK. You know.
Very exciting. You know, Barkha, Tamil Nadu has always traditionally been a bipolar contest. It's what we call a duopoly, not a monopoly. It's either DMK or AIADMK. But this time, you can see the significant inroads that the TVK has made so far. What is most exciting, it's not just that the DMK is up in 72. What's most exciting is that most of the leaders of the DMK, right from the incumbent Chief Minister, MK Stalin, right to Mr. Doraimurgan, these are all ministers, sitting powerful ministers, 40-year hegemony. K.N. Nehru, you have P.T. Pranibal Tyagarajan, Anbarkan, all these guys are trailing, and almost invariably, it's the TVK contestants, young, wet behind the ears, completely unknown people, but they have the major cinematic charisma of Vijay behind them. They're overtaking them. Even at the postal votes, Tamil Nadu traditionally, the postal votes would swing only with the ruling party, with the incumbent party. But this time we saw a huge bite of those postal votes going to the other corners. So, I mean, the way things are shaping out, Barkha, it looks like the combination of it's NDA and TVK pulling up strongly, unexpectedly strongly. To be honest,
I have a lot of questions about the TVK, but I should also mention at this point that Bengal is 113 for the BJP, 115 for the Trinamool Congress. So as both Malika and Ashwini and everybody else has said, these numbers are going to keep changing over the next 60 minutes. I just want to go to Tamil Nadu for a second. Kerala is also very interesting. Dr. Jays, you might want to talk about Kerala, but I just want to talk about Tamil Nadu for a second. You have spoken about the cult of Vijay, right?
Yes.
But the cult of Vijay is actually hurting your party and the AIADMK, because you had hoped that you would be able to take that anti-incumbency sentiment against the DMK, right? Now, my question to you is, what are the scenarios that can play out in Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, one of three scenarios. One is there would be a single clear majority, which at this point of time could still be the TVK. The AIADMK can go anyway. But much less likely than the clear majority, it might be a forced situation where two parties would have to align together. And like we were talking earlier, if the TVK and the AIADMK, the NDA got together, they would clearly establish a ruling party, number two. But number three, we have a lot of inside input from the TVK that says they might not be fully willing to go with the coalition. They might actually sit it out for a 6-month governor rule, Article 355, and go at the elections again. And the way things are going, Barkha, if that happens, it might well bode in extreme favor for the TVK, because we are looking at a party that didn't organize the booths, that didn't organize themselves, didn't work on the base level at all. It's just charisma-based run is what has happened. And even with this, they have made such a significant impact.
Well, I should say that in terms of the leads, Dr. JS, Dr. Badu, you may want to be interested in this. The TVK is almost the same number of leads as the DMK right now in Tamil Nadu. So the TVK is leading in 66 seats. Please go back to Tamil Nadu. Yeah, TVK is leading in 66 seats to the DMK 70. Now, my question for you, Dr. JS, do you think a scenario could emerge where you will reach out to Vijay for a coalition government if it comes to that?
Well, in the interests of all concerned, especially our own party, if Vijay does make it to a situation where, with the addition of the NDA, we were thinking that we would have 90 and we would reach out to his 30 or 40. It might be that the roles are reversed and he might then reach out. But what we are sure of is that Vijay will not reach out to the DMK because his entire vote bank is based on anti-DMK votes. So he won't let his guys down and go to the DMK. He's got only two options, either to run it alone and have a replay in 6 months, or to go with the NDA. I cannot see anything else happening. There is a third conditional join up in which there is some.
I'm so sorry. The TVK has just hang on. The TVK has just overtaken the DMK in the leads in Tamil Nadu. So if you've just joined us, maybe we can bring Venkat back as well. The TVK is now leading in 76 seats to the DMK's 67 seats. Dr. JS of the BJP, Tamil Nadu is also turning out to be a huge story. Again, I'm not calling anything yet. It's early morning. But if this happens, do you think Pradeep Gupta's projection that Vijay could actually form government on his own could come true? And what might that mean for you and the AIADMK?
Well, the numbers are speaking for themselves. There's an unusual surge of the TVK votes. And it looks almost like if it goes on this way, he might well be able to form the government. What's most exciting is that the chief minister and the deputy chief minister are both trailing by nearly 1,300 votes respectively. That is a major indicator of the people's kind of pulse of the people. Because even when the DMK was losing, Mr. Stalin was always a winner. So also was Udayanidhi. The fact that the CM and the deputy CM are trailing behind, that to the CM by nearly 1,000 votes, that is a very telling testimony to the people thinking away from DMK, Barkha. And Vijay is up by 3,000. He's leading by 3,000 in Perambur. Very telling signs, these.
Okay, so you are giving us the news that that MK Stalin is trailing. I've asked my back-end team to pull that information up on our screens. But this is what the Tamil Nadu numbers look at this point. The TVK is leading in 75 seats to the DMK 66. The AIADMK and its allies, the BJP, of which Dr. J.S. Sankaran is a leader, are leading in 35. So that is the situation right now. From Tamil Nadu, Mr. JS is saying that MK Stalin is trailing in his own seat, and I need that information, those details. Ketki, do you have them, or we'll wait for you to get some of those details? In Kerala, meanwhile, the UDF is leading in 52 to the LDF's 18. 8 leads for the BJP. In West Bengal, the Trinamool is just slightly ahead right now in the leads of the BJP, 115 to 113, 1 for others. In Assam, it's a distinct lead for the BJP, 66 to 19 for the Congress. So as expected, the two big stories are turning out to be Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, where there is in one state a fierce contest, in another state perhaps a political earthquake of sorts if Vijay can actually manage to hold on to these leads. The TVK at this point overtaking the DMK in leads. Again in West Bengal, let's Ashwini ji, BJP कभी थोड़ी आगे जाती है, कभी थोड़ी पीछे रहती है. अगर आप कुछ बोलना चाहें on the latest figures, 118 leads for the BJP to 112 for the TMC.
बरखा जी, देखिए अभी जो चल रहा है ऊपर नीचे के आंकड़े चल रहे हैं. इलेक्शन कमीशन वाले आंकड़े भी आप देख रही होंगी, वहां तो काफी कम है अभी. मगर जो भी दिखा रहा है उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्यादा समय आगे रह रही है. इसका मतलब है कि अभी जैसे ही बैलेट के रुझान आएंगे, बैलेट के नतीजे आएंगे, उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी आपको सरकार बनाती हुई नजर आएगी. हम लोग अभी देखिए स्पष्ट बहुमत से लगभग जो है थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं या पार कर गए हैं आसाम में. यहाँ भी थोड़ी देर और चलेगा, ये रुझानों की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ भी थोड़ी देर आगे चलेगा तो देखिए हम लोग बहुमत की तरफ बढ़ने वाले हैं. तो जनता का चुनाव, मैंने पहले भी कहा, ममता बनाम जनता बंगाल में हुआ. पूरे देश में इस समय माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व की जो मजबूत गारंटियां हैं उस पर जनता का एक विशेष जो है रुझान है. नेगेटिव नैरेटिव हम लोग नहीं फैलाते हैं. 21 राज्यों में एनडीए की सरकार है आज, और आज आप देखिएगा एक राज्य और आपका बढ़ेगा, 22वां हो जाएगा. तो कम से कम आज के दिन हम लोगों को इन सब चीजों पर किसी पर चर्चा करने की जरूरत। अभी हमारे किसी पैनलिस्ट ने कहा था थोड़ी देर पहले कि साउथ में परिसीमन का जो है मामला भाजपा के विपक्ष में गया है, लेकिन केरला में आपने बार बार 8 सीटों की बात की, वहां के लिए उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं 8 सीटों के बारे में सोचना होगा, क्यों हो गया। तो हमारा पिछला वोट शेयर देख लीजिए, केरल में कैसे कैसे बढ़ा था, तमिलनाडु में हम कैसे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे। दक्षिण में भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिर्फ एक कर्नाटक में रही, अब हम आंध्रा में भी आ गए हैं। तो इसमें आने वाले दिनों में हमारा वोट प्रतिशत ही बढ़े, और हो सकता है कि जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं कहीं हम लोग ऐसा ना हो कि वहां के सरकार बनाने में हमारी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हो। जी
ये आपकी बात सही है कि अगर बीजेपी का ये ट्रेंड केरला में रहता है, इट विल सर्टनली बी अ बिग पीस ऑफ न्यूज। मैं इसे बिल्कुल इनकार नहीं करती हूँ अश्विनी जी। एंड डॉक्टर जयस, आई डोंट नो इफ यू वांट टू स्पीक ऑन केरला, बट वी हैव oh my God, we have a very distinct lead in Tamil Nadu. I'll come to Tamil Nadu first. 80 for the TVK, to 62 for the DMK. Sorry, Malika, I wanted to come to you on Bengal, but Tamil Nadu just turned dramatically. Ketki, do you want to just take us through all of the states? And I'm just going to get reactions from everybody then. Look, it's about 9:23 in the morning. The big picture is this: there's a takkar ki ladai, as they say in Hindi, a fierce contest on in Bengal. The numbers are going up and down, up and down, up and down. But in Tamil Nadu, indeed, we are seeing the TVK now distinctly ahead in the leads in 81 seats to the DMK's 60. In Kerala, you have the UDF, the Congress-led alliance, comfortably in the lead, but you have a very, very intriguing scenario of the BJP leading in 8 seats. Please do remember that Thiruvananthapuram just got its first BJP mayor, and so it would be very interesting to see which are these pockets where this is happening. In Tamil Nadu, at the moment, Stalin, the chief minister, is trailing in his own seat. Again, this doesn't have to be how it finally ends, because numbers change as each seat is counted. Mamta Banerjee in Bhabanipur is trailing, I'm being told. However, again, I have to keep giving these health warning. Numbers change with every round. I know Malika will tell us that as well. And then you have West Bengal, the big one, the BJP leading in 120 to 111 for the Trinamool Congress. Ketki, I'm going to hand it over to you. You can take us through the seats of Kerala, and then and I'll jump right back in.
All right. So Kerala, the 8 seats that we're talking about where the BJP is currently leading, and those seats also have changed. Earlier, they were leading in Malappuram, but they are not leading in Malappuram anymore. But the 8 number stays the same. Which are these 8 seats? Alu, where M.A. Brahmaraj is leading. He's of the BJP. Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading in Nimom. In Attingal, which is a reserved constituency, P. Sudhir of the BJP is leading. Nidumangad, Yuvraj Gokul of the BJP is leading. Puttukad, Parameshwaran A is leading. He's of the BJP. Palakkad, they have held on to that lead. That was the first lead that came in for the BJP from Kerala. They have held that to that lead. And Shobha Surendran leading from Palakkad. The 2 changes we've seen in the leads, the 7 and 8 seats of the BJP, where they're in the lead right now, Guruvayur and Haripad. Now, all of these seats are all over Kerala in the sense, but some of these are closer to Thiruvananthapuram. So this is what we're seeing in Kerala as far as the leads are concerned. All right, let's also quickly recap for you what is happening, what are the leads we're seeing across all the states. And TMC 110, but look at that BJP number 123 leads for the BJP on 123 seats in West Bengal. A huge change happening there. Of course, it's still 926. These are early leads, so of course things could change, but that number is very interesting coming in for the BJP. In Assam, BJP has improved its leads. It's leading now on 73 seats. Congress leading on 25 seats. And something very dramatic is taking place in Tamil Nadu. TVK, the politician, or rather the actor who's making his debut as a politician, leading on 81 seats. DMK leading on 60, AIADMK leading on 41 seats. If I can come to you, Rajkumar Sankaran, the campaign that was led by TVK, this whole campaign about, it's always been about these two parties, DMK, AIADMK, and then suddenly a new player is trying to make an entrance. And there was a lot of social media traction that these small ads got, where the youngsters were trying to influence their entrenched voters, as it were, their parents or people of a different generation. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I actually spoke on this. It's very worrying that it is truly a cult phenomenon. You all know that Rajinikanth had many, many more, Rasigar Mandans or fan clubs than even Amitabh Bachchan, and both of them are their heads. And it's the same with Vijay. So a huge number of these fan clubs who all act like a cult. And most of the people whom we interviewed before the elections all told us that they were voting because their children forced them to vote for Vijay. So there's a huge youth cult kind of swing. I'm sure you all know some multiple trending videos of women saying they would commit suicide and kill their children if Vijay didn't make it. That's kind of huge emotional backlash against the DMK and pro Vijay. And for the first time ever, we have the Chief Minister trailing, the Deputy Chief Minister trailing, the ministers.
There's been an update. There's been an update. Stalin is now leading again, Dr. JS. I should correct you. And we have to be very careful, because with every round of counting, who's leading and who's trailing actually changes. So MK Stalin was trailing indeed, but he's back to leading.
But KN Nehru in Trichy has been his bastion for the last 50 years. He's trailing. We have Parinimal Tyagarajan trailing. Mr. Durai Murugan established for the last 40-50 years. This has never happened before. Even Barkha, to have this up and down, this upper niche, never happens in Tamil Nadu to the DMK bigwigs. Even if whenever the DMK lost, the big guys just kept maintaining their lead in their respective bastions. The point I'm pointing out is, for the first time, we're finding these leaders losing in their strongholds. And Vijay, against predictions, is leading in both.
But I want to ask you, why are you as a BJP leader so happy that Vijay is doing so well? After all, Vijay has taken, I'm very mystified, Dr. JS. Vijay has taken away the anti-incumbency vote that your party and your ally, the AIADMK, had hoped it would get, right? Why are you so delighted at Vijay's spectacular performance?
Because I believe that an NDA plus, we want the DMK out, and the NDA Vijay can form the government. That's what we're hoping for. That's a very, very clear hope. And it's working towards that direction.
So your clear hope is that anybody but the DMK forms the government. Ketki has an update while MK Stalin is leading. Ketki, his son, Udaynidhi, is trailing.
Yes, Durai Murugan.
I can't hear Ketki. You'll have to maybe unmute her.
Right, Barkha, as I was saying, Udaynidhi is trailing from his constituency in Chepauk, and yes, Stalin is leading from Kolattur, but Udaynidhi, his son, is trailing right now.
O Pannirselvam, 3-4 times the chief minister, is now with the DMK. He's trailing too.
Yes, he's also trailing.
Significant. He's trailing. O Pannirselvam trailing. Durai Murugan trailing. These, Barkha, are more significant than the numbers that we see on top. It means the DMK is out. And you must understand that both the NDA and the Vijay, our campaign was the same, that the DMK is an evil force and they need to be moved out. So at least, enemies are friend kind of thing. Both of us have a common enemy who's being edged out. I would have been much happier if the BJP and ADMK were up in 50 or 60, but that might still happen and we still have that hope. At least I'm happy that the enemy is sliding.
Okay, so Ketki, I'm going to ask you to actually hop off at this point, because we need all of these updates of the key candidates and the key seats in Tamil Nadu on our screen in graphic form. Malika, I want you to come in on the Bengal numbers, 123 to 110. Ketki, just hop off, because otherwise we'll delay this whole process. Malika, you want to just come in on the Bengal numbers, 123 in the lead to 110 before we turn our attention back to Tamil Nadu. The BJP is leading right now. Malika, you're muted at your end. Malika, I can't hear you. But there you can see Udaynidhi Stalin trailing. Malika, try again. Okay, I can't hear Malika. There's no purpose like this. I can't hear Malika. Venkat, do you want to come in? Do you want to come in on what's happening in Tamil Nadu?
See, the early trends were so encouraging. So that's how I predicted. So with this, I can say that with a minimum, they can cross 95 seats with the vote share of 37.5%. As well as the second, that's a storm. I expect the tsunami can happen close to 42% vote share and the seats of 110 to 125. I put it to 115. So let's see how far we go. So I'm so happy the way the assessment were done by myself and with the help of other people and other journalists and other political people there. So I have taken their opinion and build it my model based on that. So I think the early trend were so encouraging. Hope it keep the momentum as it is, because it's so surprise, you know. I thought in the beginning they were trailing, but it's good. We are on track.
Let's just look at Tamil Nadu. Mr. Venkat is talking about Tamil Nadu. We have West Bengal figures on our screen. Yeah, there we are. 81 leads for the TVK to 59 for the DMK. Udayanidhi Stalin, the Chief Minister's son, trailing in his own seat. Venkat, earlier when we were speaking to you, you thought that the vote share would be high for TVK, but it may not actually convert into seats. Do these leads give you more hope, or would you still reserve your final judgment because it's still early in the day?
See, the thing is, I'm confident on the urban and semi-urban, but when it comes to rural, I really don't know how much they penetrated really well. But that looks like the early trend looks like they made a good progress in rural area as well. But if you ask me, like each the candidate wise, I don't know, because I just made my assessment based on the whole level, as well as the pockets, not in the individual constituency level. So based on the other things I'm hearing from the news, like other mainstream news channels, their stalwarts from DMK, their stalwarts were struggling, like Mr. Mr. Nehru's son, Mr. TRB Balu's son, as well as Mr. Nehru in Tiruchi zone, as well as another minister. Usually he's the Durai Murugan. Yeah, Durai Murugan. So the early trends are there, but still I don't know how far we'll go. But I will stick to my position that 95 seats with close to 37% of vote share and 115 with 42% of vote share. The reason is I put a cap on nearly 100 to 110 seats for DMK and AIADMK to perform, because that's how I backtracked in such a way that I put a hard ceiling of 125 seats for TVK, and those two will have a close to 110 or close to 110. That's how I made my assessment.
So I should say at this point something very interesting. Although Sanjay Baru opened this morning, Amrit Gill of the Congress is with us. Welcome. Dr. Baru opened this morning by saying West Bengal is going to impact the country's politics more than any other state. But there's something very interesting happening, at least at 9:35 a.m. It could be a different story at 10:30 a.m. I don't know. But certainly a kind of political tectonic shift, possibly, I'm going to use my words very carefully, possibly unfolding in Tamil Nadu, the return of the movie star moment, an NT Ramarao moment, which was the only other example, Sanjay, I can think of from your home state, of a movie star coming and then just taking all the spoils. If these numbers continue, both the TVK and the AIADMK and its allies are ahead of the DMK. And in fact, Ketki points out that even Karur, where the stampede happened and Vijay was so strongly criticized for his handling of the stampede, the TVK is leading. So it is a very big sort of phenomena, it seems, that is unfolding. In Kerala too, we have the BJP leading in 11 seats. I only stress this ahead of the 77 leads for the UDF, because if this holds, the BJP southern push, if it holds, the BJP southern push would be a big sort of boost for that. Now to turn our attention to West Bengal and Assam for a moment, if we can go from the south to the east, the BJP is leading in 129 to 109 for the Trinamool Congress. And in Assam, the patterns have held. They haven't really been going up and down. There were 85 seats. MK Stalin, by the way, is back to trailing, as is his son. So it's changing with every round of counting. So Dr. JS, you have to forgive me because this keeps changing. With every round, it keeps changing. So sometimes he's ahead, sometimes he's back. But the larger point that you made is well taken, that stalwarts of the DMK are having to fight for their election. Sanjay Baru, I think we have enough data from Tamil Nadu to say that the TVK possibly is going to do phenomenally well. That's all I'll say at this point, because numbers keep changing. Look at the numbers. It's 82 leads for the TVK to 51 for the DMK, even with all the health warnings about this being early. And Dr. JS, you have an update before Sanjay Baru responds? Dr. JS, can we unmute JS, please?
Yes. Barkha, Chennai often indicates the mood and the pulse of the whole state. And this time, out of 16 in which DMK has predominantly been sitting, there are only 16 constituencies in Chennai. TVK is leading in 15 with one ADMK lead in Roypuram, the ex-minister Jay Kumar. So it's 15 versus 1. The BJP is up. Mrs. Vanati Srinivasan is up in Coimbatore, at least leading for now. And in Tali, Dr. Nagesh is leading. In many of the other BJP of the 27 constituencies, we are trailing at number 2 or number 3. But what is important is that the TVK has actually upped us in many of the constituencies, including Rasipuram, for example, where we thought we would surely win, and Modakurchi, etc. So the fight is on. And as you say, but the TVK is significantly pulling out forward in Chennai, and that's another big breaking news.
Yeah. Also that the TVK, as I mentioned, is leading in Karur, which is where that big stampede actually took place. Dr. Baru, you have seen, we haven't seen many such moments before. Usually cine stars have uneven political debuts, at least. If this actually holds, if this trend holds, and again, there are lots of health warnings here, 82 seats in the lead for the TVK, including where the most mishandled stampede of a new politician takes place, the TVK is leading. It is reminding everybody of an NT Ramarao moment. I don't know who's trying to talk to me, but Dr. Baru, do go ahead. Yeah.
Barkha, I don't know if any political scientist had actually done an analysis, a systematic analysis of postal ballots. Who the hell are these postal voters? Because so much of the wisdom in this early 1 hour, 2 hours is based on postal ballots, and these numbers I find are different in different channels. They're not the same across channels. I don't know how accurate these so-called leading numbers are. When we move from postal ballots to actual counting of votes cast, how do the trends change? I mean, I'm not a political scientist. I don't know if somebody has actually analyzed this, but my memory tells me that often postal ballots are premature coming to conclusions. I mean, I remember some of your earlier broadcasts with NDTV and other channels. Come to conclusions early in the morning.
Oh, we made big mistakes. We We called as a team. We called elections wrong because we got carried away by the numbers. We called it. So I'm not calling anything.
Numbers are all postal ballots. So let's wait and watch for the rest of the day. I don't want to comment on the numbers. I mean, now it's meaningless at this time to comment on numbers and speculate. But I think one thing is clear, that in Bengal, Mamta is not doing as well as she would have liked to. In Tamil Nadu, Stalin is not doing as well as he would have liked to. And the political point I would make is that the strategy of the India alliance was wrong. That's the point I made earlier, and I will repeat that point. But at this stage, I don't see the point in discussing numbers, because it's such
can you talk about the India alliance strategy? Let's talk about the politics, right? Let's not talk about the numbers. Let's talk about the politics. My view is that the Congress and the others should have fought as an alliance. And therefore in Tamil Nadu supported DMK rather than have any, after all, they had some seat alliance, but they didn't contest as an alliance. In Bengal, they should have worked with Mamata Banerjee, because it is important that these states be won for the India alliance rather than for the Congress.
And I think that is where my criticism of the Congress has always been, that they continue to have this conflicted mind between their own role as a national political party and that of the India Alliance. And I think unless they resolve this contradiction in their mind, they will see setbacks like this.
And I do want Amrit Gill to respond to that. Malika, I'm hoping you can hear me. If you can, just unmute yourself and say hi, because I'll come to you in Bengal in just a moment. Can you hear me? Malika ji, आप म्यूट पे ही रहती हैं, मुझे आपकी कभी भी आवाज नहीं आती, मैं क्या करूं? Let me bring in Amrit Gill at this point. Amrit, do you want to respond to the point Dr. Baru made, that the Congress did not actually fight as an alliance partner? It didn't campaign with Stalin in Tamil Nadu. It attacked Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. And the numbers are now playing out. In Tamil Nadu, you are seeing the TVK in a clear lead. In Kerala, while your party-led alliance is in the lead, the BJP is actually leading in 11 seats. West Bengal, you're seeing what is happening. The BJP is leading ahead. Your responses?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes. No, Malika, I'm coming to Amrit now, and you are audible. I'll come to you after that, Malika. Thank you. Amrit, I'll start with you.
As the trends are quite surprising to me, but if you talk about India Alliance and the role of Congress, Congress is always supportive and is always standing with the alliance and always the last one to take the bite from anything, the share. But in West Bengal, because no consensus were made, and because earlier West Bengal and that was our space, and so we fought because we have to look for our share and our space also, and because that's why we fought in West Bengal. And Congress is we will get some good space in West Bengal, and Didi is there, and Didi because no conversation were done for the alliance, and we will be contesting, because whenever the alliance comes, because they feel like that Congress has nothing, no space, and the Congress we are trying to find our space, and we have nothing to lose in West Bengal. We all have to gain there only. As a Congress,
Rahul Gandhi attacking Mamata Banerjee in videos released on the eve of voting. How does that square with, if your priority is, to unite against the BJP, Amrit, then why would Rahul Gandhi be attacking Mamata Banerjee?
So look, in Punjab also, like earlier in India Alliance, AAP and Congress were together, but in the state elections we were different, and we are the main opposition with AAP. And so we have to contest, we have to fight for our space. And same is happening in West Bengal also, because we have a cadre, we have a space who are not getting any space, and they are not being recognized. And so
Okay, I'll ask Dr. Baru to respond to this point of the. Got it. Sorry, I'm interrupting everybody because the numbers are changing very quickly. Malika and Ashwini ji, Bengal pe thoda sa gaur karte hain. The BJP is now leading in 139 to 103 for the Trinamool Congress. Mamata Banerjee at the moment, I'm being told, is trailing in her own seat of Bhawanipur. Again, Sanjay Baru's point is well taken. We have learned, we've had our hands burnt in the past. We're not calling anything. We're just trying to report it ball by ball in the best way that we can. Malika ji, ye aankhein dekh ke aap थोड़ा सा अब नर्वस है कि अभी भी नर्वस नहीं है?
नो मैं भी नर्वस नहीं हूँ. मैं पहले भी बोल चुका, ये अभी बैलेट हो रहे हैं, पोस्टल बैलेट में हो रहे हैं, तो और 3 राउंड ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, तो अभी भी राउंड बहुत सारी बाकी है. तो ठीक है, ये ट्रेंड है. ये पहले वाला जो इलेक्शन थे 2019, 2021, 2024, जो भी इलेक्शन है ऐसा ही ट्रेंड थे, तो अभी भी ये ट्रेंड में चल रहा है. तो हम लोग एकदम निश्चित है वो ममता दी आएगा, और ममता दी भी आएगा, और पब्लिक के साथ वो रहता है, वो भी एकदम 100%.
अभी लीड थोड़ा, लेकिन मलिका जी लीड थोड़ा बड़ा हो गया है. पहले ऐसा चल रहा था कि नेक एंड नेक चल रहा था. अभी 144 सीट्स में बीजेपी आगे है. मलिका जी,
हाँ, लेकिन अभी तो बहुत सारे राउंड बाकी है ना. अभी तो शुरुआत है, और एक सिनी भैया को मैं भैया ही बोल रही हूँ, वो एक बात बोले थे, मैं नोट कर लिया था, जो वो बोल रहा था, जो बांग्लादेश के जा रहे थे बहुत सारी पब्लिक, बहुत सारी पीपल, तो आई ऑब्जेक्ट दिस सेंटेंस बिकॉज वो बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स किसका है, वो तो स्टेट का नहीं है ना, और जो आधार कार्ड वोटर कार्ड कौन बनाता है, वो तो स्टेट बनाता नहीं है, तो ये किसका, वो किसके ऊपर इल्जाम लगा रही है ना, तो इसलिए मैं उसको ये काउंटर कर दिया है, तो सॉरी ये मेरा, लेकिन मैं एज एन एडवोकेट,
आपने बंगाल में जितना फियर्स फाइट चल रहा है, आपने तो बहुत प्यार से अपनी बात रखी, तो ऐसा ही होना चाहिए, दैट आवर डिसएग्रीमेंट शुड बी एज एमिएबल एज दिस। अश्विनी जी, थोड़ा ओवरऑल पिक्चर पे बात करते हैं, नॉट जस्ट बंगाल। आई वांट टू टेक एवरीबॉडी, आई टेक डॉक्टर बारू's point, it's too early, but these are the numbers we have. If you look at West Bengal and the swing on your screen at this moment, the Trinamool, if these numbers hold, you can see the swings on your screen, but again, these numbers are going to change multiple times before we have the final numbers. In Assam, the BJP is leading in 84 seats to the Congress's 28. Let's move on to the next state, please. In Tamil Nadu, which is where the big political earthquake seems to be taking place, the TVK is in the lead in 82. The AIADMK has caught up. It's now also ahead with its allies of the DMK. So there seems to be a real anti-incumbency there, a real sentiment for change, maybe following even the historic pattern of wanting a different government every time, but certainly the TVK surging ahead there. Kerala, the UDF is comfortably in the lead, but everybody is going to want to know what are these 11 seats where the BJP is leading in Kerala. I think that's something we should pull up as soon as we can. And finally, Assam, where Himanta Biswa Sarma now is, Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma establishes himself as a very clear, big national leader with this poised for a third time win possibly. And finally, West Bengal, Ashwini ji, West Bengal के आंकड़े मैं इंतजार कर रही हूँ, अगर स्क्रीन पे आए तो आने ही वाले होंगे, लेकिन उतनी देर में we have some key candidates coming from Kerala, but I need to see the Bengal figures, guys. So if we can come out to the Bengal figures, 144, the BJP is held steady in this lead. Ashwini ji.
बरखा जी, देखिए अभी 3 सीट हम लोग रुझानों में पीछे हैं बहुमत से, और बारू जी की बात से मैं बहुत हद तक सहमत हूं। अभी ये पोस्टल बैलेट के हैं, जो भी रुझान आ रहे हैं हर चैनल में देखिए आप अलग अलग आ रहे हैं, तो इसको थोड़ी देर बाद जब मतपेटी खुलेगी, बैलेट बॉक्स खुलेगा, तो फिर हमको सबको नजर आएगा। लेकिन ज्यादातर देखा गया है बरखा जी, और आप आज से चुनाव कवर नहीं कर रही है, यही रुझान बाकी आगे तक बने रहते हैं। कभी कभी हुआ है, अपवाद हर जगह होते हैं, कभी कभी हुआ है कि उलटफेर हो गया है, वरना ये ऐसे ही ये ट्रेंड जो चल रहे हैं ऐसे चलते रहते हैं। अब 2-3 जगह की बात है। केरला में देखिए आपका बार बार ध्यान जा रहा है, क्योंकि वहां पर एक तरफ से 11 सीट पर जाना मिरेकिल है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए, लेकिन ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों का संघर्ष देखिए, संगठन की मेहनत देखिए कि कितनी मेहनत करके उस जगह पर जहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए ये एक बीज का पनपना कहीं भी संभव नहीं था, लेकिन 11 सीट हम लीड कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब हमें बेहतर वोट परसेंटेज वहां से आ रहा है। तमिलनाडु को आप दिखा रही हैं, तमिलनाडु में कहीं ऐसा ना हो शाम तक चलते चलते एनडीए की जो कोalition की वहां पर हम लोग हैं, हम लोग सरकार बनाने में एक अच्छी भूमिका में आगे दिखाई दें। अब आते हैं बंगाल पर। बंगाल का चुनाव इस पूरे सभी 5 राज्यों में सबसे हॉट केक था। आसाम चूंकि हेमंत सोरेन की मेहनत थी, उन्होंने तो क्लीन स्वीप कर लिया है, ये तो पहले से हम लोग मानकर चल रहे थे। पुडुचेरी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत विजय हो चुकी है। बंगाल में हर व्यक्ति ये सोच रहा था, जब ही हमारी बहन ने कहा कि बंगाल में अभी बदलेगा, हो सकता है बदल जाए, ये तो जनता का मत है, जो बदलेगा हमारे पक्ष में आएगा वो भी सिर आंखों पर, विपक्ष में जाएगा तो भी सिर आंखों पर, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है। हमने 3 से 77 की यात्रा की, लेकिन आज जो है सारे देश की मीडिया चैनल ये दिखा रही है कि 77 से 144 तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी जा सकती है, और वो गई है। उसके पीछे के कारण, चाहे आप लोग SIR की बात करें, चाहे आप घुसपैठियों में आपने BSF की बात किया, तो BSF के बॉर्डर के लिए फेंसिंग के लिए उतना छोड़ दिया होता, दे दिया होता जमीन, तो हम फेंसिंग करा दिए होते, लेकिन वो नहीं। लेकिन मैंने आरोप जो लगाया था वो कांग्रेसियों की सरकार पर लगाया था कि उन्होंने वहां पर 3-3, 4-4 पीढ़ियों से लोगों को बसाया हुआ है, वो बहुत भारी मुद्दा है। आज कुल मिलाकर देखिए बरखा जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए एक सुखद दिन है। ममता बनर्जी जी स्वयं नेतृत्वकर्ता होकर दोनों जगह से उनकी हार निश्चित हो रही है, पीछे चल रही हैं, वो दिखाई दे रहा है।
Mamata Banerjee is trailing in Bengal in her own seat, but again Ashwini जी बहुत सालों से सीखा है, डॉक्टर बारू ने भी याद दिलाया हमें कि हमें थोड़ा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि जो ट्रेलिंग है वो लीड हो जाते हैं, जो लीड है वो ट्रेलिंग हो जाते हैं, तो हम सब वो इंतजार कर रहे हैं। लेकिन Venkat is wanting to come in on Tamil Nadu. Sorry, I'm having to alternate like a yo-yo between states that have nothing in common between them, but there are very interesting trends emerging. Let's take you through the numbers. The TVK and the AIADMK and its allies, which includes the BJP, are ahead in the leads of the DMK in Tamil Nadu. You can see those numbers on your screen. In Kerala, the UDF is comfortably in the lead at this point, ahead of the LDF, but the BJP continues to lead in anywhere between 8 to 11 seats. That's been the trend that has been holding for the last 1 hour. If we move on to the next state now, West Bengal, these numbers have changed marginally. The BJP is now leading in 148 seats to 102 for the Trinamool Congress, and that is exactly the halfway mark. The BJP is now leading in the halfway mark in Bengal, and again, nobody is calling anything yet. We're waiting because these numbers will keep getting counted. And Assam, of course, the BJP has established a very comfortable lead. There you can see the numbers on your screen. Venkat, I'm going to allow you to distract us from the fierceness that is unfolding in Bengal to the rather more clear trend that is shaping up in Tamil Nadu, at least for now. Before I ask you to do the numbers, Sanjay, Vijay is being called the next MGR. The movie star turned politician is not unusual to the southern states. It's actually a very peculiar phenomena of, how do you make sense of it, this sort of need for a cult figure?
See, the thing is, this is...
hold on. Just hold on for a second. Venkat, also hold on for a second. I want Dr. Baru to come in on this phenomena of the movie star politician, and then I'll come to both of you. Dr. Baru.
Well, first of all, Barkha, I'll have to be logging off in a little while. Yeah. So let me just say two things. And then go. The phenomenon of politicians and politics has been there basically in Andhra and Tamil Nadu. I don't think that's been the case. In fact, if you remember, Rajkumar tried to get into politics in Karnataka and failed. Kerala has never had this. So it's really Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. I mean, now if you look at Telangana, there is no politician worth the salt in politics. I think the reason for that is also been the inability of the opposition parties in those states to substitute for the ruling party. There's a long history of the decline of the Congress in Andhra Pradesh, and the fact that the politics of Tamil Nadu has always been mixed with culture. The DMK itself has been a culture-based party. Language was an issue. Poetry was used and literature were used in politics by Karunanidhi. So it's a very interesting case, which is where politicians and people in the cultural space have been, intertwined, particularly in Tamil Nadu, much less in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, today in Andhra Pradesh, there's no significant film personality in politics apart from Pawan Kalyan.
Yeah.
The last point I'll make before I leave Barkha is that, the real problem with this election, and I want to end by quoting my very dear friend Parakala Prabhakar. Prabhakar has been doing a systematic analysis of election trends in Andhra Pradesh and other states. And he has been refusing to predict any outcome in this election because he was convinced that these elections would be rigged. He said to me, look, don't waste your time in speculating. They're going to fix it. Now, that may be a completely cynical opinion, but I think given the way in which the Election Commission has behaved, and given the recent events, I don't think we should minimize the role of electoral engineering, political engineering, because I have enormous respect for Prabhakar, who has done systematic work on SIR data, on election data. He has established, for example, in Andhra Pradesh, how in several constituencies, the outcome does not tally with the
but Dr. Baru, if the outcome were to be different, just asking a follow-up. No, just asking a follow-up to that. If the outcome were to be different in a couple of hours, would you still say that?
No, I'm not saying this or that. All I'm saying is that we are now in a space across the country in which these questions have been raised, never raised before. So there are reasons why people are beginning to say, how do I trust this? How do I trust this? And I think for Indian democracy, it's a serious question, which all of us need to address, whatever the outcome. I mean, I'm not going to say that everything is rigged and everything is not rigged, but clearly there is failure of the election. And previous members of the Election Commission have all written columns that this Election Commission has lost its credibility. I think it's a serious challenge for Indian democracy. Let me end with that. Unfortunately, 10 o'clock, I have another appointment, so I'm going to log off.
Okay, I think you've set the cat among the pigeons with your comments, so everybody wants to react, but we'll thank you for your time. I will say that, the BJP's supporters and many other people might say that you can't, Dr. Baru, outcomes shouldn't decide our assessment of whether an election is fair or not. But Dr. Baru, thank you. We're going to examine your statements with our panel. Good morning to everybody. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. It has been a spectacularly exciting election day. In fact, if I could request Ketki to hop back on and she can take us through some of the data points she has. But let me welcome our other guests to the program. Senior journalist Sugata Srinivas Raju is joining us. I can see Nalini Singh on the screen. Ashwini Shahi of the BJP is with us. Malika Ji, who's a lawyer and TMC supporter, is with us. Venkat, who's a TVK supporter, is with us. Dr. JS of the BJP from Tamil Nadu is with us. Let's take you quickly through the numbers. I should say Mamata Banerjee is back to leading in Bhawanipur. ये कहना जरूरी है क्योंकि हर 10 मिनट who's leading, who's trailing changes. So Mamata Banerjee is back to leading in Bhawanipur, but overall the BJP is leading in Bengal. Let me take it quickly. Could we mute the channels, please, while I go through the figures? Let me quickly go through the figures. The Assam numbers are on your screen. 84 leads for the BJP, 28 for the Congress. The BJP headed possibly for a third-time victory. There, Himanta Biswa Sarma then emerging as one of the most influential leaders of the party on the national stage as well, possibly. For Bengal, this gap has held steady now for about half an hour. 148 leads for the BJP to 102 for the Trinamool Congress, 3 for others. Tamil Nadu, a big story is unfolding here. 93 leads for the TVK. It is a political and cultural phenomena that we are seeing unfold in Tamil Nadu. The AIADMK and its allies also ahead of the DMK at the moment, that is leading in only 40 seats, while MK Stalin has been trailing his son, Udinedi Stalin, trailing in his own seat. Those numbers have gone up to 96. Even as we are speaking, for the TVK, a lot of people thought that Pradeep Gupta was wrong in his projection. But if these numbers hold, then Axis My India will be proven to be right on its projection for Tamil Nadu. Now, Kerala, something very interesting is happening in Kerala. The UDF, the Congress-led alliance, is leading comfortably. These margins have held. But the BJP has been leading with every hour of counting in 7 to 10 to 11 seats. And it will be very interesting to see what these seats are. You have some of them on your screen. Manalur is one such seat where the BJP is leading in Kerala right now. Rajiv Chandrasekhar of the BJP has been leading, and we'll give you other examples as we have more details coming in. Those are at least 3 BJP leaders. Palakkad also leading, and that's a 4th. So this is going to be very interesting if the BJP is able to maintain its leads in these seats. Let's get opening comments. Ashwini or Malika, shuru karti hu. Actually, no, wait. Venkat has been waiting to speak. Venkat, Let's bring you in, the TVK phenomena. Go ahead, and Jess.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to give us some insights. That is, first of all, what people and everybody thought was the Vijay's rise is a kind of a 1961 DMK Annadurai rise and 1977 Mr. MGR's rise. This is not like just what happened with Mr. Vijaykanth, Mr. Kamala Sen, and all other people. Everyone tried, but this time people put their heart and soul with Vijay. So that's the one thing. And the second thing, throughout the media, most of the people were underestimated ADMK. I still believe they are there forever. They are there for the fight. Even for like Axis My India, if you go and look at this, their numbers, they were predicted very low for ADMK, and they have given a high for DMK. And even for a vote share, I was perplexed when I see the rural vote share of ADMK as 25%, and the same way the rural share of ADMK as 35%. So that's not at all possible, because from my own judgment, it should be less than 3% between them, because that's going to be a neck-to-neck fight between them. That's the one thing. And another thing I would like to make is, please look for a Karur TVK candidate's performance. Okay, his performance is going to be, in my belief, is more than the performance of Mr. Vijay in Perambur, as well as Tiruchi East or West. I think East. So the thing is, what I'm making is, the people in Karur are doing the verdict. Okay, what happened there? And my belief is the candidate will be whoever doing it. That's the face of Vijay. The people will go and put the vote for Vijay. I personally believe at least there the candidate will secure 5% more than Vijay secure in Perambur. That's my belief. And one more thing, where the elite trend were so happy, because for a new party, nobody can't believe it can happen. When I posted it, nobody in my own group, in my own college group, school group, or whoever it is, nobody believed it. But my numbers, when I got confident, was when I saw Axis My India, Praveen Gupta, Pradeep, sorry. And then that comes under my case 2 of Strom level. And again, when I saw from other two, Kamikya Analytics and another person.
Well, forget the exit polls now, sir. We are at the actual results. Exit poll. Exit poll is not the point right now. You got confidence. That's fine.
Minimum 75. We'll go up to 95. And the tsunami level, we are going to go close by 150. That's my take.
You believe the TVK could end up with 105 seats?
115, close by
115. All right. Very quickly, Ketki, take us through the numbers. Right. Yeah. Ketki's always on mute. Maybe Ria would like to unmute her.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see how those numbers are shaping up. Tamil Nadu, that seems to be the story of this election. TVK leading on 96, DMK 50, but in fact, DMK is the third in this list, AIADMK has 66. That's the story from Tamil Nadu. And that very interesting result, or rather currently is just a lead, but very interesting if it converts into a result, which is the candidate of TVK from Karur, where that stampede took place. Mathiya Lagan, he is the one everybody will be watching out for, because he is the candidate of TVK from Karur, and he is currently leading from there. Let's change the state now. And next up, Kerala. BJP, that lead has dropped a little bit, but 7 seats for the BJP. The UDF expected to do well this time around, and that number is showing up in the leads. 84 for UDF.
Do you want to talk about the 7 BJP leads in Kerala? Yes, it has 0 seats in the assembly in 2021.
That's right. Now in Kerala, now these leads actually they are changing so rapidly. The only ones that have actually stayed is Palakkad, Nemom, Now Palakkad is where Shobha Surendran is contesting from. Nemom is where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting from. We've seen the other numbers change a bit. There was Athingal earlier in this list, but it's no longer there. Guruvayur has had entered the list, but it's just dropped off in the last round. We've also seen what has come up now in Kerala. Another lead that came up was in Aruva, but that is also dropped for the BJP. But another new one that is coming up is Changasari. That is where the BJP was showing some leads. Now, these are, of course, numbers that are going to change really fast because now, we're expecting the EVMs also to be opening up. So those numbers likely to change very rapidly. Let's move on to the next state. And next we have Assam. BJP comfortable, leading 84 seats, INC 28 seats. This is something that most exit polls had predicted is pretty much on those lines. A very interesting part of this election campaign in Assam was the coming up of Zubin Garg's name, and we can talk about that later as well. West Bengal, 120 seats is where the TMC is leading, but look at that BJP number, 140 seats. It's leading on 140 seats. Earlier on this program, we had analysts telling us that the BJP really needed a number of 125, maybe 135, and it would have been very difficult for the TMC. These are, of course, leads now, but very interesting leads emerging from West Bengal. But Barkha, I still think the story really is what Tamil Nadu is shaping up to be. All right, let's look at the Tamil Nadu number just for a second. Let's bring up the Tamil Nadu number. And TVK has crossed 100 in Tamil Nadu in early leads, and that is a phenomenal number. TVK is really turning out to be the story of this election. An actor who really started off on the wrong foot, given that stampede. 41 people died in that stampede, and now look at the challenge that Vijay is putting up. Not just a challenge, many were talking about him as a kingmaker. If this continues, he's very much on his way to become king.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. I'm going to let you hop off and just get us some more updates now. For anybody who's just joined us, the TVK has actually hundreds. Somebody took me off. Yeah, there I am. The TVK has crossed 100 seats in leads in Tamil Nadu, and in West Bengal, the Trinamool Congress has caught up a little bit, but the BJP is still in the lead, 140 to 120 in West Bengal. So those two states are turning out to be, as expected, the stories of this election. In Kerala, the Congress-led UDF alliance is doing comfortably, but the BJP, well, it was leading in 8 seats. That lead is now down to 5 in Kerala, and Assam, the BJP is comfortably in the lead. These are some of the leads that we're getting for BJP seats in Kerala. Let's get first reactions from Sugata, from Nalini, from Dr. JS. Sugata, when Pradeep's numbers came, many of us were skeptical. You were skeptical. If these numbers hold, it is going to be nothing short of a tsunami. It's a cliche often used. But the TVK at the moment leading in 100 seats in Tamil Nadu. We need to update our numbers on the top screen, please. Yeah, Sugata, go ahead.
Yeah, Barkha, I told you on the show the other day that TVK is bound to do very, very well. I said they may finish number 2 in most constituencies. So their impact in this election, their performance was never in doubt. But the problem with Pradeep Gupta's thing was he was giving you a headline with all his methodology and all his details being wrong. So, that is a very pedestrian kind of doing things. Anybody in Tamil Nadu on Chennai streets would tell you that Vijay was doing well. So that was the problem with Pradeep Gupta. So, but I will still wait until the EVMs open and the trends stabilize, because because it will be a very small margin in many, many seats. And the real surprise in the Tamil Nadu thing is, Barkha, the AIADMK and DMK numbers. See, the AIADMK...
Yeah. Can we switch to Tamil Nadu for just a second? I need the latest numbers, guys. Yeah, okay.
So AIADMK and DMK numbers, see, it was always, we always thought who would actually grab the anti-incumbency votes. If Vijay was the ex-player, so if Vijay is going to take away all of that, and if DMK retains its core vote, then we thought DMK would sort of hold on to a lot of things. But it looks like AIADMK has also sort of grabbed a lot of anti-incumbency votes. And AIADMK's numbers were being kind of, people were giving you all kinds of ridiculous numbers. Pradeep Gupta himself did not even, if he was right about TVK, he should have been right about AIADMK as well. So there is a lot of inconsistency there. So, I'm really surprised with the AIADMK numbers, because it means that they're holding on to their Kongu belt, they're holding on to a lot of seats. That's very interesting. And TVK was the actual disruptor of this election, and they're bound to perform well.
The BJP leads, Sugata and Kerala, have come down a bit. In the morning, there were 11 leads for the BJP. Now it's leading in 3. So that's changing constantly. But TVK, look at those numbers. Could we get Dr. JS back, please? Look at those numbers. I want to welcome journalist and analyst Varun Singh to the program. Nalini, your first thoughts. Again, I think it's important to just step back. It all changes so quickly at this hour, you lose track of everything. 100 seats in the lead for the TVK. It is a new party, a movie star turned politician who had a horrible debut with a stampede, and yet here he is in the lead in 100 seats. The AIADMK and the BJP has also, as Sugata pointed, held its own. It has 74 leads compared to 49 for the DMK. So that is Tamil Nadu, where even as I was completing that sentence, the TVK is now in the lead in 101 seats. We have Venkat here, a TVK supporter, who's forecast 115 he thinks for the TVK. Moving to the other big one, West Bengal, the Trinamool Congress has caught up a bit, but the BJP is still ahead in 20. The BJP had briefly touched the halfway mark, but at the moment, and it's just fallen a little bit, it's got closer. The BJP is leading in 138 to the Trinamool Congress is 123. Mamata Banerjee was trailing in the first few rounds of counting, but she's back in the lead in Bhabanipur. So we are waiting to see what happens in Bengal. Bengal is an unclear picture as of now. Then we move on to Kerala, which is perhaps the only state that gives the Congress some good news today. The Congress-led alliance in Kerala, need the Kerala numbers, is in the lead. There you have it. The BJP is still leading in about 5 seats as per this, though I'm told that those numbers have slipped now to 3. But even if the BJP has 3 seats, that would be from no seats in the last assembly, something that would make the BJP happy. The UDF is in the lead in 86 to the LDF's 50. And in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma is very comfortably in the lead. The Congress is poised for its 3rd time defeat, making it almost impossible. They say when parties lose a state 3 consecutive times, it becomes almost impossible for that party to come back anytime soon. Nalini, Sukata, Varun, Ashwini ji, Malika, let's get reactions. Venkat is still with us. Nalini, the big picture, how do you look at it?
Tamil Nadu, Barkha, if there is a 10% negative swing away from DMK, then you can be sure that this result is going to hold, because you know and I know that getting over a minus 10% swing is impossible. This is going to have huge, not only state implications, not only implications for those who've been looking at Tamil Nadu as a bipolar state forever, that they have said that either Tamil Nadu gives you the crown or it gives you the dust, ya to taj, ya to khak. So this time Tamil Nadu has shown that it is actually distributing the seats. But I must say that these results of Tamil Nadu, as well as of West Bengal, if what you were saying holds, that is the BJP is ahead, they have huge national implications. There are many political equations that are likely to change. One word about the very, very high vote percentage polling, for instance, in West Bengal. You know, this is the lesson for us in that, because the party with a great ground outreach is the one that benefits from a high poll percentage, which means that BJP all these years had been working on having a ground outreach. And we used to think it was the TMC cadres. Nobody spoke of the BJP cadres. But clearly, that is also something which is there. And as far as Kerala, just one small thing, you know, Palakkad going to the BJP, the center of RSS in Kerala, that means that the BJP has now infiltrated, if I may use that word, that there is the Hindus are listening to Kerala, to the BJP, and therefore you are now going into that. It is one election before a significant result, I think, unless the UDF and the LDF are able to pull out, some, not schemes, but a way of approach, an approach which is going to be different. And as far as Assam is concerned, the Congress will, of course, I doubt if it will learn a lesson, but breaking away from the AIUDF, and you can see what that disruptor, how much disruption it's caused to the Congress vote in Assam. And of course, it was predicted that Himant Biswa Sarma, by the way, for Himant Biswa Sarma, it was very important to do extremely well, because this is the first election where he has been chief minister and Assam has gone to the polls. Last time, you remember, it was Sarbanand Sonowal. So I think that all in all, there is a huge amount of PhD thesis stuff in these results.
Well, we need all the actual data at the end of the day. Right now, it's all changing so quickly. Before I come to a Bengal focused look, I want Varun to come in with his first remarks on the overall picture. It's been a very interesting day. Pradeep Gupta, I take Shugata's point that he got Tamil Nadu partially right, partially wrong, because he didn't predict these numbers for the AIADMK. But look at Tamil Nadu, 101 seats in the lead for the TVK. And even the AIADMK is sort of holding its own in about 74 seats it's leading. Again, let's look at Bengal now, where it is a fierce fight. It is narrowed in the last few minutes. Is Bengal, please? Need the Bengal numbers. I'm just waiting for the Bengal numbers. But it's 137 to 124. 137 to 124 at last count. So we're going to see how that evolves, Malika. Assam is 84 for the BJP to 28 for the Congress. And Kerala, while the UDF is leading comfortably, you need to move to the Kerala overlay, please. Kerala has the BJP leading in 3 seats, and that's going to be something very interesting to watch. Ab Bengal pe aate hain, Varun pe aate hain, and then Bengal. Varun, overall picture. Yes.
I don't know why people over here are surprised with Tamil Nadu results. Tamil Nadu always has been electing. Can you hear me? So I was saying I don't know, because Tamil Nadu, it always has been this case, no, that actors and film stars and lyricists who come to politics, they have been doing very good. So it was expected from how the AIADMK, which doesn't have a hugely popular face in Tamil Nadu, and DMK fighting the anti-incumbency. It was expected a new face like Joseph Vijay, who's very popular amongst the Hindus as well as amongst the Christians over there. And let me tell you, I have many friends over here who went there to vote in Tamil Nadu. Their dress code was wearing a white shirt and a beach pant while they went to vote in Tamil Nadu, so that they could show indirectly that yes, everyone is behind Vijay. So it was for a very long time here in Maharashtra, where I stay in Mumbai, that we have a huge Tamil population, and they were very much inclined towards who used to be DMK cadre. If you come to Matunda camp and all those places, they had shifted towards Joseph Vijay, and he's winning over there. It doesn't come to me as a surprise, and probably yes, Pradeep Gupta gave us a headline that day, and his headline is sticking. I don't care about what numbers he gave to others, but what he said was most important, that TVK is winning over there and TVK is leading over there. Bengal also, whatever I could see on the ECI right now, only 68 seats they have declared, out of which 40 or 48 is with the Bharatiya Janata Party and 20-28 is with the TMC. It was expected in Bengal, and it is expected in Bengal. If you see, as a journalist on the field, whenever we go around, when people do not take a name, even of the government that is ruling or the government of that time, and they do not want to take their name, as well as they aren't taking the name of the other party, and especially in a violent state like Bengal, where politics and violence goes hand in hand, I was sure, and I'm still sure, that BJP will make a government over there, and probably whatever number and whatever trends are coming in. for the BJP, I think Tamil Nadu, one just thing, one seat is where BJP is leading in Tamil Nadu with a margin of 78 votes. That I think they can do better over there. They need to work hard. They need to focus more on Tamil Nadu right now. And in West Bengal and Assam, we know what is happening. And one more thing, in Baramati, Sunitra Pawar is winning with a huge margin right now, though it was expected
That was expected, of course. Yes. So, Dr. JS of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, your last comments. Also, Varun brought up this one seat where the BJP is leading by 78 votes. But the overall picture, Dr. JS, you have always been very gung-ho on Vijay. But Vijay may leave no relevance. He may not need you guys. So anyway, last thoughts from you before you hop off.
If you compare Bengal and Tamil Nadu, you'll find a distinct pattern of the NDA pulling up beyond the DMK. What was 30, the DMK, and 15 for the AIADMK, you can now see 74. The NDA is nearly 25 above. And you're going to, that gap is increasing. So yes, we believe. Now, in answer to Varun, number one, we are...
Dr. JS, TVK is leading ahead of Stalin in Stalin's seat right now.
Right. And if you look at, say, in many constituencies, for example, in Avinashi, Dr. L. Murugan is in second position. Dr. Nagesh in Tali is in second position. Rasipuram, Dr. Prem is in second position. So there are 5 or 6 in which we are second position. And there's a possibility that BJP will finish up with 4 or 5. And the NDA will finish up with 90 or 100.
Just one thing, one second. If in Thali the BJP has come to second, then the BJP is not leading anywhere. Even at 78 vote margin has gone.
I agree. Thali is a very strong. I'm saying altogether we might make 5 to 8 is what we are hoping. We are in the second position. I agree. But what's more important is that the NDA as a group, if we hit 90 or 100, then and these guys are holding a DMK moves to 45 or 50, then there is a chance that there'll be 2 large groups, 90, 95 BJP and 100, 105 TVK, and then that's the real kind of ideal thing that we wanted. So I think that it's going exactly the way we wanted. We wanted the DMK and the so-called completely rabid right-wing Dravidian movement to be out, and we wanted the AIADMK, BJP, and the TVK to come up, and so it's heading in the right direction is what I would like to finish. I want last 2 things. Number one, in the morning, the major central headquarters of DMK jam-packed. Now it's almost empty. Almost everyone's gone off. It shows the kind of the spirit there. Complete loss of Josh. And number 2, suddenly huge security police personnel around Vijay's home, almost like expecting him to be a CM. So DMK is definitely out. There seems to be the jury is not out at all on that. And I think with Vanati, Dr. Vanti being on top, Dr. Prem in the second place, Dr. Nagesh in the first place, I think we're heading in the right direction. And that's what I wanted to finish up with. I want to thank Barkha ji and everyone else for having given me this opportunity.
Before you go, do you believe that at this moment, Vijay will be the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu?
It looks likely.
It looks likely.
I want to be guarded. It looks likely.
Okay, Dr. JS, we'll connect with you later in the day. Ashwini ji, अब आप पे आती हूँ ओवरऑल पिक्चर के लिए. सिर्फ बंगाल की बात नहीं करेंगे. असम में आप लोग का लीड, पार्टी का लीड बहुत ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल है. मुझे लगता नहीं कि इसमें कुछ बदलाव आएगा. I think Assam is pretty much a done deal. तो एक तो ये. Let's move on now to the other next state if we can. Tamil Nadu में AIADMK and BJP allies have done reasonably well, 74 seats. लेकिन शायद जैसे मैं कह रही थी BJP की जरूरत ही ना पड़े. TVK on its own leading in 101 seats. Most likely Vijay will be the next chief minister, which will be extraordinary. Then let's come to Kerala. Kerala, we have now the BJP leading in 3 seats. Again, if these seats hold, it will be the BJP's political debut in the Kerala Assembly. The UDF here, the Congress-led alliance leading comfortably in 86. And then let's move on to West Bengal, the big one that everybody is waiting, cannot be called right now. टक्कर की लड़ाई अश्विनी जी यहाँ चल रही है. अभी भी बीजेपी आगे है, 137 सीट्स में आगे है ममता बनर्जी की 125 की तुलना में. अश्विनी जी आपसे शुरू करते हैं.
बरखा जी, देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब से बनी है और हम चुनावी राजनीति में हैं, तब से कार्यकर्ताओं की जो मेहनत है वो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यहाँ ले आकर खड़ा की है। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 2014 के बाद जो मेहनत उन लोगों ने किया है, उनका नेतृत्व जहां मिला है, हम लोगों का दो लक्ष्य था। एक लक्ष्य हमारा था उड़ीसा, दूसरा पश्चिम बंगाल। उड़ीसा हमने भेज दिया था और पश्चिम बंगाल लगभग आपके आंकड़ों में हमने ये रास्ता, ये मार्ग दिखा रहा है कि हम वहां पर पूर्ण बहुमत की तरफ जा रहे हैं। तो उसी तरीके से बार बार केरला का नाम आ रहा है। केरला में हमारा पिछली बार जो भी वोट परसेंटेज हो, अगर 3 सीट की बात कर रही है, 5 सीट की बात कर रही है, 1 सीट की बात करिए, हमारा वोट परसेंटेज बढ़ेगा पिछली बार से। अगर हम सीट लेकर आते हैं तो हम 1 सीट लेकर वहां पर विधानसभा में बैठेंगे, 3 सीट लेकर बैठेंगे। यहां पर अभी तमिलनाडु की बात, क्योंकि आपने ओवरऑल पूछा है, तमिलनाडु में अभी भी बहुत क्लियर पिक्चर नहीं है कि कौन सरकार बनाएगा, कौन नहीं बनाएगा, किसके सहयोग से सरकार बनेगी, क्या होगा। मगर जो वर्तमान सरकार है उससे हम आगे चल रहे हैं। वर्तमान सरकार का 51 और 73 आप दिखा रही हैं हम लोगों का, तो ये मानकर चलिए कि उनकी सरकार से हम बेहतर आगे काम कर रहे हैं।
मैंने बोला कि AIADMK and allies are ahead of DMK, ये तो मैंने बोला।
जी। लेकिन अब तीसरा जो नई पार्टी TVK आई है, जनता का रुझान उनके तरफ गया होगा, हो सकता है। लेकिन अब ये 2 घंटे बाद, 3 घंटे बाद पता चलेगा कि उनको पूर्ण बहुमत मिलती है या उनको किसी की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, फिर कौन रहता है उनके साथ। तो ये तो चुनावी चीजें हैं, लोकतंत्र है, सारी चीजें, सारे रास्ते खुले हैं। हो सकता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी जो है अपना रास्ता ढूंढेगी। बहुत लोगों के हृदय परिवर्तन होते हैं। तो चीजों को आप देखिए, शाम तक हम लोग जो है इस विषय पर बैठेंगे। फिर अभी तक जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो बंगाल की बात, बार बार मैं बंगाल की बात इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि हम लोगों ने, हमारे बहुत से कार्यकर्ताओं की हत्याएं हुई हैं वहां बरखा जी। अभी कुछ पहले से अभी नहीं है हम लोगों के साथ इस समय साथ में। उन लोगों ने कहा कि सबसे खराब प्रदर्शन चुनाव आयोग का रहा। क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी जो है सबसे खराब रहा कि मुर्दों को वोट नहीं डालने दिया? चुनाव आयोग ने इस बार जो काम किया है, मैं कोई चुनाव आयोग का वकील नहीं हूं, राजनीतिक दल का सदस्य हूं, लेकिन चुनाव आयोग ने ये बता दिया कि हम फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन करा सकते हैं। और इसी वजह से ममता बनर्जी जी वहां पर घबराई हुई, लड़खड़ाई हुई सी थी। इस बार उनका बयान देखिए, कहां छोटे छोटे बयान। मतलब मैंने पहले भी बताया कि बिजली के पावर हाउस, और वो कह रहे हैं बिजली कट जाएगी। अरे भाई, दिन में काम हो रहा है कि आप हार रही हैं, शाम को बिजली कटेगी। कल रात में आपने बचा लिया, बिजली क्यों कटेगी? जब जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर करंट दौड़ा दिया है तो फिर वो बिजली आपको नहीं मिलने वाली है। आपने जो 15 साल में वहां पर क्लब कल्चर, सिंडिकेट कल्चर का जाल बिछा रखा था, जो स्थितियां वहां पर आपने बद से बदतर कर रखी थी, उसको भारतीय जनता पार्टी तोड़ रही है। रुझान तो कम से कम यही बता रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार में आ रही है। जी
10:30 बजे हैं सुबह के अश्विनी जी, तो मैं थोड़ा फिर भी इंतजार करूंगी क्योंकि राजनीति में कुछ भी हो सकता है। बंगाल, मुझे लगता है कि तीनों स्टेट्स, all 3 states of 4 are showing a kind of clear trend. I don't know, Sukata, if you agree with me. I think it's safe to say that Assam is going the BJP's way. I'm not calling it officially, but the numbers haven't changed. The gap hasn't. Could we just look at, yeah, there's Assam. The BJP is leading in 93 to the Congress is 28, and this gap is not narrowed or moved. The needle hasn't moved on this now for a really long time. In Kerala too, the UDF is at 90 to the LDF's 45. There were some reports that Vijay was trading in his own seat. We're waiting for updates on that. If I could get a confirmation on that, that would be great. Then you come to, yes, he's trading from his seat. Then you come to Tamil Nadu, where the TVK is continuing to establish its lead, leading in 107 seats. The AIADMK and its allies, including the BJP, have done much better than the DMK, but the TVK is the story. So I think in 3 of the 4 states, we have somewhat of a clear picture now emerging. That leaves us, Malika, with Bengal, where Tamil Nadu, you have OP trailing. I think this is the point that Venkat and others were making, that some of the big DMK stalwarts are trailing in their seats. But Bengal is an unclear situation. At 10:30 in the morning, you have the BJP leading in 141 to the TMC's 121. It's not done yet. The other three states have established somewhat very clear and consistent trends. Malika ji, मैं आपसे हर आधे घंटे में पूछती हूँ क्या आप नर्वस हैं? अब आप थोड़ा नर्वस हैं?
नो अभी भी मैं बोल रही हूँ मैं नर्वस नहीं हूँ क्योंकि अभी 4 राउंड्स अभी हुआ है तो अभी 18 राउंड्स बाकी है, ठीक है? तो खेला जम गया, खेला होवे बोलते हैं ना हम लोग, तो खेला तो अभी बाकी है, खेला भी जम गया, तो इसलिए हम एकदम नर्वस नहीं है। अभी 18 राउंड्स बाकी है, देखा जाए आगे क्या होता है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं बोलती हूँ जो हम ममता दीदी आएगा हम लोग भी आएगा।
अच्छा, ममता जी का भी राउंड पर राउंड मल्लिका बीच में लीड कर रही थी, अभी इस समय भवानीपुर से ट्रेलिंग है।
अच्छा, तो ठीक है, वो भी बाद में आ जाएगा, अभी तो बहुत राउंड बाकी है, वो भी लीडिंग हो जाएगा, एकदम कॉन्फिडेंस है 100%.
Okay, I want to welcome Bhavya Narasimhamurthy of the Congress Party to our screen. I saw Varun's hand goes up. Hi, Bhavya. And I want to come to Sugata also. Varun, Bhavya, early comments, and then Sugata and Nalini and everybody else, of course. Yes, Varun.
Simple thing. I just wanted to correct one thing that we all have been saying. Even the BJP spokesperson, I thought he would be the one who would correct us. But Kerala, it is not BJP's debut. BJP has already won in 2016 one seat over Rajgopal from Nemon. So
I know. But I think in 2021, I think we should have said against the last election.
Yeah, one more thing.
Correct.
And Khela hoega che Bengal. So whatever we could see, the khela is done. And if we sorry, Banglate bulchi, keno ki edike Bengali spokesperson. So bhalo.
I could understand that you're saying sorry that you're speaking in Bengali, but you believe the game is over. Yes.
Yes. Khela is done in Bengal. Whatever we can see. And one last thing, I don't know. TVK का जो हुआ है वो होना था. We as journalists, we as analysts, we should be telling people that in Tamil Nadu it has been this case. मेरे को थोड़ा ऐसा लगता है कि when we see an Aam Aadmi party doing a bit good, we say कि oh सब कुछ बदल गया. A new party coming and doing, but we also have to understand how the genetics of Tamil Nadu works. In Tamil Nadu, you always have these kind of people who have made a change, who have managed to get the votes, and that is what it is. So probably yes, for Joseph Vijay, it is something, for him, it would be a very celebratory day, night for the months coming together. But for us as people who have been reading politics, we should be also telling our readers how Tamil Nadu has been functioning for all these years, and this is how it has been.
I just wanted to say that Ratna Devnath, whose name we couldn't take through the coverage of the RG Kaur rape and murder, she is leading in her seat in Bengal by 3,000 votes. We have to see again. This is, the numbers are changing with every round, but I think this has been a seat where many people, perhaps across political affiliations, would like to see her take her seat. No parent should have to go through what they went through. Malika, I know you'll come in a little later when we have maybe updated numbers on Bengal. Shugata, Bhavya, I'll start with you, Shugata. The big picture. You've been talking about the loneliness of Mamta Banerjee, and somebody else, I think, on our program said it's not Mamta, it's Rahul who cuts a lonely figure. The Congress, let's start looking at the politics now, because Bengal is not clear, but the other three states are they have a pattern, and unless something dramatic happens, we kind of know what's happening in those three states. Where does that leave national politics, or do we have to wait for Bengal before we make that assessment?
Barkha, can you hear me?
Yeah.
As we discussed the other day, Barkha, the implication is huge for national politics, because either which way, see, if Mamta loses Bengal and if DMK loses, Tamil Nadu, both of them are allies of the Congress party, and it was DMK who sort of endorsed the prime ministerial candidature of Rahul Gandhi. It was DMK which legitimized his role as a leader of opposition. And they have now kind of split. And Mamta is very, very angry for the kind of things that Rahul has said. So where does that leave Congress is a very, very important question nationally. See, Congress, either which way, in Tamil Nadu or in Bengal, they're gone. They contested only 28 seats, and the BJP was one less, 27. So I think when it comes to the states, they seem to be gone. And even Assam, they look completely washed out. So, the implication is huge for the Congress nationally. And Rahul Gandhi is not even in the country, I am told, to be weathering these questions. And then coming back to Tamil Nadu, Barkha, because I seem to understand it a little better than the other states. See, it's an ideological, whether BJP wins there or not. BJP played a second fiddle to AIADMK there. They contested only 27 seats. So whether they win 4 or 5 or 2 or 3 does not matter. They would have still had an ideological victory because they always wanted the Dravidian forces out. If you remember the Tamil Sangamam that Modi ji was organizing in Varanasi, trying to revive the civilizational element of Tamil Nadu and all that, it was an ideological counter that was being given. And the Congress, on the other hand, went and borrowed the philosophical and ideological moorings of the DMK, which was I've written about this many times, which was a disaster. They should not have taken the position of a federal party when they are actually a national party. Even when it came to the 131st Amendment, Women's Amendment, the Congress, completely took the federal line of DMK because they wanted to, show Modi that they can actually defeat the bill in the parliament. But that, I think, was an ideological mistake. Now they are drowned in both the places. And then one correction to what Varun said earlier. He said, speaking about Vijay, he said everybody who's from the filmdom has done well in Tamil Nadu. No. See, you looked at what happened to Rajnikant last time. He chickened out. He started a party, he ran away. He didn't even contest an election. So he was not confident of victory. Then you go to Kamala Hassan. He's not even contesting a single seat this time. He conceded completely to the DMK, got himself a Rajya Sabha seat, and was done with it. Then you look at Shivaji Ganeshan. If you go back, he got 1% vote or something like that. It was so Vijay Kant. More recent example, DMDK, who's now the alliance partner of the DMK. They also bargained for one RS seat and a few assembly seats. He just got about 16% in his first election, if I'm right. So it's not that all film stars have done well. Vijay is a MGR kind of phenomena which we have been repeating for a long time now. But will he be able to hold on to these numbers? I have a feeling he may slip below 100, and it may be a hung kind of situation. And then it makes it very interesting whether the NDA will put up Palaniswamy, who I think is a real hero. See, Palaniswamy was not a dynastic guy. Palaniswamy was someone who was, an absolute, Chaplusi of Jayalalitha. He was not an independent leader in his own right, but he made it big.
So you're saying Tamil Nadu is not done for you yet?
No, Tamil Nadu is not. The equation will be interesting.
The defeat of the DMK, unless something dramatically changes, seems evident.
Barkha, whether AIADMK would like to sit in the opposition.
I understood.
It's a very interesting thing because
I understood.
Yeah. So that will
basically, let me recap what you're saying. You're saying if TVK slips below 100 and the AIADMK rises closer to 100, then it's not a given that Vijay will be the next chief minister of Tamil Nadu.
Vijay may still be the next chief minister.
In partnership with the AIADMK?
No, if AIADMK wants to sort of hold on and show its dominance, I say, assuming that, say, 1 or 2 years down the line, TVK sort of starts becoming shaky as a party or whatever, if they are in the opposition, they're in a better place to actually have a go at the government later. So if TVK falls short, then he has actually spoken against DMK, but ideologically he's more aligned with the DMK, the kind of secular politics that he has been speaking. So we don't know what can happen. If Edapadi Palaniswamy becomes the leader of opposition in the assembly, and that is denied to Stalin, then it's a huge thing because the government is also indirectly controlled by the center because of the cases and all that. And then you have your own man as the leader of opposition. So the state is under control. That could be the game, is what I'm trying to say.
That's very interesting, and I'm sure Venkat will respond to it. In the meantime, we have the BJP in Leeds crossing the halfway mark or touching the halfway mark in Bengal, but now they have just in the last 30 seconds gone to 147 again. So it's just changing literally every minute. Bengal remains an unclear situation. Could you please update that number on your screen? You're showing 148, but you just told me it's gone down to 147 to the Trinamool's 120. Bhavya, we should bring you in. You know, there are people who are saying that even if the Congress is able to take Kerala, as now seems likely, it will make the Congress a party of the South. You heard what Sugata said, that even in the South, Rahul Gandhi did not campaign with Stalin. Rahul Gandhi attacked Mamata Banerjee in Bengal in videos released on the eve of the elections, that if your allies lose these states, it's also bad news for you. How do you respond, Bhavya? Bhavya, I can't hear you.
First, I would like to address Sugata Srinivas. So I have read both your books, Arrows in the Field and then The Strange Burden on Rahul Gandhi sir and Devi Gowda sir, and it's my pleasure to be on the same panel as you are. But I will really not agree with you when you said Congress should not have aligned with DMK, you know, the Dravidian politics. As a South Indian, I can share the same feeling, Dravidian feeling, and that Tamil pride that Tamilians have that can never be overtaken. This might be the stardom of Vijay. Tamil Nadu has always been that, you know, the film actors making this huge difference. All of a sudden, this has been happening. But I do not really believe that Dravidian identity has, I think it's still going very strong. And when it comes to Rahul Gandhi and Stalin, MK Stalin not sharing the stage, I've heard this thing on every debate show today. This is my third debate so far. Our country Rahul Gandhi is the leader of a national party, and we have been having elections in 5 states. And Stalin has been a regional party leader. And to have the same schedule. Before this, when there was election only in Tamil Nadu, that's a different issue. But right now, it was really difficult for them to, you know, maybe their calendars didn't allow for that, for you to assume that, you know, something is not going well between Congress and Stalin.
In the whole Tamil Nadu election, Rahul Gandhi and Stalin's calendars did not align. In the whole
we are still in alliance. We are still in alliance with them. Doesn't that say a lot? And we got more seats than last time. Last time we got 24. This time we got 28 seats. We are still going very strong. Just because they didn't share the stage doesn't make any statement here. They are like Rahul Gandhi sir has always said, like Stalin is like his brother. So yeah, there will be, like, you know, when you are alliance partner, there'll be a lot of differences, agreements, a lot of things going on. And our manifesto was accepted. Both of them were in alignment with the same thing. And I don't really think there is any difference in Tamil Nadu. And Kerala, we are definitely winning, that you can see. And we have to also consider, you know, we can't speak about these election results in isolation of just today. We have to consider what all BJP did, whether in deleting 91 lakh votes in West Bengal, to bringing that special session all of a sudden to portray like opposition leaders, including DMK, Congress, as you know, misogynist or someone who hates women reservation bill by including delimitation in it. All of these games that BJP played, their desperation towards this. And you also saw what happened in that one of these Falta, the assembly constituency, election commission. It's like as if election commission is contesting this election on behalf of BJP than BJP itself. That is what is happening here. And now tell me, like,
my problem with this theory is, if the result goes the other way, you don't say it. It's an outcome-driven assessment, right?
So, ma'am, let me tell you this. BJP people are not fools. They can't do the same everywhere. Where we are leading with such a huge majority, you can see UDF. We are like two times their seats. We are 2 times their seats. You really think they can manipulate somewhere here? Where there is close neck to neck, definitely they're doing that. They couldn't do it in Karnataka. Did you see the gap? We got 136. That would be like impossible.
It is surprising.
People of India are not fools. to believe like, BJP will sweep India like that everywhere by doing that. They know where to use that. They know where not to use that. An election commission, can you imagine BJP seal on an election commission order? What was that even?
Oh, that was
mean?
fake. You're seriously
that was not fake. That was
fake. ECI came out saying that it was fake.
No. Yeah,
Please.
ECI will come out and say, but it was their order.
So who do you want to believe? Oman government? And one more thing, just one thing, Barkha, before you go to other panelists, it is what is she trying to say, that BJP does corruption with ethics? That is what corruption and ethics are not synonyms. Now she's winning in Kerala, she's happy with ECI over there, she's losing in West Bengal, she's unhappy over there. And the most bizarre thing, a politician can come and say that elections which happen once in 5 years in a state, the strongest two leaders cannot find one single date, 1 hour to campaign together if they are in alliance. And she misquoted Mr. Saugata. Saugata never said that DMK, Dravidian politics and Congress's politics goes together. He just said the Congress is a nationalist party. That is what he was trying to say, and that is what
Why shouldn't we believe in diversity? We believe in diversity.
Okay, Varun and
we respect Tamil pride.
Let Sugata speak, but and Nalini. May I come to Nalini and then come to you, Sugata, because Nalini's been waiting. Nalini, let's look at the overall picture. I think it's very important. You're going to hear a lot of the attacks, criticism of the EC that we just heard from Bhavya. I don't know how that's going to play out in Bengal. The Kerala leads for the BJP are now fewer. Let's go through all the states. So Tamil Nadu, okay, Kerala is 195 for the UDF, the Congress-led alliance, 42 for the left, 1 for the BJP. So we started the morning with 11 leads for the BJP in Kerala. That is now down to 1. Varun did connect me. This would not be the debut of the BJP, but in 2021, the BJP did not win a seat in the assembly. So they'll be hoping to perhaps make up for that. We'll keep an eye on that. But Kerala seems at this moment at 10:48 in the morning headed towards the Congress-led alliance, I think as expected politically by many watchers. Let's move on now to the next state, Tamil Nadu. Here it's going to be very interesting. Will the TVK maintain its lead above 100? If the TVK maintains its lead above 100, then I think you're looking at a situation where Vijay is the likely chief minister of Tamil Nadu. If the TVK, as the counting happens, falls below 100 and the AIADMK and its allies are able to rise a bit more, then we may be looking, as Sugata said, at different scenarios. I'm told that the TVK has given its first response. We'll play that out for you in just a moment. Then we're going to West Bengal. This is I have to say, it's an unclear situation with the BJP in the edge. The BJP has the edge right now, but we have to be very careful with Bengal. It is 149 to 122, right? At the moment, if you look at in Tamil Nadu, by the way, how the seats are breaking up for the DMK and its allies, Bhavya, you might be interested in this. The Congress is leading in 3 compared to 35 for the DMK. These numbers are from the Election Commission, by the way, because they're the only ones who give the party-wise breakup, which is why they may not tally the overall numbers that you're seeing on the screen. Assam seems a done deal. There's going to be big questions for the Congress in Assam, especially if the gap is as wide as it is right now on the screen. We have to see how Gaurav Gogoi does in his own seat. He was leading and then he was trailing. He is trailing at the moment in Jorhat. So other than Kerala, there is no good news for the Congress. If Mamata Banerjee cannot retain West Bengal, it is a knock of the highest order for the opposition. Let's not underestimate it. I think we can all agree that whatever happens today, history is being made. It is potentially already being made in Tamil Nadu, and it will be made, whichever the outcome, in Bengal. We have the TVK spokesperson's first response, Felix Jetold, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, of the TVK has reacted. Do have a look.
This initial trends show that the mindset of the people of Tamil Nadu wanted a change, and the change is happening now. And as our leader used to say, that this election is not going to be a regular election. This election is going to be a phenomenal election that happens once in 50 years. And that is what happening. And change is happening now. And Tamil Nadu people wanted a change. And the change was TVK and our leader. And we are happy. And the entire Tamil Nadu people also happy. And we will form the government on our own without any alliance. And we were not able to take any other political party support to form the alliance. And we will be forming the government. Thank you.
So that's a really important statement. So much, Shugata, for your speculation. He's saying, we don't need, we don't want, we're going to do this on our own. Shugata, your response, and then I'll come to Nalini.
No, we'll wait, Barkha. I mean, I think, that's the kind of confidence that any political party should exude. So they're doing that. So, I mean, that's fine. But then I think the numbers are still very, very iffy, because as the rural Tamil Nadu votes start getting counted, as you proceed with the rounds, I think DMK has a kind of role there. They'll sort of go up a little, and then we'll have to see what happens to the TVK's numbers. So I mean, I'm still, given the existing trend, I still feel that they may fall short of majority, is my feeling. But the other thing that is to be said about TVK and Tamil Nadu and Dravidian culture is that TVK should really, if it's going to come to power, it should really aim to change the political culture of Tamil Nadu. It cannot borrow the same Dravidian political culture and try to start like Rahul Gandhi borrowed it from Stalin and made a mess out of a national party. So Bhavya, I'm very happy to be on a I'm very happy to see her here, because I've been a quiet admirer of Bhavya because she's an idealist, and she is a best case scenario as to why the Congress fails, because she was trying for a ticket in a Bangalore constituency, and I think it went to a dynast. She would have won. She would have done well. But the Congress's problem is she is without any kind of backup. She's well educated. She has come into the party. She's idealistic, but the Congress does not give opportunity to people like Bhavya. And I never said it was wrong to ally with DMK. What I said was Congress, with such a huge history, has its own philosophical, ideological positions, which it should have sort of remained firm with and not borrow, knee-jerk way. Speaking in Parliament, I can give you 6 instances, which I quote in my book, where Rahul Gandhi borrows the federalist thing and starts completely distorting the picture. So that is what I'm trying to say. You can be an ally. See, JDU is an ally of the BJP, but JDU did not borrow the Hindutva philosophy of the BJP.
I'm sorry to cut you short. I just want Nalini and Ashwini to come in, and then I'll hand over to Ketki for the numbers and maybe a sip of water for a couple of minutes for myself. But Nalini, we are still awaiting Bengal. Ashwini ji, aankre batana chahti hu Bengal. Nalini, you can't hear? Bhavya, if you can't hear, you need to reconnect.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Ashwini ji, could we turn to Bengal? I wanted to show the Bengal numbers. If somebody could give me the Bengal numbers. It's 141 for the BJP and 135 for the Trinamool Congress. The numbers are changing so quickly. Our graphics aren't being able to keep pace, so we'll change those in a second. 141, it's quite narrow at this moment, Ashwini ji. 141 BJP के लिए, 135 तृणमूल कांग्रेस के लिए. अश्विनी जी, आपका रिएक्शन?
बरखा जी देखिए, अभी फिलहाल मेरा पहले से मैं कह रहा हूँ 1-1.5 घंटे का और इंतजार किया जाए. ये आंकड़े, ये रुझान जो आ रहे हैं, ये रास्ता बता रहे हैं कि किधर जाएगा. हो सकता है कि एकदम क्लोज फाइट हो. अब अगर 144 और 130 आप दिखा रही हैं, कई जगह तो 175 दिखाया जा रहा है, तो इसमें अभी जो है इसके मानने की बात नहीं है. थोड़ी देर और इंतजार हम लोग करें तो ज्यादा बढ़िया है.
लेकिन अभी हाल ही कुछ
भी किया, पब्लिक किया
जी, तो मैं
एक लाइन में बोल देता हूँ. एक लाइन
बोलिए
कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान के इस 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में सबसे बड़ी हार हुई है इंडी अलायंस की. कहीं नजर आ रहा है तो बता दीजिए. जैसे कि अभी सुक्ता जी ने वो किया कि अभी वहां पर स्टालिन के साथ उन्होंने मंच शेयर नहीं किया, लेकिन पूरे बंगाल में क्या उनके जो अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी वहां चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, क्या उनके चुनाव में कितनी उन्होंने सहभागिता की. राहुल गांधी जी इस समय वाकई जो है उनको इंडी अलायंस नहीं चाहता है कि वो लीडर रहें या उनको प्रासंगिक हो चुके हैं वहां। अब पूरी तरीके से इन 5 राज्यों के चुनाव ने बता दिया कि इंडी अलायंस का समूल नाश हो चुका है। जी, आपका सवाल।
नहीं, मेरा सवाल सिर्फ यही था कि आप मानते तो हैं कि टक्कर की लड़ाई चल रही है बंगाल में, अभी तक तो ऐसा लगता है। कई बार
तो अच्छी बात
अच्छी बात है, अच्छी बात है, बिल्कुल अच्छी बात है।
अच्छी बात है कि हम 77 से
देखिए फिर गैप बढ़ गया आपका, फिर हाफवे मार्क पे आप आ गए हैं। फिर
मैं वो तो अभी और आगे बढ़ेंगे बरखा जी, अभी और आगे बढ़ेंगे। हम सरकार बना रहे हैं, इतना आप निश्चिंत रहिए, मिठाई खाएंगे हम लोग। दूसरी बात मेरा ये कहना था कि
मैं तो मिठाई खाऊंगी चाहे कोई भी जीते, क्योंकि इतना घंटा बोल के मिठाई तो मिलनी चाहिए
जी। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि बंगाल में हम लोग जो है 3 से 77 तक पहुंचे, और 77 से आज 148, अगर इसी आंकड़े को हम मान लेते हैं 148, जो कि आंकड़ों में हमारी विजय को दिखाता है कि यहाँ पर हम पूर्ण बहुमत पा चुके हैं। तो अब आप अच्छी बात है, इसी हिंदुस्तान के किस राज्यों में एनडीए की सरकार है, ये 22वां राज्य हो गया, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो खुश होगी। अब इसमें मत जाइए कि कितना क्लोज फाइट है, अरे 200 से नीचे वो आ गई 128 पर, यानी कि किस तरीके से उनकी बुरी हार हुई। और सबसे बड़ी बात कांग्रेस को देखिए ना, कांग्रेस के पास क्या बचा? पिछली बार 44 से 0 पे आ गए थे, और इस बार पता नहीं 1-2 सीट पा जाए, वो उनके लिए वही होगा 100 के बराबर। तो इस पूरे हिंदुस्तान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो लक्ष्य लिया था, आदरणीय गृहमंत्री जी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव में कहा था कि इसके बाद हमारा उड़ीसा और बंगाल हमारा लक्ष्य है, तो उड़ीसा हम लोगों ने पा लिया और बंगाल इस समय आपके आंकड़ों में हम लोगों ने पा लिया है। तो ये हिंदुस्तान की भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए बहुत ही सुखद समाचार है। लड़ाई वो देखें कि इस समय जिसके अभी प्रदीप गुप्ता जी को जो है बदनाम किया जा रहा था, पिछले भी चुनाव में तो कई जगह बेचारे जो है मुंह छुपाए फिर रहे थे, तो उनकी बात मैं नहीं कर रहा हूं। यहां पर आज आंकड़े नहीं है, आज रुझान आ रहे हैं, और यही रुझान हमेशा बताते रहे कि किधर जाएंगे, क्या होगा। लेकिन एक अभी सुखदादा की जो बात उन्होंने कहा ना, 107-105 सीट जो बीजेपी पा रहे हैं वो 100 से नीचे आएंगे, और एनडीए का अलायंस जो है वो 76 जो पा रहा है उससे ऊपर बढ़ेगा। अभी देखिएगा तमिलनाडु बहुत ही कांटे की और बहुत ही दिलचस्प लड़ाई होगी। जी
Nalini, if you want to respond, and may I request the producers if we can also look at the swings in West Bengal. But again, West Bengal is changing by the minute. I take Ashwini Shahi's point that he's saying that they came from 77. So whatever happens, the BJP looks if these numbers hold to dramatically improve its position. Just your big picture, and then I'll hand it over to Ketki. By the way, the BJP is leading now in 151 to the Trinamool Congress's 126. Nalini.
Barkha, I think as analysts, we should really be talking also about those kind of sensitive matters that one doesn't mention, except in private. Do look at the role of SIR. And when people have mentioned that this is the number of deletions, etc., we should just look at it scientifically and see what has happened. The second thing I think is what is evident in West Bengal is Hindu consolidation. It does appear that this is something which has taken root, or even if the roots are a bit fragile just now, but it has taken root. And the third thing that I noticed is that where there is the proportion of minorities is high, take Tamil Nadu, take Kerala. There, the BJP is not doing well. So that is a truism. But still, if you look at maybe the Christian appeal of Vijay being Christian, so that's 17% plus 28% Muslims, or almost 42% or 43%. If I've got the figures wrong, please forgive me. And that same applies to Kerala, but in different figures. I concede that. But where you have a ballast of minority votes, it appears that they are the ones who are resisting the BJP's, huge march across the desert plains and coming along. So I think that these three things, when we are analyzing it later, We have to see. And Vijay, who has not at all mentioned in a big way the fact that his father is Christian and his mother is Hindu, etc., but that he has appealed to the bishops and he's gone to all the churches and to temples also. But I think that, when we are talking about the politics of, let's say, one state which starts it, which is Tamil Nadu changing, if they can throw out the Dravidian model, also that gives a template for others who are depending on religion, that model can also be thrown out when you have a person like Vijay. So I think these three things. Last thing I'll say, in West Bengal, just last very quickly, that where the BJP lost last time, it was with very big margins. So consequently, TMC won by very big margins. That's bad news for TMC, because when your votes are spread, that's when you win. So if it is won again by huge margin in some pockets, you can be sure that
I want to just, sorry, before I hand over to Ketki, I just want to get a last comment from Varun before we say thank you to him and then hand over to Ketki. Varun, Bengal's not done yet. The other three look done. Your last thoughts?
To be very honest, EC result says that Bengal Trinamool Congress is almost 50% less than what the BJP is.
No, the swings are on our screen. Varun, the swings are on the screen. You can see it's a 91 negative swing for the TMC in terms of leads.
Absolutely.
But go ahead.
And so in Bengal, I see the BJP almost making it. And as I said, I somehow agree to Mr. Sugata on Tamil Nadu that probably when the rural votes come in, the AIADMK and the DMK might do good. Chennai votes probably are in favor of TVK, and I don't think TVK will get the halfway mark. They would need someone, or probably, but Vijay will be the CM. Even if the BJP and the NDA wants to support the TVK, they will have him as the CM. And overall, it is good for BJP. Sugata ji, आपने पता नहीं वो भव्या को क्या याद दिला दिया. She left, probably not getting the candidature. But that's fine.
Okay, Varun, we'll catch
it's
up.
High time. Yes, sure.
We'll catch up with you and Shugata later in the day. I told Shugata you'll be rejoining us at 1. So thank you to Shugata and Varun. Before we introduce our new guest, I can see Neerja Chaudhary there. She's traveled through Bengal. She's been speaking and writing a lot about Bengal. Ketki, I'm going to request you to just take us through the numbers and just go and get us a quick sip of water and be back in just 2 minutes. Ketki, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Barkha. Let's look at those numbers coming in from all these different states. Tamil Nadu numbers up on your screen right now. That big story, which everybody talked about, West Bengal being the big story of today. It's looking like Tamil Nadu is the big story of today. TVK leading on 107 seats in Tamil Nadu. DMK is not even in second place. DMK is now in third place, leading on 46 seats. AIADMK plus on 80 seats. That's the current trends from Tamil Nadu. Let's move on to the next state and let's see what Kerala is showing up now. BJP, from this morning, we were seeing BJP leading on as many as 11 states. That number has now come down to 1. I suspect it's either Palakkad or Nemon. It's between these two seats because the BJP was consistently leading on these two seats from this morning. Congress, this will be the silver lining for the Congress. UDF leading on 95 seats in Kerala. LDF on 42. It was always going to be an uphill task for the LDF because Kerala has had a tradition of left in, left out, Congress in, Congress out. BJP making this a three-way contest and also a debut for the BJP if this result really holds. Let's move on now to Assam. Pretty much on expected lines, Himanto holding on there. In fact, this will be a huge win for Himanto. People haven't spoken about Assam so much because all the exit polls really told us that Assam is heading in the way of the BJP, but that will really solidify him as the undisputed leader of the BJP, an import no less from the Congress, somebody who doesn't have roots in the RSS, and yet this is a leader who has consolidated his force in the Northeast and not just in Assam. BJP ahead on 98 seats, INC on 26. There will be a moment of reckoning for the Congress here. This is a state that the Congress led for 15 years. Gaurav Gogoi's father was in the lead at that time. So this will be some tough questions for the Congress also to answer. Moving on to, of course, that other big state, which is West Bengal. And the numbers coming in for West Bengal, a huge lead for the BJP right now. The halfway mark is at 148, BJP leading on 155 seats, the TMC trailing at 124 seats currently vis-a-vis the BJP. Now, West Bengal, everyone had their eyes on West Bengal. There was so much being spoken about what is happening in this state. Many pollsters were actually saying that people were not giving them the real picture as to who they had voted for this time around. There's so much talk about how much SIR has played a role in this election. Has that in any way impacted the way voting has taken place? We saw those huge number of voting, 92%, the highest ever voting. Did that happen because people were scared that they will never again get to vote? Or was it because the numbers of all those duplicate voters and those who had passed on were removed, and hence that is the number that came to? Yet SIR is something, let's spend a couple of minutes on that, because 27 lakh names were deleted. The tribunal is still working on it, but only a little over 1,000 people managed to vote out of those 27 lakh. And that is also something which is a significant number to keep in mind. And with all of this, having said all of this, let's get in a word from Neerja Chaudhary, who has traveled through Bengal. Your first thoughts on what you're seeing play out today? All right, just give us a moment till we unmute your mic.
Unmute the mic.
Yes, all right.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was saying, at the risk of oversimplification, at 11 a.m., as the results are coming in, I would say that this is a Dil Mange More election, number one. People like welfare schemes, they like 1,500 rupees, and other things that every party has put forward for them, but they want more. And the burning issue in every state is jobs, the creation of jobs, investment, industrialization, and the parties have not had a plan for that, adequate plan for that. That's number one. Number two, it is a Gen Z election also. You've had, I sum it up as Gen Z, because you have an aspirational category of people who want more, and you have upwardly mobile people in a state like Bengal, who, as I say, a woman who says, 1,500 rupees, Kanyashri, all this is very useful for me, but my daughter's now become a graduate. I wanted to earn 20,000 rupees. So that's the aspirational class, and women included in that, who have wanted more than what Mamta was offering them. Of course, there's huge anti-incumbency, that's evident. But let's also look at the fact that Mamta is not a washout. 15 years of anti-incumbency, anger, corruption, TMC goons that the BJP has highlighted, and yet she's still leading in 124, while the BJP is 155. And BJP, it's a huge achievement to get the better of a phenomenon called Mamta Banerjee. But 125, what does mean there is a large number of adherents for Mamta and what she stands for. And that is pro-poor, pro-women, pro-Bengali, protecting the Bengali culture, language, way of life, not having Delhi rule Bengal. All those words have had resonance among large sections.
Neerja, can I come in now? Thanks. I was listening with great interest. The Gen Z election, the Dil Mange More election. To Neerja, Kenki, I'm going to let you hop off and get us more updates on the numbers. I want to welcome Rajiv Pandey, BJP leader. We're also joined by Shashi Vempati, former CEO of Prasar Bharati. Welcome. Neerja Chaudhary, of course, is with us, as is Nalini Singh. Let's get reactions on the import of this moment. I think we have a very clear trend in 3 of the 4 states, which is Assam, heading towards the way of the BJP. In Tamil Nadu, what we can say is it's a phenomenal arrival of the TVK with the leads in 107, but the AIADMK and its allies, including the BJP, are doing reasonably well as well, leading in 80, and we have to see if the TVK actually slips below this number of 100 or remains above it. That will decide a lot of dynamics. And then we come, of course, to Kerala. Kerala is the one state that has given some good news to the Congress today, perhaps the only state where many people are now saying the Congress has been reduced to being a party of the South. We have the UDF leading in 95, the LDF in 42, the BJP leading in 1 seat. And then we finally come to the big one that isn't done yet, and that is West Bengal. Certainly in the leads, the BJP from 77 last time to 155 leads to 124. Neerja, you were already saying that it's a ye dil mange more election. I also want to welcome Kumbham Srinivas Reddy from the Congress. When you say it's a ye dil mange more, who is the person asking for more? Kiska dil mang raha hai?
I think, Barkha, the younger people, across the board, as I said, the upwardly mobile people, who've done slightly better but want more, those who are worried about the joblessness, that and the fear of the TMC system, which gets things done, which is the mediatory between the voter and the government, and gets things done on behalf of the citizen for a price. And a lot of people spoke against it. That's a system that had moved from the left, which also used it, to TMC, and I was told, had been breached also by the BJP. So it is a system that delivers votes.
Okay, I was going
sorry.
No, I was going to come to Rajiv Pandey of the BJP, but he suddenly vanished from our screen. So let me get first thoughts from Shashi. Shashi, the big picture, I think more or less we have very clear patterns. Certainly in Assam and Kerala, we have a very clear pattern. I think in Tamil Nadu, the big question is what number does TVK finally land at compared to the AIADMK and its allies, including the BJP. Bengal is still unfolding. The BJP has clearly, going by the leads, done spectacularly well compared to last time. Where these numbers finally land, we are still waiting to see. What's your sense of the big picture right now before we get into state-wise analysis?
Sure. I think one very important aspect which has not been spoken as much. If you look at the entire campaign when it unfolded, you had a parliament session in between, and an entire new issue was surfaced around the women's reservation bill and the delimitation issue. And Tamil Nadu, you saw extreme reactions. You had DMK, wearing black shirts, declaring it a black day, trying to create an entire euphoria around, the Dravidian issue and so on. But then when you look at the final numbers right now, the way the vote split is shaping up, it's a three-way split in Tamil Nadu, right? It's 30%, 30% roughly for each of the three formations. So clearly that entire effort to, whip up a Dravidian sentiment has clearly fallen flat. And a similar pattern you see in Puducherry, where the NDA is doing reasonably well. Now, I think Bengal, to me, the big picture is it is the one big state which has not participated in the new Indian economic story. If you look at every other part of India, you've had startups emerge from there, corporates that are doing well, the new economy, be it the tech sector, be it manufacturing. And Bengal is one outlier where despite the fact that Kolkata was once upon a time the fountainhead of Indian science and technology, a lot of innovation used to happen in Kolkata back in the 1940s, 50s. It has completely fallen off the picture. I think what this election tells us, as Neerja ji also pointed out, that there is an aspiration. There is an aspiration within Bengal to participate in this new Indian economy, become part of this larger, developmental story. And I think that is what is shaping up. Of course, it's a fierce battle. You look at the vote split; it is still, 3%, 5%. It's, the pendulum is swinging between the, these two figures, between the Trinamool and the BJP. But the fact that the BJP has persisted, made up the ground, was able to withstand the, the culture of violence, and has, reshaped the landscape, I think tells you that now Bengal wants to participate in the larger Indian economic story.
I want to look at the BJP figures, or rather BJP TMC figures from Bengal. I don't know if is Tanveer of the TMC with us. I don't see him. Let me get Rajiv ji in. Rajiv, the way the numbers stack up are 155 leads for the BJP. Suvendu Adhikari leading there in Nandigram. Sorry, could I get Rajiv ji to come in for first
Yes,
reaction?
yes.
Yeah,
yes,
Rajiv
I'm
ji.
here. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Rajiv ji. Yes. Please go ahead.
Barkha ji, good morning.
Good morning.
I recollect when the Bihar results were coming out, and my first statement was that it is the vote for the SIR. Today, I am saying that what has happened in West Bengal, it is vote against Gundagardi. First election, free and fair election in West Bengal in last 30-40 years. That is my first take. No journalists who are claiming to be very big journalists were saying that what Gyanesh Kumar CC has done and the kind of free and fair election has taken place. First, we should congratulate CEC for conducting this kind of elections. 93% people have voted for, and then this result is coming. That is my first statement. Second statement, ma'am, Nirja ji, she is Bhism Pitama of journalism, but she is saying that Congress, Trinamool Congress is not washed out. I just want to point out one thing. If even 5% vote of the minorities who are vehemently going on the religious line voted for BJP, then there would have been a washout. It is now 161 versus 121, ma'am. Barkha ji. So there is certain votes, 30% vote in West Bengal who are going only on the basis of religion. This is the only state except maybe Kashmir Valley where these kind of things are happening. In West Bengal, in some areas, they will not vote for BJP. They can vote for any party, Congress, Communist, or any party. That was my second point. Third point, what I think about West Bengal, which is very important, ma'am, that BJP has categorically sought vote from the people of West Bengal that we will go for uniform civil code, and we may go for NRC also, because there is a lot of illegal infiltrators in Bihar border areas, in West Bengal, in Assam, in Tripura. So that means people of this country, finally we are a constitutional democracy. Whatever people want, that we will have to do as a politician also. If people say do this, we'll have to do that. So now these are the things.
You know, Rajiv ji, I'll just bring in TMC supporter Tanveer to respond to you, and then come to Nirja and also our other guests. Tanveer, if you can hear me, Tanveer Mandal, lawyer and TMC supporter, are you able to hear me? You seem to be on the phone. Okay, let's just have it back, please.
Conclude, Barkha ji, what I'm trying to say, you know, the kind of violence used to take place in West Bengal. Can anybody say how Mamta Didi fought very well left party's violence and became leader of the West Bengal? Then she doubled the violence. Earlier, the violence was party cadre violence. Then it becomes communal violence. Nobody was talking in Delhi. People were thinking that people of West Bengal, you know, this, and they tried to create the language war kind of issue in West Bengal. All our party leaders are Bengali, but they are saying you are coming from Delhi. You are coming from XYZ place. Who are opposing BJP, ma'am, just this line, please note what I am trying to say. The people who are opposing BJP, they are going to any extent. They are ready to join hands with other anti-national forces. They are ready to divide people on the basis of caste line. They are ready to divide people on the basis of language, on the reason. They never talk. You go to any state, they will talk about the reason, my language, every language is an Indian language. Bengali is Indian language, Tamil is Indian language, Marathi is Indian language.
Okay, but they're likely to bring up, let's hear from them. Why should I speak on their behalf? Tanveer Mandal, if we just turn to the West Bengal figures, could I have the West Bengal figures on the screen? It's 160 in the lead. Yes, 160 in the lead for the BJP to 121 for the Trinamool Congress. As a TMC supporter, do you now feel like it's going the BJP's way, or would you wait a little while longer? And how do you want to respond to what you've heard so far, Tanveer?
Good morning, Barkha ji. First of all, I would like to say, after 1960, in the last few elections, as we have seen, by morning 11 a.m. or 12 noon, the trend would have been very much clear. It's now just in the preliminary rounds of counting. 121 is being shown on your survey pollings, and on our leading media channels, it is round about 140 for BJP and 90s for TMC. After several rounds of counting and towards the completion of counting, the figures may change. There has been an anti-incumbent vote swing this time. There is no doubt about it, as we can see from the trends. But it's just 1% of the lion's share that has been counted as of now. Our TMC leader, the Honorable Mamata Banerjee, has also directed to stay till the last of the hour at the counting center for the counting agents, as we are not very much hopeful or apprehensive about the wisdom or honesty of the election commissions, as we have all seen how they have functioned, how they have changed their composition in the recent past. So let this go down a bit in the day. We would be able to give a clear picture, because the seats are continuously moving this side and that side, and there are certain seats for the left and Congress as well. The figures are completely mismatching from what I have been shown from this side. There will be differences. There may be differences because updates can differ from time to time, from place to place. So we are hopeful and apprehensive that we will cope up with this difference, and let us wait and watch. Let us not call it a T20 match. It is a test match. We have served the people of Bengal for 15 years, and I would like to contradict the learned person member appearing for BJP, that anybody who is opposing BJP is an anti-nationalist or they are joining hands with anti-nationalists. Let me remind you the history of Congress, the history of Trinamool Congress, and this is the party who back in 2006 came to join hands with TMC during the Atal Bihari Vajpayee's reign. So do not give this stories, this cock and bull stories. These things won't be taken by the people of India or people of Bengal. Strong opposition will be there. That is the only mode of democracy that we have. This is not a dictatorship that is going on. There will be opposition, and speaking against the Prime Minister.
Yeah, sorry. No, I didn't mean to cut you short. Sorry, Tanveer. Basically, you're basically saying, could we switch to the Bengal numbers on the top as well? The BJP is leading in 160 to 121 for the TMC. I take your point that these numbers are still being counted. It's going to be a few more rounds. We are not calling Bengal yet. I'm just wanting to ask you very quickly on the SIR issue. There are BJP supporters even who felt that it would have become a political advantage for Mamata Banerjee because so many people sort of responded in sympathy with her. What do you think, Tanveer, before I come to Nija and everybody else on this issue? Tanveer?
See, SIR issue, whether it would be acting as a beneficial point or as a detrimental point for the TMC government or for the BJP government, it's only for the time to say, because the lakhs and lakhs of people whose names have been deleted, who have been made to harass, they didn't get the right to vote. Now, it could act as a benefit for any of the parties only if how their peers and relatives would act to that process. The people whose voting rights have been taken away, they cannot put vote for any of the parties in the contesting. So, to apprehend how that SIR has affected, it's only about how their relations and their peers have voted in this election that we would come to get to know about a clear picture in very recent times. Let us see. But lakhs of people have been humiliated in spite of being valid voters for years. And now it's a real picture is we know that there are several sectors, downtrodden sectors, people who have lost their houses in floods, people who have lost their livelihood, people who doesn't have any basis, they have voted for 15, 20 years. Now you are asking from them for 13, 14 documents. It's not a metropolitan city. In villages, in rural corners of Bengal, in rural corners of India as well, I would have been happy if government of India or any of their respective governments would have taken a measure 2 years or 3 years back to regularize the process, to verify the document. We have seen even after the direction of the Honorable Supreme Court, only 1,500 or around 1,700 of that lakhs and lakhs of appeals have been disposed of and names have been incorporated.
Okay, let's open this up now for the politics of this moment. Just a request to our team at the back end, we need to start seeing all of the states all at once. So maybe other than Bengal, I think the trend seems, Assam and Kerala seem very clear. We're waiting for where the final numbers settle down in Tamil Nadu. So we have Assam, BJP leading in. You've got to go one by one so I can read them. The BJP leads in 98 to the Congress is 26, others 2. Let's move on to the next one now. That's Tamil Nadu, 107, a phenomenal debut for the TVK, the AIADMK and its allies, including the BJP, 80, the DMK leading in 46. Then the next state we come to is, of course, Kerala, where the UDF is leading in 95 to the LDF's 42 and the BJP leading in 1. And finally, we come to Bengal, where actually, as you can see, it's a swing away in leads of 94 from the Trinamool Congress. So it's a big, big swing, no matter where these numbers finally settle. I think, as Tanveer said, the anti-incumbency nirja that you spoke about, and you called it a 50-50 election when you were traveling and talking to us. And you said that you found a contradiction. One was that there was actual anti-incumbency against the Trinamool Congress legislators, an actual need for paribartan, but Mamata Banerjee still enjoyed goodwill. Now, I'm not saying Bengal is called yet. It isn't. It's still being counted. But when you look at, what is it? It's 11:26 a.m. The BJP leads in 160 to the 121 for the TMC. How do you make sense of this? What has happened here, according to you, given your following of this story?
I think, Barkha, that what one felt too, if you look at it, the picture, minority, Mahila, others. That was Mamata's vote bank. Mahila certainly has been dented, because the Mahila also comes in this Dil Mange more aspirational category. That was clear, there were voices. How much we don't know. Minority, according to me, some people feel minority also has been dented, but on the whole had remained. We will again know in a while. And others have this 27 lakh, it's right that the Election Commission at one level has cleaned up the rolls. 60 lakhs who are dead or gone, migrated, is one category. But the 27 lakhs who had papers with them and are under adjudication of 19 tribunals, they only 1,000 or thereabout, that figure, has been allowed to vote. The rest were not allowed to vote. So whether who did it benefit is another part of the story. But overall, Barkha, what I would say, looking at the numbers, it is a new way of demand for a new way of doing politics versus the old way. Now, this is clear here also. Mamata stands for a certain way of doing politics that's pro-poor, pro-women, and Bengali identity. So also in Tamil Nadu, if you look at it, TVK has surged ahead, and young people, women, Muslims, SC, STs have voted for him. But if you join the two Dravidian parties, that's the old way of doing politics, together they are almost equal or just ahead. So it is old politics pitted against new politics. What I call the new politics is the aspirational group, the Gen Z, you can call it, 65% of India under 35, asserting the way it wants things to go. We will need to look at many things in more detail, Barkha, but that group has obviously overtaken the other group, which lost out because in Mamata's case, 15 years of anti-incumbency, and of course, DMK's case also, there was huge allegations of corruption.
Yeah. So even if you look at the swings in Tamil Nadu, and I want all of you to come in, Shashi, even on Tamil Nadu, Mr. Reddy, please feel free to come in on Tamil Nadu. You're seeing a swing of 110 away from the DMK, right? So it is huge anti-incumbency in Tamil Nadu. It is significant anti-incumbency in Bengal, for sure, no matter where the final numbers land. We have not seen that anti-incumbency in Assam. We are seeing that wish for a change in Kerala. So at least 3 of the 4 states seem to be expressing a discontent with their current governments. I mean, I think that is the broad picture. Shashi, would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, on the surface, yes. But then when you look at
the surface, we have to wait for the final numbers and the vote shares.
Yeah, because
and also I should say that Mamata Banerjee is struggling in Bhabanipur. In the Election Commission data, she is leading by only 898 votes after 3 rounds of counting. Again, many more rounds to come. I agree that we've got to wait for all the data to come in. But go ahead, Shashi.
Yeah. No, so on Tamil Nadu, I was just saying that, it's a three-way split. But I think the interesting aspect is that while a lot of the talk was about, DMK maybe holding on or TVK surging, but nobody talked about, ADMK coming out so strong with, nearly 1/3 of the vote share. So what that tells you is that, Tamil Nadu, the political landscape is going to shift quite significantly in the years to come. Where maybe between the TVK and the ADMK is probably the battle, and then the DMK recedes. Because if you look at the seat gap right now, the TVK is barely a few seats short of majority, and the Congress has already made enough noises about allying with the TVK. So it's quite possible that you will probably see the Indie alliance come apart in Tamil Nadu, and the DMK is isolated. So that's a real possibility.
I think that's a very important point on what happens to the future of the India alliance. Rajiv, you want to add to that, and I'll get reactions from Mr. Reddy and Nirja and Nalini. Yes, Rajiv.
I just wanted to add about Tamil Nadu. I was there in Tamil Nadu, and I have a lot of friends in Supreme Court and all. The biggest factor in Tamil Nadu was the anti-incumbency because of the violence against women and children and drugs-related violence. You can go and find out what is the main issue in Tamil Nadu, Barkha ji. The whole issue is that in Tamil Nadu, people gave chance to Stalin, but then he was involved in only corruption, and there was no control on the government, no control at all. And that's the reason, no doubt, we could not get the all votes who were opposing Stalin. But if you see, in Tamil Nadu, there is a strong anti-incumbency votes, and that is divided between two parties. So let's hope for the best, and we are doing very well in Tamil Nadu also. Third point, what I think about the Tamil Nadu, Barkha ji, that across the country, if you see, the government which is doing very well, you have seen in the BJP-ruled state, whether it is Assam, whether it is Uttar Pradesh, whether it is Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Pondicherry, we are coming back. So we will have to, Madam is saying that Mamata government is doing pro-poor policy. No, not at all. Go on the ground. Mamata Banerjee could manage this much seat because of one particular set of votes. Fourth point I want to say about Tamil Nadu, there also SIR has taken place, Barkha ji. SIR has taken place almost in several states, and including Tamil Nadu also. There is no issue. Why it is in West Bengal? The reason is Mamata Banerjee, Didi, as well as CPM, they have made votes from the people who have illegally infiltrated in the country. And I am telling you, let court decide. If there are two aspects, court have taken a call that these 27 lakhs people should not be given chance to vote. They can vote in the next election. So you have to see, you have to choose.
But Rajiv ji, did that seem a fair comment for you? That if your name is not there this time, you can vote the next time. Even election duty officers who were entrusted to conduct the election found, I think 63 of them or 65 of them found their names not there.
Rajiv, what I am trying to say, ma'am, right now, what was the option? Either to wait till the outcome of these 27 lakhs people's appeal, by that time president rule, or let these 27 lakh people vote in the next election and new government should come in place. So these were two things before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, ma'am. So least it's chosen by the Supreme Court that these 27 lakhs appeal can be heard little later, but the democratic process should not be stopped in West Bengal. Otherwise, what would have happened, ma'am?
Okay, we are seeing a dramatic. Okay, we are seeing. Sorry, I got distracted because the gap between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress has dramatically widened in the last few minutes that we've been talking. The BJP is now leading in 174 seats to the Trinamool Congress's 109. Right. So this is again, the numbers keep changing, and we are being cautious. But there is no doubt that if these numbers hold. If these numbers hold, the BJP has already crossed the halfway mark. However, if these numbers hold, it shows a massive anti-incumbency swing away from the Trinamool Congress. Tanveer, are you getting a little anxious now, or do you still think it's early hours?
It's still the early hours. We are just 3 hours, 3.5 hours into the counting. Nothing to get anxious about. It's a welcome mode that for the first time it seems, even if we see that it is being neck to neck, there are more than 100 seats. So no matter, there is no reason of joy for the Bhajpa party, because even if they are getting majority as of now, if we consider the present scenario, they will be getting a strong opposition, and the strongest opposition in the form of Mamata Banerjee. But have faith in the public's opinion. It's just 11:36. It would continue till evening, and it's not far that we would cope up with this difference.
I should say that according to the Rajiv, before you respond, some of these margins, some of these fights are very tight. If you look at the Election Commission data in Bengal, the TMC is leading in 55 seats with a margin of less than 5,000. I'm just trying to give you why it's changing with every round. And the BJP is leading in 93 seats with a margin of less than 5,000. Right? And this is ECI data. I'll read it again. The TMC is leading in 55 seats with a margin of less than 5,000. And the BJP is leading in 93 seats with a margin of less than 5,000. So all I'm saying is the game is still on, but the gap has widened. But the margins are narrow in many of these seats. Rajiv, you wanted to respond, then Nalini and Nirja.
Yeah, just I wanted to say one line. We will accept the verdict of the people. We will not resort to the violence. Like what has happened in 2021, many journalists did not even report that how BJP supporters were killed and chased out of West Bengal, and they were taking refuge in some district town and other things. We are a pro-democratic party. Whatever will be the result, we will accept. Unlike left violence or TMC violence, have you seen in any state where BJP loses or when they start involving themselves in violence? We lost in Jharkhand, we accepted defeat. We won in Maharashtra, we didn't do anything. Not like people like TMC goons who go and torch the house of the opposition leaders, opposition voters, kill them. So don't give these lectures. Barkha ji, I am only telling you this is a victory of democracy today. West Bengal, first time free election, fair election in last 40 years minimum, because I have only history of 40 years. Otherwise, left goons were forcing people not to cast vote. Then Trinamool was double down, goons plus Islamists. They joined hands. Left only Loni goons. But in the case of Trinamool rule, goons backed by Islamists, they were what they were doing. You know, all cases should be expedited, what kind of violence they have done, and they should be taken to task as per law. But not like a violent things that we are winning elections, so we will start killing opposition leaders, we will start torching house of opposition leaders.
Okay.
And this has happened, Barkha, this has happened when Trinamool defeated left parties. Left was also involved in violence. Same in Tripura. We won Tripura. We succeeded in Tripura. Have you heard any political violence? Have you heard any political violence in Tripura? If they win today also, they will start doing this kind of violence. People are worried. But by God's grace and by the leadership of Amit Shah ji, Narendra Bhai Modi, Subhendu Sarkar and all BJP leaders, people are showing faith that they can secure and they can put West Bengal on the path of development. You know, that they are not giving them pay commission. Still 6 pay commission going on in West Bengal.
I hear you, Rajiv ji, but I want Nirja Chaudhary, Nalini Singh, Mr. Reddy has not spoken of the Congress party to come in. At the moment, Nirja, the BJP is leading in 174 to 109 for the Trinamool Congress. But I'll once again look at the ECI data also and say that some of these fights are very, very tight. A lot of counting is still left. The Trinamool Congress is leading in 55 seats with a margin of less than 5,000. The BJP is leading in 93 seats with a margin of less than 5,000. This is Election Commission data. It's a little slower, but it's much more granular. But I will say that for the last half an hour at least, the BJP has maintained its lead ahead, a significant lead, up well ahead of the halfway mark, ahead of the BJP. Nirja, you said that it's a different kind of politics. It's the Gen Z in Tamil Nadu. You suspect it might be the aspirational Bengal, voter in Bengal. I remember Arun Jaitley, when he was alive, he used to say that the Bengali citizen is culturally Hindu, but we have not been able to make him politically Hindu. At that time, he used to say, many years ago, that was the BJP project. Do you think that is what has happened, or do you think it is quite simply the local anti-incumbency, the exhaustion with, the high-handedness of Trinamool legislators? The BJP, by the way, has started distributing sweets outside the Bhabanipur office. That is where Mamata Banerjee, it's not over. Mamata Banerjee's rounds are being counted, but in last count, she was leading with just 800 or 900 votes. There are 16 more rounds, I think, of counting left. Nija and then Nalini.
I think, it's a bit of both to answer your question. The religious part of Bengali culture is intertwined with the social aspects. There is a strain of anti-Muslim, which Bengalis talk about, the Bhadralok, the Bengalis talk about, thanks to the historical reasons like partition of Bengal. But it isn't the kind of assertive Hindutva of the kind you see in the Hindi heartland. So Durga Puja is as much a religious festival as a cultural festival. Now the BJP, it's very interesting, Barkha, the rise of BJP in just, in 10 years. This has not happened to the left, which was in power for 34 years as their organizational base. This has not happened to the Congress party in power for 30 years. It has happened to a newbie. And why? For various reasons, you and I can outline them. It is SIR, it is anti-incumbency, it is anger against the TMC system, it is hard work of Amit Shah and Bhupen Yadav and their whole team. It is learning the lessons from 2021. They're now talking not only of Jai Shri Ram, they're talking of Jai Ma Kali, Jai Durga. Not having Hindi speakers come to the fore that much, except in the last days where the Prime Minister and the Home Minister was seen. So there were many things, but there is something that makes this party come to the fore, which other established parties have not managed to do, and something other opposition parties need to look at. But that apart, I think the answer to your question is yes, the Hindu-Muslim thing was visible, but not in your face, not everywhere. And anti-incumbency was the greater reason, I believe, that people talked about, why they wanted a change. And those who felt, they needed more. And jobs is something rich, poor, everybody talked about. And I think creation of jobs in every state of India is the challenge before every party that's serious about ruling India.
But it's very interesting that you think that more than religious identity or religious consolidation, Nija, this was genuinely, if these numbers hold, in Bengal, you believe it's genuinely about an economic aspiration, the search for jobs, a dissatisfaction with local governance. I think that's what Nirja Chaudhary is saying. Nalini, if you want to come in there's going to be a lot of debate, I suspect, if these numbers hold, from the opposition on the EC and the SIR, and we'll come to that in a moment. But Nalini, the implications for national politics, by the way, at this moment, the BJP is leading in 180 seats to 104 for the TMC. That gap is only widening. It's a massive swing away from the TMC towards the BJP. The pictures you see on your screen are in Bhabanipur, where Mamata Banerjee is contesting. She's still leading with a narrow margin, but the BJP has reason to bring their sweets into the Chief Minister's backyard, as it were. Nalini Singh, go ahead.
Barkha, in West Bengal, it has been Joy Bangla versus Jai Shri Ram. If you look at it crudely, I think that this is the identity that Mamata Banerjee tried to pitch, and Jai Shri Ram is the identity that even from the Prime Minister downward, everybody tried to pitch. So now let us assume that the BJP forms the government. There is one huge question, which is that they have talked about the brutality, in a way, of the TMC cadres. So now will be what is called a party society is the one that came to the fore. Will the BJP reverse that also? This is something which we have to look at, because everything from the very few number of jobs available, apropos the demand for jobs, etc., comes through the party cadre. So are we having a party society, or will we now have a state which functions culturally differently and politically differently, administratively differently, without these very rough leakages from one to the other? But just going back to Tamil, you've been talking about Gen Z, and Nirja spoke about Gen Z. Now, it is a phenomena, but what I have seen is that just take a look at Nepal. Balin Shah won Gen Z totally. I mean, it's 3/4 of a majority or something, and they're already protesting against him in a matter of 2 months. So Gen Z is very volatile, but it has obviously gone in favor of just now, in what said the BJP here, the TVK in Tamil Nadu. But what I would like to say is that Tamil Nadu, if you look at, have the Dravidian parties lost the Dalit vote. The Gaundars seem to have gone to Vijay, which is very interesting because Vijay is pulled in, as I was talking earlier, the Christian, the minority, the other vote, plus the Dalit vote, which should be ringing some sort of psychological alarm bell everywhere. And what happened to the Thevers and to the Ramadoses and to the Siemens, etc.? We spend so much time talking about all of these in Tamil Nadu, and what I see from your data is maybe 0 for them or maybe 1. So, so what actually is bringing people to vote for, or inducing people, or triggering off a vote for a person who is, like TVK, or is it something which we are losing track?
I think that's a very interesting question, and Rajiv Pandey of the BJP wants to come in. But could I just request us to just go to the Tamil Nadu graphics? I think we have the swings. Also, it's a real phenomena. Meanwhile, Rajiv ji, do go ahead.
Barkha ji, what I was saying in my opening comments, now Nalini ji has said so. Joy Bangla, Jai Shri Ram. There is no conflict. Joy Bangla and Jai Shri Ram is one. Ram is Rashtra. So anybody say Jai Bihar, that is equivalent to Jai Shri Ram. Say somebody Jai Tamil, that is Jai Shri Ram. That's the problem. Opposition parties are lacking. They don't have idea how to connect with the people. They are trying to divide Hindus basically. They will say Muslim. In Muslim, there are 14 castes: Shia, Sunni, Biradbi, Ahmadiyya. They are killing each other, so they will not talk about. They will say Muslim groups. In Hindus, they will say first they will try to divide Hindus on the basis of caste: OBC, MBC, EBC, SC, ST, Mahadalit, Hindu, general caste. What I'm trying to say, opposition party should talk about that now. That what they are, Jai Bangla. Who is not saying Jai Bangla? I am saying Jai Bangla, Jai Bangla. Modi ji is saying so. But we say Jai Bangla as well as Jai Shri Ram, Jai Mata Bhagwati. Durga Puja is more as famous as West Bengal in Bihar, from where I am joining on your show, from Bihar. So they are trying to divide. We are Tamil, you are anti-Tamil. We are pro-Bangalore, you are anti-Bangalore. What is this? This will not help. People are smarter than all intellectuals sitting on TV. Barkha ji, this is my line for all of us. On the people who are on TV, who are writing articles, and all leaders also, they are smarter. They do not go by that. You see, you hear the views before the exit poll that what is happening in West Bengal. Nobody was talking about that. Nobody was saying that DMK misrule will bring down the government. The people have decided. So finally, we should have faith in the people of this country. We have full faith in the people of this country, and on the basis of religion as well as on the basis of caste. These opposition in Bihar, what they did, they tried to do this, ma'am. Barkha, in Bihar, what they tried to do? They tried to do this on the basis of caste lines. People have given befitting reply. Same on the basis of language. People have given befitting reply. That is my statement, ma'am. I have some bad throat. If you permit, I want to leave, ma'am, because I have only 10 minutes left. If you permit,
okay, Rajiv. Okay, Rajiv, thank you. Take care of your throat. We'll keep the conversation going. But again, I think the BJP, wherever the Bengal numbers land, the BJP has certainly dramatically improved its performance and is looking in pole position. So let's see what finally happens. Rajiv ji, thank you for your time and apne awaaz ki khayal rakhiye. Let's keep the conversation going. I want to look at the Election Commission data that we have. If we can just pull it up, please, the Election Commission data. But in the meantime, Tamil Nadu. Shashi, do you have any thoughts of Tamil Nadu? Look at the swing away from the DMK. 107 seats less. It's at 52. The TVK is at 109. The AIADMK and allies haven't lost that much. In terms of swing, they haven't increased dramatically and they haven't lost dramatically. So it basically means that Vijay was able to come in and take all of the anti-incumbency. The AIADMK and its allies pretty much held on to what they already had, didn't lose, didn't gain. Any thoughts on that? Shashi? Okay, I don't know. I just lost Shashi there briefly. Are you all able to hear me? I was just looking at the Tamil Nadu seats. Shashi, did you hear my question?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead,
yeah, you're right. I think the ADMK has definitely held on to its ground, while it is the TVK which has captured the anti-incumbency. I think it also is a reflection that if you look at the DMK's politics, the kind of politics, it's very cynical. Right? If you look at the kind of comments that Udaynidhi made over the past few years, the kind of cronyism that is, that goes hand in hand with the kind of politics that DMK does. So I think it's a reflection that there is a sense of frustration, disenchantment with that brand of politics, and TVK and Vijay have tapped into those constituencies that have traditionally, voted for the DMK, while the ADMK and BJP alliance has, kind of held on to its ground. But has not, capitalized on that sentiment to go past the finish line. But I think also interesting, if I look at Kerala, the BJP is doing almost 12% of the vote share. So you're not seeing it in the seats, but 12% vote share tells you that there is a fracture there that's happening between the landscape, which traditionally was LDF versus UDF. You see a BJP beachhead emerging there as well. So it's a shift, an interesting shift across the states, and to me the big picture, especially from Bengal, is that Bengal.
And actually, the BJP is back to leading. Sorry, Shashi, on Kerala, the BJP is back to leading in 3 seats, and I've just requested my team to also pull out the vote share from the Election Commission, where you can get a little more granular information. But certainly, if the BJP is able to take 3 or even 1 at this point, it would be more than none in the last time assembly, Shashi. So there's something interesting happening.
In fact, one of them is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, one of the 3 seats that I looked up a while back.
Correct. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, we reported that as well, is leading in his seats. The BJP is back to leading in 3 seats in Kerala, the 94 for the UDF, 40 for the LDF. And so I think the point Shashi is making, Nirja, is that people will say that the Congress has been reduced. There's Rajiv, he's leading from Nimom. Nirja, the point that will be made is that the Congress has been reduced to the party of the South, while the BJP, if it is able to take Bengal and actually also open seats for itself, it's had 1 seat before in Kerala, but if it's able to pick up more, it's also leading in Palakkad, for example. So, and I think Shashi is talking about the 12% vote share, if requesting our team to pull that up also. Then the BJP is expanding while the Congress is shrinking and shrinking. That seems to be the big message from this election. Nija?
You're right. The Congress will be seen as party of the South, which will be there in Kerala if it forms a government there, is there in Karnataka, it's there in Telangana. And of course, Himachal in the north, that's a different thing. But that's why I fear, with the BJP controlling the East so solidly, if it gets Bengal, Hindi heartland so solidly, the western part of India, Gujarat, of course, has elections next year. Maharashtra, Goa also has elections next year. So we'll see what happens there. The narrative of, ruling party versus opposition may become much more north-south, which is not a happy thing to happen. What will happen to the impending delimitation exercise? Vijay has also come out against delimitation. Now, will that run into trouble? Will that get postponed further? All those are question marks for the future. But certainly what could happen, Barkha, is that the India alliance could be led by the Congress and accepted by the regional parties much more than was the case earlier after this election result. Because as it is, Mamata Banerjee, who would have been a contender, has been weakened. Nitish Kumar has moved to the Rajya Sabha. Arvind Kejriwal is weakened, and so has Stalin been weakened. So if they want is what is called a Marta Kya Na Karta kind of scenario, to face 2029, they may well accept Congress in the lead role.
That's I hadn't thought of that. You're saying that with what's happened with the DMK and, Mamata is now below 100 in Bengal, right? The BJP is now leading in 187 to Mamata Banerjee's 99 seats. You're saying a weakened Mamata Banerjee, Neerja Chaudhary, a defeated Stalin is a very different dynamic. And although the Congress has no good news to walk away from except Kerala, it still puts them in the pole position to lead the opposition, which is the exact opposite of what would have happened had Mamata Banerjee done differently in Bengal. Neerja?
Banerjee had won Bengal again. She was a natural leader to lead the opposition and be prime ministerial face for 2029. She is a woman. Women are a card that BJP is going to play, and she would have won the state fourth time. But without that, it's a very different dynamics. In the Congress, then would have been forced to accept it. But it's an evolving situation, but a very different one.
But I think Shashi has flagged. I've been actually looking at the BJP seats in Kerala all morning, Shashi, and the morning began with the BJP leading in 11. So they really leapt out, and then they fell to about 1. They're now leading in 3. So it's going to be very interesting to see where that BJP number lands in Kerala. But I want to just for a moment, look at the national politics. Now look at West Bengal. We have some of the swings. This is EC data, guys. So please don't worry if the numbers are a little bit different from the leads. So look at this. You're looking basically at the TMC now leading in 82 and the BJP in 154, right? So that is, and you can see the vote shares and how they reflect. The vote share is not what is dramatically different, but it is the conversion into seats where the gap really is, right? So if you look at it in terms of vote share, it's still pretty close. But in terms of converting that vote share into seats, what does that tell us, Shashi, according to you?
I think it's a reflection of the ground game, right? The BJP electoral machine has perfected the art and science of executing on the ground. They are very good at targeting the votes, targeting the booths. They have a well-oiled machinery. And in the case of Bengal, they also needed to show staying power, right? Because there's just the sheer amount of violence that Bengal has seen historically. To be able to weather that, and despite that, execute to perfection. I think this is what it is reflecting, that despite a 3% gap in the votes, they're able to convert it to a much larger number of seats, primarily because of very good ground level execution. And this has been the hallmark. You've seen it in other states as well, Haryana elections and so on, where they're very good at this kind of ground execution. I also wanted to make one point earlier. You had a question about Mr. Jaitley's comment on cultural Hindu versus political Hindu. It's also worth noting that the coinage of Hindutva is not from Savarkar. It is actually from Bengal by Chandranath Basu back in the 1880s. So there is historically that sense of identity which manifested in the freedom movement. Of course, since then over the decades you had the left movement being the dominant movement in Bengal. Now I think it is Bengal is reclaiming its original identity And I think it's very important to note that if you look at the major cities of India, right, Kolkata has become the only city perhaps which is barely contributing to the tech sector or the the growth story around startups and what is happening. I think it's also a reflection that that aspiration that has not been fulfilled, that has not been realized, is manifesting itself in what we're seeing in this election.
I want to welcome Dilip Cherian. I also see Dr. Dharinder Tayal. Tanveer Mondal, lawyer and TMC supporter, is still with us. And now take a look at this, Tanveer. You can see, and I think you acknowledge this, that there is a distinct anti-incumbency, no matter where the numbers finally settle, that is expressing itself for the Trinamool Congress. Of that, there can be no doubt. There's a 133 seat swing away from the Trinamool Congress, according to the Election Commission data, which is a little slower than our overall leads. Tanveer, your thoughts? Tanveer, I can't hear Tanveer. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, it has been on. Definitely, it has been. If a government has been running the state or has been serving the people of the state for 15 years, there would be certain demands of the people, out of which several would be fulfilled, and there would be certain demands which couldn't have been fulfilled due to paucity of time and other external factors. For that reason, definitely there is an anti-incumbent air, but as we have seen in 2011, there may be a different wind of change, but that wind of change is not very strong. The people, as you have also stated, though I am not being able to see the percentage of vote shares, now the percentage of vote shares, if it is neck to neck, then we can understand that there has been a division in mind of people, there has been a confusion in the minds of people of Bengal, there had been a bilateral sweep, but however, whether that is being converted into seats or not, that we'll be able to get by the end of the day. As of now, it is anti-incumbency, and it's also expectation for something more. I believe certain things which couldn't have been completed, which due to paucity of time.
Okay, let's open this up. Dilip and Dr. Tayal, good morning and welcome to the program. It's been a dramatic, thank you. It's been a dramatic morning. Your home state of Kerala is where I'd like to start, or Keralam as it's called. 94 seats for the UDF, 40 for the LDF, but 3 leads for the BJP. And I think this is going to be an interesting space to watch. Rajiv Chandrasekhar among them, leading from Nemom. We also have Shobha Surendran, I beg your pardon, leading in Palakkad. I'm just sharing the 3 BJP leads right now because I think that will be something that will become a talking point. We have the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijay, trailing at this moment. Again, these are things that change with every round of counting. We have Chandi Uman, who is leading. So those are some of the main seats from Kerala. Then let's switch our attention to the next state, if we can, Tamil Nadu, where Pradeep Gupta is going to say that he has, he predicted this and nobody believed him. 110 in the lead for the TVK, 72 for the AIADMK and its allies, pretty much holding on, by the way, as you will see in our graphics, holding on to what they had, not losing too much. The main knock of the TVK actually to the DMK and not to the AIADMK. There you can see 107 seats swing away from the DMK. Assam, it's Himanta Biswa all the way, 100 seats in the lead for the BJP, just 24. This will be the Congress's 3rd consecutive defeat in Assam. So really a lot of people today saying the Congress has become a party of the South, and the BJP is now trying to get into that southern states. MK Stalin is trailing in his own seat, and his son was also trailing earlier. And then we come to the big one. We haven't called it yet, but the gap between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress in West Bengal has only been widening. It is at 187 for the BJP to 99 for the Trinamool Congress. Some of the seats, the numbers are changing with every round of counting. So I think everybody's just holding on to see where the Bengal numbers finally land. Here you have some sense of the vote share. Shashi and I were talking earlier, the vote share between the TMC and the BJP is not that much of a difference, but the conversion of that vote share into seats is where Shashi made the point that the BJP's election machinery, the Amit Shah-driven behemoth, has sort of mastered the art of knowing how to do this. Dilip, your first thoughts? I think it's time to start talking about the politics. Bengal, we're still awaiting the final numbers, but I think we have a kind of broad picture. Dilip,
I think let's start with Kerala, as many want to call it nowadays. The official name, notwithstanding, I think the Kerala model has proven once again that it does the flip. The Pinarayi Vijayan having a second term last time was an aberration to my mind. And if you look at the posters all over Kerala, contrary to what the left practice is, it only had his face. It didn't have anything else. And I think that this has actually triggered a very strong anti-incumbency, which has worked hugely in favor of the Congress. And don't forget, the Congress is the only party in the state which is actually battling with the potential of 3 possible chief ministers. So, you're really talking of anti-incumbency falling into the hands of a party which is all geared to go because it thought it would win last time. It didn't. So it kind of doubled its efforts. And on the ground, that is what the story of Kerala is going to be. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, I think Pradeep Gupta notwithstanding, I think TVK's rise and rise is a phenomenon which will require both books to be written as well as many analysts to be proved wrong. Did Stalin read the ground wrong? Did his anti-incumbency against him stir up so quickly? I'm actually quite surprised. But am I unhappy? I'm not, because this is a fresh new blood. And it really is, to me, it reflects in terms of politics, a kind of Kathmandu moment where the young have actually, the 18 to 30-year-olds have come out, and you will see eventually when the analysis is done, it will be between women and the young, which has triggered this vote. And that is a story which mixes celluloid with youth aspiration. Were aspirations not fulfilled under the DMK? I wouldn't say so. The aspirations not fulfilled story then takes me to Bengal, where I think that the growth figures, the economy figures are something that have become part of the anti-incumbency story in West Bengal. But I think that the story there is of the process of counting, the speed at which counting is going on. What I'm hearing from the ground there is that while there are many chances for the BJP to actually have enough to celebrate, I don't think the Bengal story will be known till about 1 o'clock. So I think you're doing a good job by avoiding calling that as yet. The Hemanta story is a story which is astounding. And as we've discussed before, when the Congress loses totally in a state for the 3rd time, then it becomes difficult for it to ever recover. And this was the best chance it had for recovery. But people on the ground and in Assam have been pointing out of dissension within the Congress. And that probably has played a bigger role than we will understand as yet. In the postmortems, which will take place, as usually cloaked in all kinds of convenient language, you won't get very much, but people on the ground, and I'm going to be in Assam in the next couple of days, are going to be able to tell a more clearer and cogent story on what actually went wrong as far as the party campaign by the Congress was concerned. Hemanta's organization actually parallels and at some stages even rivals what the center is able to do in Assam. And he has been able to set up his own machine, and that is a big story. And part of the attack on him in between and his wife was a result of the fact that many in the central leadership were a little concerned about the rise and rise of Hemanta, which now looks unstoppable.
Yeah, I want to come to the politics of it all. And Dilip, while I'm being careful and not calling Bengal right now, the surge of the BJP ahead of the TMC has only grown. And I should emphasize that the BJP is now leading at 187 and the Trinamool Congress has fallen below 100. Tanveer has been saying all morning that let's wait. And we have been, we've been waiting, but I don't see this. It hasn't flipped even once. It's important to say that it has not changed for the last 2 hours to the TMC ever being ahead of the BJP. That's been 2 hours now. The BJP has literally galloped ahead of the TMC. The TMC is 100 seats below. The BJP is well ahead of the halfway mark. And indeed, if this holds, then the BJP is poised really to make history. It will consolidate its hold over the east and then start looking southwards. I want to start talking about the politics of this moment again, assuming that this is where we land, let's say in an hour or so from now, with the final numbers. Dr. Tayal, what does it signify? You're of course from Punjab, where there's other khel happening with the AAP, and we don't know what's going to happen there. So go ahead, Dr. Tayal.
Thank you so much, Barkha. So khela is happening everywhere by whatever names. So Punjab, it may be kheda, but khela hove. So today, of course, we are very happy with the kind of results. They are a result of the hard work that has been put in. And one thing which is being repeatedly talked about, I was listening, which is being said, the fine art that BJP has mastered, as if it is something on the sly. It is the hard work that you've done. It is the result of that hard work, that commitment.
Dr. Tayal, it was a compliment. Compliment mein thank you bolte hain. Aise nahi karte. It was not a sly. It was a compliment.
No, but it was bordering somewhere else. So that is why I'm saying it is the hard work. But thank you very much. It is the hard work where you put in the effort, and at the same time the kind of deliverance that you are doing wherever you are. For example, in the neighboring state, if you're coming back with such thumping majority, it shows what you are delivering. And here I want to talk about something, maybe one can say from 35,000 feet, is a major change. As at least I can say this, as I was growing up, I had never heard the term pro-incumbency. Anti-incumbency was a given, which meant that, that at the time of the Congress Raj, what it meant was you come in, you loot the people. If you are lucky, you come back again. Otherwise, you say, okay, anti-incumbency, let me wait my 5 years till somebody else loots them, and then I'll come back and start the loot again. Now, that is something which Narendra Modi has changed. More and more, we are hearing pro-incumbency that, okay, I got an opportunity, and I am going to serve so well that the people will come back and vote me again. And that is what is happening repeatedly. As far as, in virtually everywhere, we are seeing that the success is there, and we are very happy about it. The kind of results we are seeing in Bengal, and even in areas that were, traditionally not supposed to vote for us. For example, in Bengal, we were strong in the rural areas, but the urban areas, the Bhadraloks have also today favored us. And the border areas have, we're leading in the border areas. So it entirely shows that there is and for somebody to say that, maybe there is anti-incumbency for us because there was paucity of time for us to deliver, and 15 years was not good enough time for us to, have delivered what we said. That is not true. There was a terror which was there. I mean, I just heard, it is in the lighter vein, but I just heard somewhere that the BJP did something miserable in West Bengal, of a blanket kind of facility where the voter just sat at home and his vote was cast. वो facility ही ले ली. इस बार he had to go to the polling booth to vote. In the old times, TMC would provide this service that they would go and vote for him. But that kind of terror, where Pradeep Gupta said, I'm not releasing the exit poll because 70% of the people are scared to talk, even in confidence. Now, when you live in that kind of an atmosphere, it is no surprise that somebody who says, and I congratulate the people of West Bengal already, that maybe the moment for Omar Shonar Bangla has come. We are there. in a couple of hours, I assume. So that is what I would like to talk about because you're particularly talking about Bengal. And of course, I would be very happy. We are scoring a century in Assam. If I do a double century in BJP in West Bengal, I couldn't be happier.
Well, yes, we should. At the moment, the BJP is leading in 187 in West Bengal, and we're just waiting for a little more clarity before sort of officially calling that. But certainly the BJP is surging ahead. That's the word for it. It's surging ahead in Bengal. The TVK at 110, all poised. They just released a statement saying they don't need anybody's help. They're going to form the government on their own. I'm sure Venkat will have something to say on that. Shashi, I just want you to come in on the overall politics. You know, Nirja was making this point that ironically, while the only good news for the Congress is Kerala, and many people may now call the Congress a party of the South, given what's happened to the DMK and assuming that, you know, the Bengal day ends the way it's looking right now, actually it's the allies who will have no leverage left with the Congress. So the Congress in some strange, if weakened way, gains. Is that how you see it? Because I also see if the BJP takes Bengal and it is actually able to take these 3 seats in Kerala, the BJP consolidates the East. It's already got the Hindi heartland and it's moving very obviously, very deliberately and mindfully towards the South.
Yeah, if you look at, you know, now the Eastern Seaboard and the Western Seaboard are largely BJP ruled. Of course, the South is where the remaining battle is for the BJP. But I don't quite agree that, you know, this somehow makes the Congress very powerful. I think the opposite is likely to happen. You know, I would not be surprised if you see some turbulence for the Congress in states like Karnataka, where there has been a leadership tussle that has been simmering for quite some time now. You know, the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we see something happening there. Himachal is the lone, you know, anomaly for the Congress right now in the north. So barring Kerala, I don't think it has, you know, too much of comfort. Even Telangana, you know, the high-handedness of the Congress is seeing, you know, a sort of backlash there, and it's very evident even in the minority vote in Telangana that they're, you know, starting to get disenchanted with the manner in which the Congress is conducting itself there. So I wouldn't, you know, I don't quite subscribe to this theory that, you know, somehow the Congress emerges stronger. I think you're probably looking at a period of turbulence even for the Congress.
Dilip, do you agree with that? Do you agree? What kind of impact do you see this happening on national politics, national dynamics, given that it seems to be moving in the direction of the, you know, again, we're still waiting, we're still being cautious, but I think we have a direction. Dilip? Dilip, just unmute yourself. I think you muted yourself by mistake. Okay, while Dilip gets back on, Venkat, you know, we just saw a statement from the TVK saying they don't need anybody's help to form the government. And also, if we just change this slide to Tamil Nadu for 2 minutes, you will see that the AIADMK hasn't lost that much of its base. So basically, the TVK has basically destroyed the DMK. How do you look at Vijay now? You were forecasting 115 seats for him. Nobody seems to be able to speak. If you could unmute our guest, it would be great, guys. Yeah, Venkat.
Yeah, see, the thing is, entire media in Tamil Nadu, mainstream media, were giving all the edge to DMK. Like mostly, I would say nearly 70 to 80% were giving edge to DMK. But my take is, they were there in 5 years, so there are surely anti-incumbencies there. There are high possibility like ADMK will perform relatively better than DMK, or in the worst case scenario, the maximum seat difference between them is only between 10 to 15 seats. So that's how I predicted earlier. That's how my model were there. And so far, I'm looking in the results, like closely, TVK, Vijay's party, is closely hovering around somewhere 100 to 105. So looks like, in my opinion, they may not get the full majority, like because these two were gaining momentum. like DMK and AIADMK were gaining momentum. So still, I'm not sure whether TVK will be with nearly 115 or 95, but above 17 or 18, 118, I don't know how far they will go. Hope this momentum will be stay as it is, or like a sixth or seventh count if anything changes happening. That I really don't know. And one more thing, where the media, I would like to highlight, especially the Tamil news channels, they were so biased against TVK. You know, they didn't give a proper platform for them to express. Their representative were cornered, and there is no voice at all for them. So they were entirely relied on the social media, YouTube channel, and other medium. I would like to tell you something. I don't know how far the national media or other people from the states, other states know it. See, TVK is a whole disruptor in the sense how the whole election campaign or how the party function, because it's very attractive towards the people below the age of 40. So what they did was, throughout the campaign, there is absolutely close to zero paper advertisement. Okay. And there is no advertisement in any of the major news channels or any other mainstream Tamil channels. Okay. Then the third one is, there is no posters. Nowhere you can't see the posters. And then there is no cutout. Okay. And then no YouTube ads or Facebook ads or Instagram ads. And then there is no, I don't know nowadays whether people were doing the advertisement in radio or FM. I really don't know whether that's happening. So they completely disrupt the way the political party functions. You know, see, the thing is, hardly they put a printout. So they changed everything. And I would say the main supporter for TVK comes from the YouTube channel or the independent journalist and the people in Instagram. I would say the Tamil Nadu people is the campaigner for the TVK. See, I would like to point out few things which may not be known by other people or who are not all followed in Tamil Nadu. That is, the entire campaign is a family campaign. The campaigning has happened within the family. See, generally how the family structure or the voting structure will be there is either DMK or AIADMK. So the father or mother will be aligned with both AIADMK or DMK or either of the one. So they will guide, they will direct their kids or the children to go to the respective candidate. Now,
so it's an organic, I understand what you're saying, that it's a completely organic, different way of doing politics. Sorry, Shashi has to hop off, so let me get a last comment from Shashi. Just on the national politics, how this is going to change, what happens to the BJP, what happens to the opposition in terms of priorities?
Well, I think the BJP is now, I think, laser focused on the other states where it needs to, win back ground, beat Punjab. And then you have a big election in UP coming up. You have the presidential election coming up. I think building on this momentum, I think we should see a series of political shifts happening. There is no cause for comfort for the Congress. I think it is headed for turbulence.
Okay, the latest figures from Bengal: 188 for the BJP, 101 for the Trinamool Congress. The gap has remained, has only grown, and it has remained like this now for about 2 hours. Shashi will say thank you to you. Ketki, I'm just going to hand over to you for the latest numbers, get a quick sip of water, and be back in 2 minutes. Ketki, it's over to you.
Let's look at those numbers. In West Bengal, like Barkha pointed out, 188, the BJP is leading, the TMC on 101. That number was just under 100 just 2 minutes ago. And there are, let's try and see if we can also show you some of those leads, who are leading in West Bengal and who are leading in those other states as well, because that also tells you its own picture of what exactly is happening in this election. We are looking right now in the small little box, you can see there were seats of Tamil Nadu that were coming up as well. But let's look at West Bengal. Let's see if we can pull out some of those leads and some of those candidates. Yes, West Bengal, the total number of seats, we're counting 293, not 294. There will be a re-election on one of those seats. That's why we're going to get 293 results today. TMC, now this is the data from the Election Commission of India. So you will see the difference in the data between what you're seeing right at the top of your screen and what you're seeing in this small little box. Now the vote share of the TMC, 41. Compare that to the BJP's right now, it's at 44%. But look at that swing. Now, that swing, that is very, very crucial, and that will effectively decide how this election goes. Last time, the TMC had got 215 seats. Right now, it is 133 seats in the negative, away from that number. The BJP last time had got 77, and their number a plus of 77. Again, we will put a caveat here. These are still leads. But if this holds and if this trend continues, then we're looking at a massive, massive decision coming in from West Bengal. Let's look on now to another state. Let's move away from West Bengal for just a minute and let's look at Kerala. BJP again ahead on 3 seats. Now this number has been quite interesting. In the morning it was at 11, leads on 11. It's now come down to 3. Sometimes it goes down to 2. The 2 consistent seats that we've seen the BJP lead on, one of them is Palakkad and the other Nimom. In Palakkad, Shobha Surendran, and in Nimom, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. UDF, pretty much on expected lines, leading. 94 is the current number. The Congress alliance leading in Kerala, that was pretty much on expected lines. The LDF taking a bit of a dip. It was again expected. Anti-incumbency, a 10-year period, 40 seats, leads on 40 seats for the LDF in Kerala. Let's move on to the next state now. Assam. BJP, this was a fairly comfortable election for BJP in terms of even what the exit polls had all suggested, that the BJP would be winning this state. It looks like it's on its way to doing that. 100 seats for the BJP. This will cement Himanta Biswa Sarma as the undisputed BJP leader of the Northeast. A lot of questions will be raised on the leadership of the Congress party within the state, and Gaurav Gogoi himself was trailing on his seat in Jorhat sometime earlier in the day. 24 leads for the Congress. And Tamil Nadu, the story of this election is undoubtedly turning out to be Tamil Nadu. Many were talking about what would happen. Would TVK be a spoiler? Would Vijay be the kingmaker? But if this holds, Vijay could very well be the king. And let's see how those numbers finally pan out. TVK leading on 105 seats. The DMK was way, way behind. It's still in 3rd place, but has recovered a little bit in terms of the leads, currently placed at 57, and the AIADMK at 72. Now in Tamil Nadu, what is also interestingly happening, we saw the Chief Minister himself trailing on his own seat in Kolattur. His son was trailing a little earlier in the day, but Udayanidhi now seems to have taken the lead in his constituency. There are others. Let's talk about former governor Tamilisai Sundarajan. She is currently trailing from Mylapore. O. Paneerselvam was trailing earlier in the day, but he has moved to the DMK. He was trailing earlier in the day. He is now in the lead. And Vijay is leading from both the seats that he is contesting from. So very interesting Tamil Nadu trends as we see them. I would like to come to Dilip Cherian to ask him, when you look at this election and you see there was so much talk in Bengal about the outsider and whether this is an election about the Bengali versus the outsider. Many also said that the BJP didn't even have a face that was a Bengali face in this election. These numbers, if they hold, that doesn't really seem to have played any role.
Caveat that we have to watch for how the numbers actually pan out. I think the Bengali voter is signaling in this election the anxiety with the kind of appeasement that has been the focus of Mamta's governance over the last few years. I think that is going to be the big story as it comes through, whether it was appeasement versus consolidation. The consolidation of the Bengali and the Hindu voter behind the BJP is the new story. The older story is that of majority anger against appeasement of the minority. So you are really talking about seeing a tug of war between these two, and whether this factor of appeasement has affected enough in the majority for them to have switched out of Didi Bhakti, as it were. Now, if that is the case, then the results that we are watching will hold. But if the consolidation is not of the level that is being seen in these counts, then you will find the results beginning to change. Most people in Bengal who are not yet willing to give up the theme that they've been running with are saying, wait for half an hour more. So I don't think, as Barkha has said already, and as your figures have shown, there hasn't been a flip so far, though there has been some.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think our data team now feels ready to call the election. Khalid, quick update. Are we now calling this officially for the BJP in Bengal?
Yeah, we can, because now the trends have almost seems to have stabilized. If you look at the number of votes polled and the number of...
Can we change the slide, please? Yeah.
See, if we look at the number of votes polled and the number of votes counted till now, almost more than around 6.3 crore votes were polled. Of these votes, around 1.2 crore votes have been already counted. And if you look at the vote share difference between the BJP and TMC, it is 3%, which has been stabilized for the past few hours. See, the seats might vary in numbers a bit, but vote share seems to have stabilized. So we can see that BJP having a clear majority at the end of the day also. We don't see trends of the vote share after these number of votes being counted changing much. And the seats
and Khalid, the other interesting thing is that there's not much of a dramatic difference in vote share, but it's the conversion of vote share into seats which has been all the difference.
Yeah, but even in the vote share, if you look at the vote share difference in the 2021, it was 10% vote share. TMC had got 48 and BJP had got 38. This time, almost 6.5% votes have shifted from TMC to BJP. Shift of the 6.5 or 7% vote is a significant vote share shift from one party to another in any elections. So it have TMC has gone down from around 7%, from 48% to 41%, and 44. BJP has gone up from 38% to 44%. More than 44%.
Can we go to the election commission slide? Ria, if you could take on the election commission slide, we could see what Khalid is talking about. Yeah. Khalid, keep going, and then I want to welcome Pavan Verma to the program.
See, you can see the vote share. TMC stands at 41.64 right now, and the BJP at 44.7%. BJP has grown from 38% in the last election to almost 45%. So it's almost more than 6% vote share increase, and similar is the decrease almost in the vote share of the TMC. So the 6%, more than 6% votes shifting from one party to another party in any election will give a seat conversion of this kind only. So that's why we are seeing that the seat tally almost exchanging between the TMC and the BJP as compared to the last election, though TMC still has 30 seats more than what BJP had got. So still we have to wait for the day. But one thing we can say very clearly from here, that BJP is going to have a clear majority. There is no doubt about it. These trends, if we have been seeing the vote share difference stabilize for the past few hours, it won't change in the next few hours also. Seats might vary, marginal seats where the difference between the leads and the trailing person is not very much. We might see some change in the number of seats, but definitely BJP is going to have a clear majority. And the vote
so basically the number of the seats, the final tally may vary, but the BJP is easily going to form the government on its own. You don't expect those numbers to change. So we're calling this election now, Dilip, we are now calling it for the BJP in Bengal. That gives us a clear picture in all 4 states now. Pavan, I was going to come to you, but I somehow can't see you. There you are, or you're on the phone. Pavan, let's get first thoughts. You are somebody who has been in an earlier avatar with the Trinamool Congress. Mamata Banerjee's 15-year hold over Bengal comes to an end. It's a historic win for the BJP. We were being cautious in polling it, but our data team now says there's no chance of this gap now being bridged. This is going to change politics as we know it nationally, but also in Bengal. Pawan Verma, your first thoughts.
Well, Barkha, it seems that in general, this has been an anti-incumbency election against the TMC in West Bengal, against the DMK in Tamil Nadu, and against the LDF in Kerala. The only state which bucks this trend is Assam. As far as the West Bengal is concerned, I must congratulate the BJP for its sheer perseverance that from 2019, its rise in Bengal, even prior to all the controversy SIR, has been steady. There have been setbacks, but it has been steady, and they haven't failed in their attempt to try and finally wrest the state from the TMC. I think two factors played there. One, of course, is the anti-incumbency factor. The second was, unfortunately, in this country, still religious polarization, Hindu consolidation against Muslim, and the TMC's use of the Muslim minority vote in West Bengal. But over and above that, this vote percentage difference, we have to see how many votes it means. If 6-7% is the vote difference, and 27 lakh voters have not been enfranchised to vote, we have to ultimately ask the question about not the win of the BJP, which is emphatic, but are we looking at now increasingly untransparent, if there is such a word, elections? So I think that is a fact that we must take into account. There was in the SIR exercise, I'm not against the cleaning up of the voters list, but if 26 lakh voters have not been adjudicated upon, and that's a sizable amount, and you go ahead with the elections, the question of the final results will arise whether they have complete legitimacy. But that apart, I think the BJP's perseverance needs to be elicited, and the anti-incumbency factor against Mamata perhaps worked as well. So, on the whole, I think that what is also equally clear from this election is the complete breakdown of opposition unity.
I mean, Omar Abdullah has a two-word. Sorry, Omar Abdullah has a two-word
why
reaction.
the Congress was fighting against the TMC.
Keep going, Pawan. Sorry.
I mean, here you have a situation where it's a do or die battle. At one level, you sit together on opposition platforms of unity. And in a state where every vote percentage matters, the Congress is going ahead and attacking the TMC. In Kerala, of course, you have two constituents of a possible India alliance fighting against each other. So I think that the opposition unity has been exposed so badly, and the whole Congress strategy, I'm unable to understand, where it believes that whether it has a standing or a locus standi in any particular state, it must follow its own path. It's quite amazing to me. So one thing is that the opposition stands exceptionally exposed. The BJP's organizational and perseverance, sheer timber needs to be accepted. And the fact is that as far as West Bengal is concerned, I think there will continue to be questions about the manner in which the elections were conducted, and I think that's a healthy debate in the groups. We should have it. The other factor which I'll just comment briefly on, the rise of Vijay in Tamil Nadu. I think that shows that there is something that a charismatic leader can capitalize upon even when it's a new entrant in an electoral field. I mean, the conventional wisdom was that the DMK will again win. And we saw the example of the failure of Prashant Kishore in Bihar as a new entrant, as a new party, with a good idea. But here in Tamil Nadu, you see that if it's a charismatic face, if there is backing, if there is fatigue with the previous party, in spite of everything else, it can happen. So I think perhaps even the opposition should look at the fact that do they have a charismatic face or not, to dislodge what is the
what do you think has been the biggest opposition mistake? And then I want Dr. Tyal to react to the lack of transparency that Pavan Verma alleges in Bengal, and Dilip also to react to this point about the opposition. What do you think has been the biggest opposition mistake?
The biggest opposition thing is that the largest opposition party, the Congress, fails to understand that in order to defeat a much stronger political party, the BJP, if you are doing it on ideological grounds, you must convert that into organizational strength, which rises above silos to create platforms. And that is one thing, if the Congress party doesn't understand, you can't expect the regional parties to follow.
Yeah.
And so,
Dilip, do you agree with that? Before I come to Dharinder Tyal on the lack of transparency, the deletions, the row that will invariably follow now on the voter list, that this has also been a failure of opposition unity. How do you see it?
Without a doubt, I agree with Pavan on this, that the opposition wasn't able to make a real issue into an electoral issue and close ranks on it. The problem with the opposition in India today is that it is all self-seeking, silo-creating activity. It is not recognizing that their decimation is a result of their inability to cooperate. So you are seeing that issue after issue goes through. The women's bill fortunately did not go through, but other than that, the steamroller rolls on. And the fact that all of us are not able to see in this a kind of anxiety about a functioning democracy is something that will concern future generations. In fact, I think the TVK win in Tamil Nadu is an expression of the young being frustrated and irritated by the fact that the conventional parties are not calling the issues that really matter to them.
Dr. Tyal, I want you to come in on the point that Pavan made about the lack of complete transparency, the row that will invariably follow.
Yeah, undoubtedly that is certainly something, because there needs to be something to hide behind. But one thing which he said at the beginning, which was about anti-incumbency, that there was anti-incumbency everywhere, barring Assam. So, which is why that is one of the reasons for what has happened there. Now, I would want to go a little deeper than just leaving it at anti-incumbency. There is something else there. There was anti-incumbency where it was the non-BJP governments. So we need to note there that it is the opposition, I mean, in the national sense, that is not performing. So it was a vote against lack of performance, and we cannot leave it at the altar of anti-incumbency. That, okay, it was purely anti-incumbency, because if that was it, then Assam should also have gone the same way. So it is the performance that is something which is being exhibited at the national level by Narendra Modi, and at the state levels, at the state level by the BJP governments. So that is one part of the story. The second thing which he said was also about religious polarization. That there has been religious polarization. That is something we've seen ever since the country got independent. Minority appeasement has been there, and minority appeasement was given the pseudonym of secularism. And true secularism has arrived today when 14% of the population gets 33% of the benefits of the Modi schemes. So However, when
but you haven't addressed the criticism over the deletions, the mass deletions.
Yeah, I'm coming there. I'm just saying that when we're talking about that when we create an atmosphere of terror, when people are not willing to open their mouths, when we corner them, then yes, there will be consolidation. When we push them against the wall, it would happen. So it is the result of that. The third thing which he said was on the SIR. Now, there are two ways of looking at it. One is that the people have been disenfranchised, and it is, as he said, I'll borrow his word of untransparent. And so, I mean, there is a court in this world, in this country. There are processes that we can go to if we have a problem. Post facto, we cannot cry about it, number one. Number two, pure data which your team can come up with. Is it that BJP has only won in the constituencies where the number of the deletions were very high? My data tells me that even where the deletions were very low, BJP has wrested those constituencies.
I think that's a good question, Khalid. We should look at that question and be able to answer it. Do we have any preliminary responses?
Yeah, in this kind of results, BJP will definitely win even those seats where the deletions have been there. Otherwise, we have to look at the seat-wise the results, like where there have been like significant number of deletions, what have been the results over there, and where there have not been the deletions, that is a matter of analysis that we'll be doing in the course of the time, looking at the different seats, the results. But the kind of results that we are seeing, it's like it's a wave kind of thing for the BJP in West Bengal. So even in this kind of results, BJP will definitely be winning those seats where there have not been the deletions, where there have not been significant number of the deletions. See, this kind of results is definitely against the is a reflection of the anti-incumbency sentiment that would have been there. I think Pradeep Gupta was right over there when he said that a lot of people are not speaking because West Bengal has been known for the political violence. So people are definitely scared just to reveal their political inclinations just before the elections, thinking that what might be the repercussions even if we reveal our political inclination, the party doesn't come to power or the other party comes to power. Many a times people are scared to reveal their inclinations, but this thing was definitely there, that there wasn't an anti-chief minister sentiment, but there was a anti-TMC cadre, an anti-TMC, a lot of MLAs sentiment was definitely there in West Bengal, that we were seeing, we were reading and we were listening to from the journalists who had visited the state, that there's a certain level of sentiment against the local cadres of the TMC, which they defined as per the locals, that Gundaism of the TMC. So if they could read it that way, then it is a reflection in the results of the...
But I think the important part that you're making is that irrespective, Pavan, of the row over the deletions, the kind of numbers for the BJP suggests that the deletions by themselves have not swung the outcome of the state election. I think that's the mota baat. Dr. Tyal, I'll let you complete your point. Tanveer, I'm sure you want to respond. And we'll start.
That is exactly the point I was making. So we cannot leave this at the altar of SIR, and SIR was fairly done. And maybe the other way to look at it is that earlier what was happening was actually opaque. Because the number of people who were there, who were removed this time, they were the ones, and it is well known. I mean, like I said earlier, that some people said that, the votes were cast on their own. You didn't have to go because that is what was happening. In fact, we need to credit the fact that the vote percentage has gone up so hugely. The number of incidents of violence are almost down to zero. People had the confidence to go out and vote. That is, I would call that transparency, when the people are not afraid of going and voting, and which is what we saw in the voter turnout. And if we look at it, again, going to data, that the last times where the TMC won, the last time's victory margin, and now if we take the number of votes that have increased, more votes that have been polled, and they far exceed the number of the victory margin of last time. So I've done some data, that is why I'm telling you. So that is where the victory is coming from, that the people were now confidently able to come out, and compliments to the Election Commission whatever they had to deploy, as much CAPF they had to deploy, irrespective, but free, fair, transparent elections were held, and it is a result of those that we are seeing today.
Okay, Pawan wanted to respond to that. Pawan, just if we look at the Bengal figures, the BJP is now leading in 191. Could you change the figure on the top of the screen so I can have the latest figure, please? 191 to 97 for the TMC. The point I think that our data team is trying to make is, with all of the anxieties over the deletions and the SIR, the gap is too big, which means that the deletions of the SIR by itself is not, it's not like you say, okay, if this hadn't happened, the result would have been different.
If you have the statistics with you,
yeah,
in the last round in 21, with how many votes did the TMC win its absolute majority? What was the difference in the number of votes between the BJP and the TMC? Would you have that statistic?
Khalid, I'll ask Khalid to pull that up while you're making your point. Khalid, can we pull it up? Yeah, okay, he's going to pull that up.
The point I'm making is that I heard one estimate, and I could be wrong, that the total difference of the number of votes that the TMC and the BJP got, irrespective of the percentage of votes and the seat differences that emerged, was about 60 lakh votes more for the TMC and for the BJP. It could be around that figure, maybe I'm incorrect. Now, if that is the case, I'm party agnostic on this matter. Any election, irrespective of legitimate deletions, if 26.7 lakh voters who are waiting for adjudication on their eligibility as a voter, and you go ahead with an election, I believe it sets a precedent. And it's also against the provisions of the Representations of People's Act, the Constitution of India, which gives the right of every citizen to vote. So I'm party agnostic. If another party were to do the same thing, I would say you cannot hold an election if such a sizable bulk who could be voters are being told that you can't vote because we have no time to adjudicate on your appeal.
I think, Khalid, if you're there somewhere, you want to respond?
Yeah. Mr. Pawan Verma is right in the number of vote difference. That was in absolute numbers. It was around 60 lakhs between the TMC and the BJP. But the under adjudication is 1/3. See, I agree with Mr. Pawan Verma on the point that you cannot call it as completely free and fair elections when around 27 lakh people have not been able to vote. So this is like disenfranchisement. But has that deletion of 27 lakh not been there, then the results would have been different. And also, these 27 lakhs, we have to, it's not like that they are uniformly distributed across the states. They might have been just in some districts only, in like some few districts and some assemblies. So, I agree with you that this...
I think Pawan is speaking. Could you unmute him? Yeah, Pawan, you want to react?
I said it's not about the assumptions that they are only concentrated in one pocket or the other. Khalid, you'll agree with me that a voter in the world's largest democracy has the right to vote. And if he is not a citizen or she is not a citizen, the election commission has a right to delete the name. Or if not a citizen, at least if it is
I think.
But if you are entitled to vote and you have not been able to do so, it is, in my view, an infringement, as I said, of the basic right bestowed by the Constitution of India. And I was surprised personally, with great respect to the Supreme Court, that one of the honorable judges said they can vote in the next election.
So ideally, from the constitutionality,
to adjudicate, please start, as I said in Bihar also, the SIR exercise earlier. complete the process in a transparent and legitimate manner.
I think Pavan, I think what Khalid is saying is that yes, this is unfair according to him, but he doesn't think that the overall outcome of the election, given the numbers and the gap, would have been different, right? So I think you're looking at 191. Mamata Banerjee, I think, has released a statement. Could we have it? We'll play it up for in a moment. Yes, please do let me know when we can play it. Tanveer, you've been listening carefully. If you'd like to respond, and then we'll start taking last comments. Tanveer? He can't. I don't think he's even there. Can't hear you. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, can't hear. Dr. Tyagi, you want to respond to everything that Pavan has said? But before that, sorry, we have Mamata's statement. Let me play that, please.
জানিয়ে বলছি প্লিজ দয়া করে কেউ কাউন্টিং এজেন্টরা এবং প্রার্থী ক্যান্ডিডেটরা তারা ভোটিং এলাকা ছেড়ে আসবেন না। স্ট্রং রুমে যেখানে কাউন্টিং হচ্ছে মানে সেন্টারে সেখান ছেড়ে কেউ আসবেন না। এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে। এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে। কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে। আগে ডিআইসিও এই খবরগুলো দিত, কিন্তু তাকে কালকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। টোটালটা ইলেকশন কমিশন নিজের ইচ্ছে মতো খেলছে এবং সাথে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীকে নিয়ে। এবং আমাদের পুলিশরা টোটাল মাথা নত করে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীর আন্ডারে কাজ করছে। সুতরাং আমি সব আমাদের কাউন্টিং এজেন্টদের, আমাদের সমস্ত পার্টির কর্মীদের বলবো অত মন খারাপ করার কারণ নেই। আমি বলেছিলাম সূর্যাস্ত পরে আপনারা জিতবেন। 3 রাউন্ড 4 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হলেও এটা 14 রাউন্ড থেকে 18 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হয়, তখন আপনারা জিতবেন। ওয়েট অ্যান্ড সি, ওয়াচ। আমরা সবাই আপনাদের সাথে আছি, আপনারা কেউ ভয় পাবেন না, নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন। আমরা বাঘের বাচ্চার মতো লড়াই করে যাব।
So basically saying, I'm translating roughly through the SIR, they try to steal votes. Even now we are ahead by more than 100 seats, which is not being reported. Everything is being reported wrong. The Election Commission is working entirely as per its own will, and the central forces are also with them. So this is turning into a huge row, which was the apprehension that, would the result be accepted peaceably. This is the latest statement from Mamata Banerjee. Tanveer, I really don't know if you can hear me. Give me some sign of life.
I can hear you.
Yeah, Tanveer, please respond. Yeah.
See, this is not a impromptu statement that has been made by the Honorable Chief Minister. She has been telling this, she has been instructing this via a video conference to her workers in the last many days. Now, if we come back to the fairness of the Election Commission and all, we would remember in 2024 when the Supreme Court directed that Election Commission would be nominated by 3 persons, out of which one would be the Chief Justice. That was changed by a bill by the then and the ruling party BJP, obviously, replacing it with a union ministry. So from that point of time, the parity of Election Commission, the wisdom of Election Commission is under continuous challenge. Whatever has happened in the present election in regard to the SIR calculation and SIR process, this could have been done after 2024. You have had good amount of 2 years. Now this process was done not only to eradicate voters from or restricting voters from casting their votes, it was also done. If you visit the rural Bengal, if you visit corners of Bengal, you would see there has been a random deletion of names. It is not like that only TMC voters or only voters. Voters are not TMC, BJP or CPM. Voters are normal human beings who are given voting rights by the Representation of People Act and the Constitution of India. Now those rights have been curbed in a mathematical way, and their rights are being kept at a halt. Nobody knows out of 27 lakhs if these 25 lakhs or 26 lakh people get their voting rights back in due process of law. I do not know how speedy that process would be, whether this election would hold at all any validity, even if the BJP gains certain advantage.
That's the point Khalid is making, that it would not, given the gap of 191 to 97 seats, it would not change the overall picture, which doesn't mean that, everybody doesn't have the right to vote. Everyone should have the right to vote. Every legitimate voter should have the right to vote. But let me just welcome Ruhi Tiwari, senior journalist and author, who spent some time on the ground in Bengal to the program. I can also see others tuning in. Dr. Tyal, I'm sorry, I didn't give you a chance to react to Pavan Verma's point. Do react before we open it up for our next round of panelists. Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of things. One, where Pavan Verma is talking from I would say from a very high level point of view, that what could have been done and what should have been done. I think that is the talk for another day. Today, we're talking about what are the results, whether they are right, they are wrong, and what is happening. And what is happening today, now when he says, it is very simplistic when we say that what was the gap last time, what is the difference in SIR this time, therefore delete that, where does it work? Which is what Khalid said, that okay, it is about 27, last time the gap was 60, but it doesn't work like that. That is to assume that TMC has got the same number of votes that it got last time, because we don't know how many it is going to get. It has got the same number of votes, but the BJP now, because of that change, has been able to win. So this is not the way it works. So that is very, very simplistic, and that is not the way it works. So if there was something, and for him to say, I do not agree with the Supreme Court and what the Supreme Court is doing, he's very welcome. He's very free to do that. But in this country, we will have to, at the last end, we will have to believe and have our faith in the Supreme Court in whatever they are doing. So this is something which is extremely important, that let us not try to cloud this. It is when you do a RG Kar, when you do a Sandesh Khali, when you do things of this kind, when there is insecurity, this is the kind of results which will come. And before I leave, on a lighter note, what is being said, that BJP has been working hard. Somewhere we need to go and see, has the opposition been working hard? So that is where the problem lies. They've not been. The elections are on, and I'm in Nicobar, so there is something there. And just the lighter vein, somebody asked a question that there are three important questions, unanswered questions in India today. One, Katappa ne kyun mara Bahubali ko? Second, Trump ne Iran pe attack kyun kiya? Or तीसरा, कि कांग्रेस ने वेस्ट बंगाल का इलेक्शन क्यों लड़ा? So these are the three questions, unanswered questions. So I think we are there. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
Thanks, Dr. Tyal. That is indeed a moment of good humor. Thank you, Pavan. If you can stay. Otherwise, thank you for your time. I want to welcome our new set. Tanveerji, thank you also for your time. I want to welcome Aarti, Hitesh Jain of the BJP, Shugata, senior journalist and author, to our program, and Ruhi Tiwari is with us as well. So is Dilip, and I think Pavan is leaving now. So thank you, Pavan and Dilip, to both of you. Again, big day. If you have for any reason been living under a rock and have just looked at the election results, the BJP has basically ended Mamata Banerjee's 15-year-old rule in Bengal with a historic win that is being hotly debated, including by the outgoing Chief Minister herself, who has accused the Election Commission of misreporting facts. Tamil Nadu, the TVK has made an extraordinary political debut, and Assam has gone the way of the BJP comfortably. I see Yogendra Yadav also with us, and then finally Kerala, which has gone the way of the UDF. So let me get reactions now from everybody here. Ruhi, I know you spent some time on the ground in Bengal. What do you make of this result? And there's Yogendra Ji. I'll come to you right after that, Yogendra Yadav, and Hitesh. Yeah.
So Barkha, I think on the ground there was a significant mood for anti-incumbency. There was a significant call for Parivartan, which is change. And it's not unnatural for an incumbent of 15 years to face this kind of ire, or to face this kind of disappointment and fatigue, right? So not all of the anti-incumbencies, anger or ire, it's also disappointment, it's also fatigue. So there are various levels of anti-incumbency. I think there were certain factors that were working against Mamata Banerjee, and I'll come to SIR later. One was the fact that people are talking about lack of industry, lack of development, lack of employment. People are talking about cut money, which is essentially corruption at the grassroots level. People are talking about what they perceive to be a deteriorating law and order condition, law and order situation, the state being unsafe for women. And of course, people saying that this seems like a perpetuation of the left culture instead of it being a reimagination of Mamata's politics. It seems much of the same. So a lot of these factors, but I do feel a lot of these things become more prominent when you've been in power for 15 years, 15 straight years. It may have been the same even 5 years ago, but people were not bored. Right now, people are more bored. So there was a call for Parivartan. The SIR is a very, very, I would say the timing of the exercise is very malicious, very suspect. It shouldn't have been done so close to elections. It's very unfair. It targets the marginalized, the vulnerable the most, whether it's the minorities, whether it's the women. And this high voter turnout also is a factor of that, because the denominator, of course, has changed because of SIR. But on the ground, this issue played out very unevenly. For those who found their name in, it's not an issue at all. Nobody was talking about it unless they were left out. And for those who were left out, especially among the minority community, it was a big issue. There was resentment against the Election Commission and BJP directly for the conduct of this exercise and for the timing of this exercise. So SIR, I think, on the ground played out very unevenly. That was the most talked about aspect of this election. However, anti-incumbency, the mood was real. And BJP was, I think this was more a referendum on Mamata Banerjee than a vote for BJP, honestly. BJP, of course, benefited by virtue of being the single largest opposition party, the fact that it had made inroads in the state so far. And naturally, the BJP played its cards well in the state. But this was, but make no mistake, I don't think you can write Mamata Banerjee off. We all know the kind of leader she is. She's a street fighter. She remains a figure that is thought of fondly in the state. So the next 5 years, to watch.
So what I'm hearing from you, and let me take that to Yogendra Yadav, is that while you believe that the SIR was an extremely sensitive issue, it played out unevenly and not one that swung the result of the state to one direction or the other, given the gap in the numbers. It's 192 to 97. Could you go back to Bengal, to 97? Yogendra Yadav, your response, sir.
Barkha, for having me. It's an extraordinary day, and we must analyze it very carefully. We are looking at 4 major words. Kerala, Congress comes back. I would say it's routine oscillation. I would not give special credit to Congress or the UDA. The oscillation that was delayed by 5 years has normally happened. Election Commission or any external agency was kind of a non-factor. Routine elections that we watch. Tamil Nadu, extraordinary result, unpopular, a discontent with the government, discontent with DMK, but desire to see the Dravidian model in place, brings in a new alternative, because AIADMK is unable to offer that alternative, because AIADMK, due to its alliance with BJP, looks like moving away from the Dravidian model. And the important thing is that Vijay promises, by his reference to Periyar, by his saying that I'm opposed to BJP's ideology, secularism and so on, he provides that alternative following on the footsteps of Annadurai and MGR. We have that pure victory of democracy, popularity. We can just salute the people, because Election Commission or any external agency was not much of a factor. BJP, central government was a slight factor in pushing AIADMK into an alliance with the BJP. But that's a very, very minor factor. This is election as it should be. Assam, BJP wins. Election Commission is a factor, because delimitation in Assam is one of the worst delimitations ever in the history of India. But that would at the most account for about 10 seats or so. It does not account for the entire, it is not decisive. In the last instance, it's a victory of a party, of a ruling party, which has managed to ward off anti-incumbency. In the case of Bengal, however, the story is different. That's why we are all focusing on Bengal, not only because it's a major change. Major changes do take place in democracy, but it is a different kind of change. I agree with what Rohit Tiwari has just said, and she has been observing things very closely during the Lok Sabha election and now as well. And I respect what she has said. It is indeed true that there was anti-incumbency, discontent, anger, not so much against Mamata Banerjee as a person, but against her cadre, against her local leaders. There was growing discontent. That is element number one. All I'm saying is that is not the only element, and that may not be the decisive element. That would have brought Mamata down. That would not have led to her defeat. there are three other factors that we are looking at. Factor number 2 is BJP and the very vicious communal campaign that BJP has launched. Barkha, the kind of advertisements BJP issued, the kind of things that they said in public. I was watching Shubhendu Adhikari's interview on another channel just half an hour ago. In a 10-minute interview, Shubhendu Adhikari spoke 15 times about Hindu Muslim for everything. So it's a very vicious campaign, which should not have been allowed in any democracy. I mean, in normal times also such a talk should not be allowed. That's number 2. Third element was central government, which virtually made it impossible for a state government to function properly. Manrega, when it was there, was not allowed to be implemented in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee sits on dharna, central government says, we won't give you funds. Or Awas Yojana, not being allowed to implement in Bengal. So finally the intervention of the central forces and so on and so forth. So third element is central government. And the fourth element is SIR. In SIR, again, one should be careful. I'm not suggesting that all the deletions of SIR were illegitimate or targeted. No, there are about 90 lakh deletions in SIR. The first 58 lakhs were deletions as in any other state. That is somewhat many wrongful, unfair, but not politically targeted. But Barkha, what was so special about Bengal is something that did not take place in any other state. And that is why I had said, if you remember, that SIR was designed for West Bengal. Bihar and other places were only a test ground. What happened in Bengal was, just one second, what happened in West Bengal was the final deletion of 27 lakh voters, which is 4.3% of the votes that have been cast. That was targeted, that was clearly partisan, and currently, as of now, BJP's lead over Trinamool Congress is much less than 4%. So that leaves a very big question mark on this verdict itself, unlike any other state.
Explain that last part briefly, if I can get Hitesh Jain of the BJP, who's also a senior lawyer, to respond. My understanding is that the gap is too wide between the BJP and the Trinamool for the SIR issue to have materially made a difference to the outcome of who's the winner and who's the loser. You are saying that if you look at it in vote share, we have those vote share numbers on our screen, you get 3 others, then this percentage is where you think, can you see it? It's 44.7% to 41.51%. But that gap was much bigger between the Trinamool and the BJP the last time. That is where the vote has moved away from the Trinamool Congress.
So, Barkha, the difference, so since we are doing a careful discussion here, if Trinamool Congress has come down from its lead of nearly 10% or more last time, obviously a substantial bit has to do with Trinamool's own unpopularity and popular anger, yes, unease, etc. My only question is, the little push that the Election Commission has given, not so little, the 4% push that Election Commission gave, was that decisive? The question sharp political analysts should be asking is this: in the absence of that 4.3% push, would the result have been different? And from the data that you are showing on your own screen, the answer is yes. The difference currently is 3%. So because, we tend to look at 190 versus 99 or whatever is the figure currently, 193 versus 90. That looks like a huge gap. But in percentage terms, it's only a little less than 3, around 3% currently. If those 4.3% people were allowed to vote, as should have been the case, as even appellate tribunals have now confirmed, whoever goes to appellate tribunal, they say, yes, your name should have been included. So there is clear evidence that those names were targeted. And I'm speaking only of those 27 lakhs. I'm not blaming the entire 90 lakh because that has happened all over the country. But if that had not happened, then there's a clear evidence of those being targeted region-wise, targeted community-wise, and the deletion being wrongful. That has happened for the first time in the history of India.
Let me get reactions, because it's a big assertion that you're making, a serious assertion, and I think it deserves other people's comments as well. Again, to clarify, the last time the vote share difference between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP was 10%. That difference is now narrowed to these 4 percentage points. Yogendra Yadav, Hitesh, is saying that it coincides in a way with the deletions, and had those deletions not taken place, could this gap have been different? I think that's the fair and square question from him. I want your responses. I mean, it's a big day for the BJP, I should say that first. Big lead in Assam, big historic win in Bengal, and of course you have different, a very, very new entrant making waves in Tamil Nadu. Go ahead, Hitesh.
Thank you, Barkha, for having me over here. It's indeed a historic day for us in the land of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. We have been able to plant our flag in the state of West Bengal. So certainly for any BJP Karyakarta, it's a proud moment, a happy moment for all of us. Well, I thought like today's result will lead to some serious introspection and not lazy analysis. I think the oppositions are not learning, and so long as I'm saying with great humility that so long as Dr. Yogendra Yadav, people like him will be advising them, I don't think they're going to improve that situation. It is very simplistic. I mean, those people who were on the ground, people were talking about change, people were talking about cut money, people were talking about corruption. I will give you 2 or 3 instances. Now take Bankura. Now Bankura is a division where BJP has done extremely well. There was a metal factory with 3,000 workers who were working over there. The metal factory is shut down, all the 3,000 workers unemployed. I will come to Asansol. There was a river bridge that had collapsed, that led to collapse of water pipeline. 51 villages were affected due to the collapse of a river bridge and all. The list is endless. Every city, every data point, Barkha, I can share with you, there was a clear problem. Now let us also go back. In 2011, when Mamta was elected, she was elected on the basis of certain hope that she will be able to change the culture. She will be able to bring the employment. She will be able to stop the migration. She was the person who actively spoke about cut money and corruption. But in last 15 years, what has happened? Cut money increased, corruption increased. You had incidents like RG Car, you had incidents like Sandesh Thalia and all. Basically, what was going on? There was simplicity, arrogance, the lazy analysis earlier, prior to the results. When the results came on when the results have come today, people were basically talking about the veto vote of the Muslim votes, like 27% of the Muslim votes or 90 constituencies. It's not going to happen. But see what has also happened, and one must acknowledge, after we lost the election in 2021, we went to the drawing board, the work started straight thereafter. We learned from our mistakes. If you will see in the campaign, it was well organized. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi led it well. Our leader Amit Shah ji was on the ground, and we took the challenge head on, and we were able to address the issues. So everyone, I mean, our oppositions will also admire the manner in which we were taking the feedback from the people and addressing the feedbacks. Bengal has a problem of migration. Younger population of Bengal, like I come from the state of Maharashtra. Look at the number of younger population of West Bengal. They're coming to Maharashtra. Why are they coming? I mean, all this SIR and all are there. I mean, I have my friends who said that if this time Mamta Banerjee is going to come, they say we will very much leave the state and move to other states for better opportunities and all. So you cannot ignore all these voices. This is a resounding verdict people have given, and it will be, I think, it will not be fair to just reject the verdict of the people on the basis of lazy analysis as Dr. Yadav is giving.
So I think those are 2 very different perspectives. And before we get overtaken by that battle, let me just get quick comments, Yogendra ji, if I can. I don't know how long we have you with us, from Shugata and Aarti, and then I'll come back to you. Quickly, Shugata, you heard Yogendra Yadav, you heard Hitesh Jain. How do you see it?
Barkha, I will make a non-political kind of a thing, because both of them have taken very clear sides. See, Yogendra ji made a very interesting point, which is he said 4% were the ones who were denied vote. And if you look at the vote share percentages that you just showed, the difference is 4%. 3.8 or 4%.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would still say that BJP has done something else right to equal the vote share of the TMC. See, they were 38.2% or something last time. And if they have climbed up, there's something that has gone right with them. So I think, SIR is being looked at by the Supreme Court. There's been a lot of contestations.